What happens when Naruto crashes into the world of DxD not as a hero, but as the ultimate wildcard? A rogue shinobi, a fallen twist of fate, and a harem of dangerous angels drawn to his power. Welcome to What If Naruto Was the Wildcard of DxD. Fallen harem. Oh, let's begin. Pain. That is all Naruto felt as he plummeted deeper and deeper into the endless void of Kaguya's portal. He could scarcely remember how it all happened even if it had only occurred a few moments. The extent of the pain his body was going through was so great that he couldn't even hear the voices of the tailed beasts inside of him calling out for him. From what little he remembered, he knew that they had managed to seal away Kaguya. That he was certain of. However, with the last bits of her power she managed to push him through one last portal, or rather most of him, as his left arm hadn't been able to pass through before the gate closed on it. Without a master to control it, the portal was left without a proper exit, leaving the sole inhabitant of the void no mean of escape as far as he knew. The conditions of the dimension were slowly becoming more and more inhospitable to him. His clothes had already been ripped apart and his skin was now starting to vaporize. Using the last of his strength, he was able to open his eyes enough to see a small light far from him, yet slowly coming closer to him. All he could do was smile and hope his body held out to come out all right. And with that, Naruto's life as a human end. The blonde's corpus fell until it finally reached the light. Azazel was having a pretty bad day. He had just found out that more of his agents had gone rogue of him and joined a group called the Chaos Brigade. His already small and weakened faction was slowly dwindling away as more of his brothers and sisters were lost in battle against devils. Normally this would go against the treaty set in place during the last Great War, but unfortunately it was almost always his men who started the conflict. The fallen angel was brought out of his thoughts as the area in front of him exploded in a mesmerizing burst of light. Being forced to avert his eyes, he couldn't quite see what was going on, but once the light faded he was able to see a teen on the soft grass of the park he was in. The blonde teen was wearing nothing, but he could see that the body had suffered large amounts of damage and had even lost an arm. As he walked over, he saw that while the body seemed to be human, it had an incredible amount of power within him. Lastly, noticing the lack of movement of the blonde's chest, he assumed that he had died. Azazel hummed as he crouched next to the corpus. He could feel the power within the teen doing everything in its power to preserve the body and maybe even revive its host. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. The energy inside the body could only be compared to that of the yokai, yet this was far more potent and felt complete. If he had to compare this boy's energy to that of the yokai, it would be placed in a whole new level. While the senjutsu and yujutsu, some like the nekomata, could use was powerful, the body's power made it seem like a lake compared to an ocean. Just as he was about to decide to stop wasting time in an already dead human, an idea struck him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small midnight blue orb. I think this might be the best opportunity I have to test this. I hope this works, he said, smirking as he pushed the orb deep into the blonde's blood-covered chest. He couldn't help but laugh in joy as a massive magic circle-looking seal appeared under the blonde. He jumped out of the range of the seal before it erupted into a column of black light with golden sparks dancing around the both within and out of the pillar. The black light faded away. The teen's body, which at one time been lifeless, now had the steady movement that signified breathing. The blonde's body had been nearly completely restored minus the severed arm. I can't believe that actually worked, Azazel said to himself as he patted himself on the back for a job well done. Walking over to the formerly dead body, he felt the power within the body growing larger by a decent margin. Well, better take him to a place to rest and see what I can do about his arm, he said as he picked up the blonde teen. Out of his back, 12 jet black wings sprouted before he took off into the air. Some time later, Naruto's eyes slowly opened to find himself in an unknown bedroom. The place looked like it belonged to someone with an above-average amount of wealth back in Konoha. He couldn't help but let out a yawn, which he covered with his left hand. Wait, left hand, he thought before the memories of the end of his battle with Kaguya rushed back to him. I lost my arm, how do I still have it? He muttered as he looked over the limb. It looked exactly like I did before the portal closed and severed it. Like it? A masculine voice asked. Looking up, he saw a tall man he had never met before. The man had black hair with blonde bangs and violet eyes. At the moment he wore a black V-neck and gray pants. You better be thankful. I had to use a lot of resources to get you up to this point. the man said as he walked over to Naruto's bedside and sat down on one of the chairs. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the man. What do you mean? Where are we? Who are you and what did you do to me? Naruto asked the strange man who chuckled at the rapid-fire questions the blonde teen was asking him. Whoa, slow down kid, the man said, stopping Naruto's stream of questions. To start things off, my name is Azazel, may I get your name? The now named Azazel asked Naruto, who was still studying him. None of his sense were telling him not to trust the man in front of. Even the empathy ability he gained from Kurama didn't detect anything. Sorry, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you, Azazel, Naruto said to the man, who smiled at the blonde who didn't seem to use any honorifics like most people seemed to use in the region they were currently in. The pleasure in all mine. As for what I meant by using resources on you, I should explain to you the condition you were in when I found you, Azazel said as he cleared his throat a bit. Naruto waited for the man, slightly annoyed that he seemed to be taking his time. You were dead, Azazel finally said. Naruto's jaw dropped when the three words that formed the sentence reached his ears and were processed by his brain. Dead? He asked out in shock before looking over his body one last time to see if anything is different. So is this the afterlife? He asked the purple eyes man. Azazel laughed at the boy's reaction to hearing that he died. From what he had observed, it wasn't really that rare for one to think that way. Nope, I used an item I created to revive you as a member of my faction, the man said to the blonde, who tilted his head to the side, showing taut he didn't understand what he meant. I meant that I gave you another chance at life by turning you into a fallen angel, the man with golden bangs explained to Naruto. What a fallen angel? Naruto asked Azazel. He had never heard of this faction the man spoke of, nor had he ever heard of a fallen angel before in this life. Azazel sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. It seemed that the teen before him had no prior knowledge of what he was talking about. A fallen angel is an angel that fell from the grace of God and was casted out of heaven. This only seemed to further confuse the blonde. Sure, he had heard of words such as God and angel from his encounter with Nagato and Conan, but he never heard them spoken of in the way the strange man spoke of. It seemed that the more Azazel explained to him, the more confusing it all became due to the added layers of information. I don't follow. By God, do you mean like the Shinigami? Naruto asked the fallen angel, who looked like he wanted to slam his head into a wall. Okay, I guess I'll explain it all, Azazel said before giving the blonde Jinchuriki a quick history lesson of the past between heaven, hell, and the Grigori. To say that all that information was a lot to take in was an understatement, but even then Naruto managed to wrap his head around it. So basically I died and you turned me into a fallen angel in order to revive me, Naruto said in a questioning tone, asking for confirmation that what he said had been correct. Azazel smiled and nodded his response, which prompted the blonde's head to drop. So am I correct to assume that whatever you did to me restored my arm as well? Nope, Azazel said as he reached over and pressed a button that blended in with Naruto's skin that caused the back of his hand to lift up, revealing a gun barrel. In order to get your arm back, I had to use my knowledge on the sacred gears I told you about before to create a prosthetic one. I even added a few features like a light gun and a few other fun ones, he said as he clicked another button, causing the hand to shoot out with a wire attached to the back out and punched through the wall Naruto was facing. Azazel grimaced at the sight of the new hole in his wall. I'm going to have to fix that. Whoa, Naruto said as his new robotic hand returned to him. It looked completely natural and he could even control it like a real one. However, when he touched it with his right hand, he felt the metal his arm was made of. This is awesome, he yelled out as he tried to figure out if the arm had any other secrets. I know, right? Now back to your questions. I guess I already answered almost all of them minus where we are, Azazel said, rubbing his goatee. Well, we are currently in one of my houses in Kuo. Well, now that you know what's going on, I wish to extend to you the offer to join me. As a fallen angel, you wouldn't really be popular with devils and angels. Of course, I would personally train you, especially with the amount of power you're giving off, Azazel said to the blonde, who thought about the offer. From what he had here, he wouldn't even be able to live in human society since he had no way of identifying himself nor making any sort of money. On top of that, he couldn't contact any of the Biju within him at all, and his chakra had changed due to the transformation he had recently gone through. Well, it's not like I have many options. Naruto thought to himself with a heavy sigh. I accept your offer, Azazel. Naruto said as he held out his hand. The governor of the fallen angels smiled widely as he took the blonde's hand firmly and shook it. He knew he hadn't made a mistake when he decided to bring Naruto back to life. He only had one of those blasted things made so far, and even then it was still a prototype he made using a stolen evil pieces. Getting more of them to make any more was easier said than done. Then let's be off, he yelled before dropping an outfit that looked just like his on Naruto's lap. Get dressed, he said before leaving the blonde by himself. I can't believe I may never get to see them again. Naruto thought to himself as images of all his friends flashed through his head and ended with Hinata, where his mind lingered for a bit before they faded away. His hands clenched the sheets as a few tears fell from his eyes. He couldn't imagine living without all of them, to never see them again. To never share a laugh with them again. Lastly was his dream to become Hokage. While it wasn't anywhere near as important to him as his friends, it still hurt him knowing his life goal was now out of reach. He looked at his hands. He had nothing to even connect them to him. Not even a single picture, or memento. All he had left of them was the memories he made with them. However, another part of him told him that they wouldn't want him to simply wallow in their memory. Standing up from the bed, he dressed himself in the clothing Azazel had given him and left the room. Leaving the room, he found Azazel preparing some food in the kitchen. Naruto walked over to the man to see what he was making. He found that he making some strange kind of meat formed into strips and eggs. Azazel noticed Naruto's presence next to him and smirked. Strange what the humans of this world come up with. We never had things like this in heaven. The fallen angel said. Yeah, Naruto said, still a little depressed that he could never see his friends again. He didn't know many time-space ninjutsu that weren't related to seals. If he had something like the Kamui or Kagaya's Yomatsu Hirasaka, he may have been able to discover a way back, but he didn't even know Hiraishin. Azazel looked at the blonde with a sad smile. He could understand what he was going through to a degree. He too was forced to leave his home when he sinned and left behind a few people he cared about. Well, Naruto, the food is about ready now, he said as he picked up both pans from the oven top and split the food into 2 portions. Walking over to table, the governor of fallen angels set down 2 plates and sat down in front of one of them. Well, you better start eating before it gets cold, he said before he started to eat himself. Naruto walked over to the table and sat in front of the other plate. Looking at the food curiously, he picked up a piece of the meat and sniffed it a few times. Not sensing anything wrong with it, he placed it in his mouth and started to eat. It's good. Not as good as ramen, but still good, Naruto commented as the two ate in silence. Well, once we're finished here, I'll start your training, Azazel said, leaving the table. Naruto finished shortly and walked after the man. I guess the first thing we should do is learn just how much power you have, the fallen angel said as he led the blonde down a door into a massive underground training area. Naruto's jaw hung a bit loose as he looked around at the ever-expanding area. The entire place looked like a massive mountain range that extended far beyond the limits of his eyes. Looking back at the door they had passed through, he just saw nothing. What the hell? Naruto asked as he picked up one of the rocks to see if it was all real. It didn't take long before he was able to confirm that the entire place in fact a real place. It even had nature energy for him to absorb. Nice, right? Took me forever to create the machine to make this possible, Azazel said to the blonde, who looked at the man as he allowed his wings to come out of his back. Naruto took a step back at the sudden appearance of the 12 black wings that came out of Azazel's back. Azazel smirked at the face Naruto was making at the sight of his wings. An angel's wings are a way of indicating how powerful they are. One can range from a single pair, which is the weakest, to 6 pairs like mine, which is the highest rank. Now don't be sad if he wasn't able to finish, as Naruto decided to try and summon his wings. 12 jet black wings bursted out of Naruto's back just like they did from the older man's a few moments ago. 12. Azazel yelled out. Naruto laughed a bit and scratched the back of his head. After he saw the wings, he wanted to check how he compared to the man who gave him a second chance at life. It almost felt natural to him. It was like flexing his walking or flexing an arm. It felt like a part of his body. I'm guessing this is a good thing, Naruto asked the man, who had quickly regained his composure. Good. This is great. Azazel said as he counted the amount of wings Naruto had just to make sure he wasn't just seeing things. This was far beyond what he had expected. He had thought that it would have been something similar to what happened to a reincarnated devil which rebirthed them as a low-level devil. I never really expected this, however I believe the best way to test one's power is through battle. Azazel said, getting into a stance. Naruto smiled and retracted his wings. As cool as they looked, he had no idea how to use them, nor did he know how they would affect his fighting, started by summoning over a dozen clones. Azazel's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the multiple copies of the reincarnated fallen angel. To Naruto nothing really felt any different other than feeling stronger overall. He could feel a second form of energy inside of him that wasn't chakra mixing into his chakra system, making his already powerful chakra even stronger and denser. Azazel ducked under one of the clone's punches and kneaded it in the stomach hard enough to destroy it. Two other clones honed in on him. The elder fallen angel flew back as one of the clones tried to kick his legs out from under him while the other one tried to kick his face. Before he could destroy them, three more clones came from behind holding kunais. Three spears made out of light appeared and pierced through the clone's stomach before they could reach him. The two clones he had dodged before attempted to attack once again. Both were quickly destroyed by two quick punches from Azazel. I got to admit, I never expected you to have something like this. The governor of the Grigori said to Naruto before kicking in another clone into one of the mountains. The real Naruto came out from behind the fallen angel and slammed a Rasengan into Azazel's back. The fallen angel went flying away from the group of clones by the force of the attack. Azazel stabilized himself in midair and waved his hand, sending several spears at the group of Narutos. The mass wave of spears of light was able to destroy every single clone left. I hope that didn't kill him, Azazel said jokingly before Naruto appeared next to him. Crossing his arms, Azazel was able to block Naruto's kick, which sent him only a few feet back. Another spear appeared in Azazel's hand, which he used to block Naruto's Rasengan. Wielding the spear like a staff, he knocked away Naruto's hand and hit the blonde on the left side of his face, sending him into a large boulder. I gotta admit, that attack you hit me with before hurt, but you're going to try harder if you want to beat me, Azazel taunted the blonde who stood up from the rubble. The Jinchuriki of all nine-tailed beasts smirked as he wiped a drop of blood from the corner of his lips. The hit to the face was comparable to one of his teammate Sakura's punches. I'm going to make you regret those words, Naruto said, entering his Rakudo Sennin mode. Azazel raised an eyebrow at Naruto's transformation. The clothing he had given the blonde had been completely replaced by a light-colored coat with a dark-colored bodysuit underneath that covers his torso that reached down his arms to the knuckles, down his legs and stopped just above his sandals, which also changed color to a golden orange. It also had a light-colored circle where his navel would have been, as well as golden magatama markings around his collar. On the back of the coat was the image of Strange with 4 rings around a dot above 9 magatama. His eyes had changed so that instead of being blue, they were yellow with a cross-like pupil. The 6 whisker markings on the blonde's face became thicker and now resembled rectangles. Naruto's hair was glowing the same color as his coat and Hao had 2 horn-like bandages. Behind him were 6 small black orbs. Naruto vanished from sight in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Azazel with a black rod in hand. The fallen angel sidestepped the attack and tried to pierce Naruto through chest with his spear, only for Naruto to push it out of the way with the palm of his left hand and kicking Azazel into a mountain. The rock surface cracked under the force of the collision, but the kick wasn't enough to seriously hurt Azazel. Now that hurt, Azazel said before flying at Naruto, who flew into the air to avoid the incoming attack. Taking off into the air after the blonde, Azazel flew behind the blonde, who was slowly getting farther and farther away from him. Get back here, Azazel yelled as he fired several spears of light at the flying blonde. Naruto stopped flying and used one of the black orbs behind him to form a shield which blocked the hail of attacks. Azazel flew past Naruto and drew a sword made out of pure light. The energy-covered blonde formed a black staff from one of the spheres behind him and charged at the black-winged angel. The 2 weapons collided with enough force to shatter some of the mountain tops. Azazel felt the bones in his arms crack from the force behind Naruto's attack, while Naruto relatively fine. The two fought for dominance for a few seconds before Naruto overtook him and knocked him back. Naruto formed a Bijudama in his right hand before firing it at the fallen angel. Azazel only had time to cover himself in his wings before the attack detonated on him. The black orb exploded in an explosion large enough that it damaged the surrounding mountains. Naruto was forced to cover himself in a spherical shield made from one of the Gududama to avoid being injured by his own attack. Once the attack ended, Naruto floated inside the barrier in the middle of a massive crater. A few meters in front of him was Azazel, who, despite using his wings to protect himself, had taken a large amount of damage compared to before, leaving him covered in a few burns. "You little bastard," Azazel said, chuckling as he wiped off dust from his arm. "Well, time's for the kid gloves to come off," Azazel said, summoning a spear in each hand and charged at the blonde. Naruto formed two short staffs from his Gududama and flew towards the incoming fallen angel. The two attacks collided with one another. Naruto spun with the intent of knocking off the head of his savior, but Azazel managed to react in time and ducked under the attack and jabbed forward. The two clashed a few more times. Each time they did, they traded blow at speeds where they almost left after images. Azazel was the one to break off, as he was taking far more damage from Naruto's much stronger attacks. Naruto flew back and turned both of the staff back into their original forms and raised his right hand up. "Senpo! Rasenshuriken!" Naruto yelled as he formed a massive orb made out of lava with 4 rotating blades spinning so fast they looked like a circular blade. Naruto threw the massive attack at the fallen angel, who flew away from the attack that was cutting through any mountains that got in the way. Azazel laughed as he formed a large spear of light and used it to intercept the Rasenshuriken. He never expected Naruto's attack ripped right through his spear. The rapidly approaching attack slammed into him, sending him through several mountain tops before it expanded rapidly. Naruto watched as his attack detonated and created a dome of energy that dwarfed any of the mountains in the area. He was shocked how much larger it was compared to the one he used before during the war, even with the same amount of energy. Naruto slowed down and floated a few feet from the Grigori leader, laid with a smile on his face. His entire body was covered in small cuts. "So what did you think?" he asked the older man, who laughed at the question. "What did I think? I think I used my one chance to turn a human into a fallen angel on the perfect guy," he said, laughing, prompting Naruto to laugh as well. "I got to admit, I wish I had taken you seriously from the start. You completely caught me off guard with that transformation. But at least I can say you have 12 wings for a reason, and that's without knowing how to use light energy," Azazel said to the blonde, who smiled at the complement. However, he couldn't help but curse the blonde a bit because of the pain he was feeling. He had been shocked how powerful Azazel was. The man wasn't as near as strong as Kagaya or Madara in his final form, but he was comparable to Madara while he was under the Edo Tensei. "You didn't do that bad yourself," Naruto said to the fallen angel as he landed on solid ground. Looking at Azazel, he saw his body covered in burns from the explosion. His shirt had been completely incinerated by the blast, yet he was able to survive. "Thanks," he said to the blonde. His entire body stung from the attack he had taken. It felt like millions of needles made out of wind had tried to cut into him. Naruto smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder. Within a few seconds, all his burns had been healed completely. If he hadn't just confirmed that from that one attack he was at the level of a Satan, he would have been shocked by the blonde's ability to heal. "Next time we fight, I'll make sure to take you completely seriously. I don't want to feel that again," Azazel said, doing a few stretches. "Well, I guess we can stop for a break, then I can train you to fly." Naruto looked at him a bit confused as he started to float once again. "Did I hit you too hard? I can already fly," Naruto said questionably. Azazel chuckled. "I meant fly with you wings. Unless you plan on transforming every time you need to fly, but I suggest you keep that as a last resort. Besides, by the time I'm done with you, wouldn't need to use it to kick ass," the semi-blonde man said to the Uzumaki, who smiled and nodded. "Hell, he'll probably be able to curb stomp me," Azazel thought to himself as he planned to enjoy the time he had to make the blonde pay. Now back in his base form, Naruto released his black wings like he had done before. It took him a few hours of practice before he was successfully able to get off the ground and remain stable. Azazel was having way too much fun watching Naruto fall down to the ground when he lost stability or crashed. To rub salt on the wound, he also decided that attempting to skewer the Jinchuriki with one of his spear would help further the training. "This is going to be fun," A middle-aged looking man looked on as two figures flew around at outrageous speeds, clashing with each other. The man was rather gruff looking, with black hair and a matching beard and a muscular body. Huge bursts of wind blew against him as the blurs collided. "Two aren't pulling any punches," he said to himself while watching the fast-paced battle. "I can't believe that kid is keeping up with Azazel." The two combatants stopped their movement to catch their breaths. The first one was none other than Azazel, who was covered in bruises and his left arm seemed limp. The other one was someone who had taken everyone in the Grigori by surprise. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, and one of the few angels, let alone fallen angel, in the world who had 12 wings. He didn't know where he came from, nor did he know how someone with that level of power had kept himself hidden from everyone for so long. The only person who really knew who he was his leader and friend Azazel, who was also the one who brought him into their faction. Only enough, while Naruto seemed to have the power of a seraph, he had no idea how to use any of his powers. Azazel only told him that he even had to be taught how to fly at first. However, that was 3 months ago, and since then the blonde had learned how to fly like the best of them and was slightly faster than Azazel himself. Even if he could barely make more than one spear of light at the moment, yet he had several jutsu, as he called them, which blew anything he could pull off out of the water. The only people he could compare the boy in terms of power to would be the seraphs and the satans of the devils. The move he had seen the most of had been an orb of energy he called Rasengan. Whenever he had been able to see Naruto fight a stray devil which attacked them, the move was easily able to decimate the body of anything less than a high-level devil. Overall, he knew next to nothing about the boy other than he was always at Azazel's side after he was introduced into the faction and was a decent man. It did bother him that his friend had kept almost all information about their new ally from him, but he knew that for whatever reasons it was for the best at the moment. His watch started beeping. Looking down, he saw that the timer he had set had ran to 0. "Azazel, time's up," he called out of his friend. The semi-blonde looked over at him and waved him off before forming another spear of light and charging at the younger fallen angel. Naruto also ignored the muscular man in favor of charging at Azazel. Instead of a spear, he formed his own spear in his right hand. The man watched as the two collided with one another one last time. The two attacks fought for supremacy for a few seconds before Azazel's spear broke through Naruto's and stopped at the blonde's throat. "I win," Azazel said, smirking as he let his spear disappear and flew a few feet back. "You still need to get better control over your light magic," the leader of the Grigori said to the former shinobi, who frowned. He had been trying to gain control over the new energy, but it was just like trying to control his chakra when he was a genin. "If I could use chakra, I would have won," Naruto mumbled to himself, but was heard by Azazel, who laughed a bit. They had agreed that he wouldn't use his chakra in their training since he already had control over it, and the training was to get him to use his new powers. "Naruto, this is to help you get control over your new body and powers," Azazel said before looking over to see the muscular man flying over to them. "Ah, Barakiel, what do you think of my young student? He's coming along quite nicely, if I must say so myself," he said, laughing at it as he smiled back at Naruto, who flew over to him. "Hey, how are you, Mr. Masochist?" Naruto asked, causing his teacher to laugh madly at the nickname the blonde had given his friend. He may or may not have told the Naruto a few too many things about some of the other angels. Barakiel's eyes narrowed on the blonde, who was enjoying the annoyed look on the fallen angel's face. "You told him that?" Barakiel asked Azazel, who scratched the back of his head while laughing nervously. "Never mind, you're late for your meeting with the leader of the yokai in Kyoto," he said to his leader, who looked a bit annoyed that he had to go to a meeting. Azazel rubbed his chin for a few seconds, trying to figure out how to get out of going to the meeting. Sometimes he hated being the leader of the Grigori. His gaze turned onto Naruto, who was making fun of Barakiel. Then it hit him. "Naruto, as part of your training you have to go to this meeting in my place and work out a treaty to stop fighting between some of our more troublesome members and their yokai," Azazel said in a grandiose fashion as he found a way to get out of the meeting. Naruto's neck nearly snapped when he turned at Azazel. "What? You just want to get out of doing your job?" Naruto accused his teacher, who smirked at him. Barakiel couldn't help but sigh at the way the two acted. He should have known that his old friend would try and pull something like this. "Sorry, but you need to learn how to deal with some of the other factions in this world." Azazel said smugly as he justified his reason for passing over his responsibility to his young student. Now get to it, he said to the blonde who mumbled insults towards the older fallen angel. Naruto flew towards the door of the training area and left Barakiel and Azazel to spiel. Do you think that was a good idea? Barakiel questioned his friend. He didn't know or trust the new member of their group as much as Azazel. There were just too many questions floating around him that only Azazel seemed to know the answers to, yet he kept them from him. This is a very sensitive mission and a misstep could lead to further conflict between some of our men and the yokai. Azazel just waved him off and flew towards the door Naruto had left through. He'll be fine. Trust me when I say that kid could turn even Trihexa into his friend. Well, maybe that to that extent, but I'm sure he can make a deal with Yusaka, he said as he left the training area with Barakiel behind him. I don't trust him, Barakiel said to his friend who looked back with a slight frown. I know I haven't told you much about him, but I know he can be trusted, Azazel said to the bearded man who frowned a bit before accepting the fact that he wouldn't be able to convince the stronger fallen angel. With Naruto. Where the fuck is Kyoto? Naruto yelled as he flew over the country called Japan. He had realized after he left that he had no idea where the meeting was to take place. He had been flying around the island country for about 10 minutes and he couldn't tell which city was which. I really should have paid attention when Azazel tried to get me to learn geography, Naruto said in his head. Maybe Sage Mode would help, Naruto said to himself as he stopped to gather some energy from nature. He had learned early on that the energy of this world had some kind of malevolent feel to it, but it didn't hold a candle to how Kurama's chakra used to be, so for him it was easy to ignore. It only took seconds for him to enter his base Sage Mode. Scanning over the area, he tried to find where the strongest yokai was. He had learned early on how to tell apart each faction. It only took him a few moments before he located the strongest yokai near him and hoped that was indeed Yusaka. The blonde descended from the sky and into an alleyway where he pulled his wings back into his body. He quickly made his way to where the sources of the power was, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief when he found that it was indeed Yusaka sitting in a booth in a tea house. Yusaka was a beautiful young woman with golden blonde hair and a matching set of eyes. She wore a shrine maiden outfit that covered her voluptuous figure from the world. Beside her was a young girl who had the appearance of an elementary school student. She had golden blonde hair that is tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also had 9 golden fox tails and matching ears. Yusaka-san, I assume, Naruto asked using the honorifics since he wasn't dealing with someone like Azazel who didn't care for them much. The blonde woman nodded and smiled at the blonde before looking a bit confused. Noticing her confusion, Naruto connected it with the fact that he wasn't the person she was expecting. Azazel was held up with some business, so he sent me in his place. I hope that isn't a problem. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, by the way, Naruto said as he sat down on the other side of the table. That isn't a problem at all, Yusaka said to the blonde male. True, she was a bit annoyed that the Grigori leader sent a subordinate in his place, but she would take what she could get. While we wait for the tea to come, let's start our discussion, she said, looking more serious than before. Some members of your group have been causing problems in Kyoto. I have lost a few members of my faction to these attacks. I would appreciate it if you and Azazel could find a way to get them to stop, she stated politely yet at the same time sternly. Azazel never gave them an order to attack any member of other factions, including yours. Those that are either taking their liberties too far or are traitors. If you know the location where they are hiding, I would gladly take care of your problem, Naruto said calmly. This was all very unusual for him. He had rarely been put in a spot where one misstep on his part of the negotiations could lead to a war between two factions. It's reassuring to know that these attacks weren't ordered. Some of my men have discovered that they are hiding out in one of the older churches that was abandoned last year due to their presence. If you don't mind me asking, how will you deal with them? The blonde woman asked the blonde who was looking at the 9 tails coming out of the younger girl's back. Simple. I will ask them to leave the city at once. If they refuse, then I will have no other choice but to brand them as traitors and either capture them to be imprisoned or kill them. Yusaka frowned at the mention of killing but accepted it as long as the members of her group were safe. Now, if you don't mind me asking, is it true that you and your daughter are both 9-tailed foxes? He asked the woman. Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Yasaka asked Naruto, who was about to respond before he felt the young girl climbing up next to him and smelling him. Kuno, what are you doing? It's not polite to smell other people without asking. She tried to scold her daughter. He smells like one of us, Ka-chan. He smells like a kitsune and other yokai. Kuno said to her mother as she continued sniffing the blonde, who was a bit taken back by the fact that she could tell that he had at one point been connected to a nine-tailed fox. Yasaka was also a bit shocked since she had never expected to find a fallen angel with the scent of one of her own. Naruto laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. That's actually something that I would rather keep to myself about, he said before looking a bit somber. He hadn't heard a thing from the Biju that were supposed to be inside of him. None of them, not even Kurama, had been in contact with him, yet he could still use all their powers in his six-path sage mode. Let's just say that I was very close friends with one, he said. Yasaka's mind was still on the subject of the man before her being somehow related to another Kyuubi. She was sure that there weren't many, if none other than those in her family. But the way the younger blonde reacted, she could tell that it was a sore subject, so she decided to leave it be for now. Well, that is peculiar, but his past in not our place to poke at Kuno, the mother said to her child, who despite this stayed at Naruto's side. Thank you, Yasaka-san, Naruto said to the elder kitsune, who smiled at him. Now, if that's all that we have to discuss, I think I should go ahead and deal with the traitors giving your group a hard time, Naruto said as politely as he possibly could. Yasaka laughed a bit at how hard the blonde had been trying to act politely. Why don't you stay for some tea, Naruto-san? I already ordered and I wouldn't want it to go to waste, the mother said to Naruto, who thought for a minute before deciding to stay at least for a bit. After all, it wouldn't hurt to get to know the leader of a faction, would it? Oh, and please stop forcing yourself to act so stiff. Naruto sighed a bit in relief as he relaxed a bit. Thanks, I just didn't want to offend you. I'm not really one for formalities, Naruto said with a small chuckle. So aren't you worried that someone will ask about Kuno-chan's tales? Naruto asked Yasaka, ignoring the pout on the younger kitsune's face. Thank you for your concern for my daughter, but this tea house is owned by another yokai, so it isn't a problem, she answered Naruto's question. If you don't mind me asking, how powerful are you? I heard that angels and fallen angels are classified by how many sets of wings they have, Yasaka asked Naruto, who thought about how he should respond. On one hand, she had asked how many wings he had, which he knew he couldn't keep hidden for long. However, he wasn't going to freely tell everyone about his Rakuto Senin mode. Well, I can't really tell you everything, but at the moment I have 12 wings, Naruto said, much to both Yasaka and Kuno's surprise. There were only a handful of angels that had 12 wings, and even among them only one was a fallen angel. Well, until now it seemed. But that would put you on the same level as a Satan, she said in awe at the blonde. Even though many angels and devils were really older than they looked, she could tell that the blonde in front of her was the age he looked like. Naruto couldn't help but feel proud of himself, knowing that people seemed to have some sort of respect for his power. I am honored that such a powerful being took the time to help us, she said with a slight bow. It's no problem. After all, I finally get to meet a few people like my old friend, he said, remembering Kurama. He was a kitsune like you, only less polite and not as cute, Naruto said before covering his mouth. Shit, Naruto said to himself. Little known fact was that Azazel's perverseness had rubbed off on Naruto a bit. He wouldn't call himself a pervert, but he would admit to appreciating the female form. Yasaka blushed a bit at being called cute, but couldn't stop but giggle a bit when her daughter lightly punched the male blonde. Don't flirt with Ka-chan, Kuno said to the blonde, who laughed a bit before an elderly man holding a tray with a few filled teacups walked over and placed the tray on the table. Ah, Yasaka-sama, it's always a pleasure here, the old man said before turning to former shinobi observed as the man took a few curious sniffs at the air around him. Kitsune, he asked himself curiously. No fallen angel, the man said before he started listing all the creatures Naruto's scent reminded him of. Nekomata, he asked before looking at Naruto in the eye. What are you? He asked. Naruto tried to maintain a nervous smile. I'm a fallen angel. Then why do you reek of yokai? The old man yelled at the blonde before turning to Yasaka to see her blushing lightly, then at Kuno, who was sitting next to the blonde man. Ah, you're Kuno's father, he accused before hitting Naruto over the head with a wooden spoon. How dare you leave Yasaka by herself to raise a child? he yelled at the blonde, who couldn't help but be a bit confused by the accusations. Before he could say anything else to Naruto, Yusaka spoke up. Please calm down, Ji-san. Naruto-san isn't Kuno's father. This is actually the first time we've met. The yokai leader tried to calm down the angered old man, who looked over at her before putting away the wooden spoon and walking away, but not before throwing one last glare at Naruto. I'm sorry, but he's very protective of other yokai, she said with a small laugh. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Kuno's father? I assume he was a kitsune as well? Naruto asked. He immediately regretted it when he saw the saddened look on Yusaka's face. He may have been a little dense, but even he knew some things were too personal. You don't have to answer then if you don't want to, Naruto said, taking back his question. I prefer not to talk about it. Let's just say he's out of my life, she said venomously at the mention of the man who sired her daughter. Even Kuno looked a bit down from the thought of her father. The 12-winged angel couldn't help but feel bad. He may have expected them to be a little negative about the man considering how the other man talked about him, but even then he never expected her to change so drastically. Not knowing what to say, Naruto picked up one of the teacups and started drinking in unison with the blonde woman. I just had to open my big mouth. Naruto scolded himself in his head. What would Azazel do at this point? Have sex with her? An imaginary chibi, Azazel said in his head. Never mind. Naruto deadpanned. Worst thing was that he was sure that was exactly what the older fallen angel would tell him to do. Damn pervert, he cursed. Looking up, he saw that Yusaka had finished her tea while he was in his own little world. After you deal with the fallen angels, I invite you to stay the night in the temple I run. It's the least I could do for your service, she said, smiling at him. It was then that Naruto decided for the first time to use his empathic powers to see how she was feeling. It only made him feel worse, as he felt that under the smile she had on was a deep sadness. What have I done? Naruto said to himself in thought before smiling at the blonde yokai. Thank you for your offer. I think I'll take you up on that, Naruto said before standing up. I have to go take care of those traitors before they cause any more problems. I'll find you after I'm done, he said to Yusaka, who nodded and watched him walk to the door before he stopped and waved before exiting. After Naruto left, Yusaka's smile fell a bit as the old man walked over to her and gave her a comforting pat on the shoulder. With Naruto, the blonde fallen angel quickly took to the sky as he flew over to the church where his targets hid. His eyes narrowed as he used his sage mode to sense how many were in there. He felt at least 10 former Grigori members and even a few humans that seemed to be helping them. Well, times to do this, Naruto said to himself before flying through a cracked window made of stained glass. Everyone inside turned to see Naruto land in the middle of the room. The blonde couldn't help but gag a bit at the sight of all the head yokai bodies. Blood stained everything from the floors to the ceiling. The apparent leader of the group now stood in front of him. Well, if it isn't Azazel's little bitch. I never expected that bastard pacifist to actually send someone to hunt use. Too bad it's just one runt, the traitor said to Naruto, who narrowed his eyes on him. All around them the remaining fallen angels and humans formed a circle around the blonde. This is your last chance. Come with me peacefully and face your punishment or die here and now, Naruto threatened them. The man only laughed before pointing at him, which signaled his group to attack. You asked for it, Naruto said as he created an orange spear of light and drove it through one of the humans. One of the fallen angels flew towards him from behind only to have her nose broken, but Naruto, when he pulled his spear out of the human's cut, hitting her with the butt of the spear. Naruto spun around and used the spear to spear her up the throat and into her brain. More and more angels tried to assault him, but all were met with nothing but death. The leader was a bit unnerved now that he saw how the man he called Azazel's bitch was now killing his men like it was going out of fashion, and all with one spear. They couldn't even touch him with any of their attacks. Before he knew it, he was the last one left alive, not counting the man who had killed all his subordinates. Damn you to hell, he yelled as he revealed his 3 sets of wings and flew at the blonde, who scowled. Naruto easily dodged the traitor's sloppy attack and hit him in the left temple with the twirl of his spear. The man went flying into the back of the church. As he stood up, he looked up to see Naruto throw the spear at him. He attempted to dodge the attack, however Naruto's attack was far faster than his reaction time. The blonde frowned as he looked at the man who was now stuck to the wall thanks to his spear. He never liked killing, but he knew that some people or creatures needed to die for peace to exist. It was the sad truth he learned during the war, and even now he was still learning. Now that this is over with, Naruto said before walking out of the church. I get a vacation day. He yelled before flying off, hoping to get the memory of the church out of his head. Later that night, Naruto sighed as he sunk into the warm waters of the hot spring. After months of training, he finally had a day to relax a bit. Leaning against one of the rocks that made up the border of the hot spring, he could almost fall asleep. You can use Senjutsu Nya. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he jumped back away from whoever had spoken. Looking at the speaker, he saw a woman who matched or even surpassed Yasaka in terms of beauty. She was a young woman with a curvy figure and long black hair with split bangs. Her eyes were a shade of hazel with cat-like pupils. Her attire consisted of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono featured a red interior and it is opened at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts. Naruto blushed a bit at the fact that he was only wearing a towel but still kept the discipline of a shinobi. Who are you? Naruto asked the mysterious woman who had appeared without him noticing. The fact that she was able to get past his senses was very impressive in his mind. My name is Kuroka Nya. She introduced herself as she walked towards Naruto, who aimed his arm at her. The raven-haired beauty stopped her advances when she saw the top of Naruto's hand raised to reveal a hidden weapon. Why so serious, Nya? I just wanted to ask you a few questions. She tried to get the blonde to lower his weapon. If the weapon was what she thought it was, she knew she wouldn't want to stay on end of the barrel she was on. Depends what you want to ask, Naruto said to the woman. Before I answer anything, you're going to tell me why you're here, Naruto said as he let out his wing to try and intimidate the woman. This seemed to have the opposite effect, however, as the woman simply smiled at him. Well, I was wandering around the city when I felt someone using senjutsu. Naturally, only extremely power yokai could use it, Nya. She said as she walked closer to Naruto, who never took his eyes off her. Imagine my surprise when I find out that the man wasn't a yokai but a fallen angel. How do you know I can use senjutsu? Naruto asked her. In his mind, however, he was slowly recalling a memory from one of Azazel's lessons about the other creatures in this world. However, learning such menial things were never his strong suit. If anything, it reminded him of the academy. Teach him a new attack. He'll learn it in a week. Make him sit through a lecture. No. The woman smirked a bit, because I can use senjutsu to Nya. She said, winking at the blonde who raised an eyebrow at her statement. Yeah, he knew that some in this world could use senjutsu, but from what Azazel told him, it was only a handful of yokai who knew how to do so because of malice in the world. But back to what I was saying, once I found you using my senjutsu, and being up close I can even feel and even smell some nekomata in you. I guess you can say that I'm very interested in you, Naruto Nya. She said, leaning forward, giving the blonde a better view of her cleavage. I remember now. You're the stray devil Kuroka. Apparently you killed your master when drunk with power, Naruto said as he finally remembered the lecture on stray devils. He didn't remember much, only that she was very powerful and dangerous. That's me, Nya. You still haven't told me what you want with me, Naruto said, lowering his arm cannon as he could confirm that she had no ill intentions towards him, but he did feel something he felt from some of the female fallen angels, but he wasn't sure exactly what it was. I doubt a devil, especially a stray devil, would willing walk up to fallen angel just for a chat, Naruto said to the busty catwoman, walked up and pressed her body into his. I want powerful babies to revive my species, Nya. She told him bluntly, which caused Naruto's jaw to drop before he used a quick substitution to get away. Oh come on, she said, pouting at him. Sorry lady, but I'm not ready to have kids with anyone, especially a woman I just met. Naruto's response was he crossed his arms. The woman only smiled even more and walked over to him, swaying her hips in an attempt to captivate him. Be it the fallen angel in him or the fact that every teacher he had been a massive pervert, he couldn't help but follow with his eyes. And should you really be asking a fallen angel to help you? Why not another yokai? Naruto asked her. Kuroka giggled a bit at the question. That's because I want to have the strongest children I can, Nya. And no yokai can compare to the power I sense from you. she said as she jumped onto him and gave him a small lick on the cheek. So what do you say? I'm flattered, but I don't think it's a good idea having a kid with someone you just met, Naruto said before substituting himself with a wooden bucket. Kuroka frowned and threw the bucket out from under her. Sorry, but like I said, if I'm going to have a child, it's with someone I know and love. Not some random cat girl who wants me for my sperm. Naruto elaborated. He really didn't feel like being used as a sperm bank. Besides, what would happen if he had a kid with his brand of chakra? Just look what his world had done with it. Oh, she said sadly before her head perked up. Well, maybe I could get to know you better, she said, getting closer to him. What you say, Nya? She asked him as she stopped a few away from him. He quickly checked her again to see if she had any ulterior motives, which he strangely found none. It seemed she really wanted to revive her race and wanted him to help her do it. Do it, the chibi Azazel in his head screamed at him. Next to the miniature Azazel was Kakashi and Jiraiya holding up a banner telling him to accept the date. Naruto sighed. Stupid perverted senseis, he muttered to himself before deciding on what he should do about the offer he was just give. He couldn't deny that she was extremely good looking and she seemed to be fun to be around if the way she acted was any indication. Fine, but I'm not having kids or sex with you until I at least get to know you, Naruto said, much to her joy. Yay, Naruto watched as the woman cheered. I finally took the first step to reviving my race, Nya. Naruto smiled but then heard what she said. Oi, I never agreed to help you with that yet, he yelled before he felt a smaller hand wrap around his own and pull him out of the hot springs. Naruto sighed as he laid on his bed. It had taken him a bit of time to get away from Kuroka after they had gotten out of the bathhouse. Normally he could just hide with senjutsu, however the busty woman was also able to harness power from the area around them even if it was to a lesser level. Naruto-kun. The blonde looked up to see Yusaka walk into the room he had been allowed to use for the night. The blonde was able to see a silver tray with a teapot with 2 cups in her hands. Naruto sat up as he watched the kitsune place tray on the table and poured a cup of green tea and handed it to him. What's up, Yusaka-san? Don't you think that it's a bit late for tea? Naruto asked the blonde woman as he took the cup in his hands and blew a bit to cool it down. I had to stay up late to check on the ley lines in Kyoto, Yusaka answered as she took a sip from her own cup of tea. One of the groundskeepers said he heard quite a bit of commotion coming from the bath. I was curious about what had happened, she added. Naruto looked away looking a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see, you were with a girl, Yusaka concluded from the look on the fallen angel's face. What? No, I mean yes, but we didn't do anything, Naruto yelled out comically, which earned him a giggle from the powerful yokai. Sorry, I was ambushed by a yokai who wanted me to, I guess, marry her. Naruto elaborated on the situation. Yusaka made an understanding sound but looked a bit down. I see. So what ended up happening? Yusaka asked. She was surprisingly interested in what had occurred in her area while she was away on business. She couldn't help but feel a small pinch-like feeling in her chest at the thought. It didn't make much sense to her, but for now she would ignore it. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I told her that after we got to know each other better that I would consider it, he answered. Yusaka frowned at the response but kept her composure as she had throughout the conversation. I'm not really sure what I should do, but hey, I would never get anything done if I didn't try new things, the blonde said, laughing a bit. That is true, Naruto-kun. You know Kuno has grown quite fond of you already. She kept asking questions about you even after you had left, she said to the blonde, who smiled. She's never really had a father figure or a brother. The closest she's ever had to a paternal bond was with some of the yokai who help us out, she told Naruto. The Jinchuriki couldn't help but express a bit of sadness at the fact that the poor girl never knew her own father. How about tomorrow I take Kuno to the park? Naruto suggested. He couldn't just leave the situation as it was, even if he was limited on time, and that Azazel would probably get annoyed that he stayed an extra day, but hey, this was to build relations with the yokai, so this could count as part of his mission, right? I would appreciate it, Yusaka said, smiling softly at Naruto. The two continued to talk a bit before Yusaka left for her own room. Saying that Naruto was happy that Yusaka had forgiven him for bringing up Kuno's father was an understatement. Just like he said, Naruto had taken Kuno to the park near one of the shrines that dotted the area they were in. Naruto smiled as he pushed Kuno, who was sitting on one of the swings. It brought a smile to his face as he heard the girl laughing in joy. Naruto was happy that he could give her this moment. Kuno reminded him of himself a bit. While she had a mother, she was busy with her job as the leader of the yokai, and her father was a mystery to him, but he seems to have hurt Yusaka deeply when he left. "Hey Kuno-chan, how about we get some ice cream?" Naruto asked the young kitsune when he saw a man pushing a cart selling ice cream cones to the people. He didn't know why, but he was getting a strange feeling from the man, or rather teen. He was a handsome young man with short blonde hair, gray eyes and a mole under his left eye. The teen was currently wearing an outfit advertising the company that made the product he was selling. A devil, Naruto asked himself, laughing a bit. It assumed him to think how someone could potentially kill hundreds of humans was selling them food. He never understood their system, but considering it he wasn't from the faction he couldn't judge. "Yeah," the young kitsune yelled as she jumped off the swings and ran towards the cart. Naruto laughed when he heard her demand all the flavors stacked one on top of the others. Surprisingly, the devil was able to do so without messing up much. Naruto made sure to leave a decent-sized tip for the effort he was put through by the kitsune. "How are you liking it?" Naruto asked the young girl, who pouted a bit when Naruto patted her on the head. While Kuno still acted like someone her age, that also included acting like she was a princess. "Oh wait, she is," Naruto thought to himself before laughing quietly. Before they could continue, Naruto heard a ringing in his pocket. It was something Azazel had called a smartphone, which acted at its base like a communicator. "Naruto, something important has come up. I need you to return as soon as possible," Azazel said from the other side of the line. Naruto frowned a bit as he looked down at Kuno, as was happily licking her ice cream. He didn't want to leave just yet since he wanted to get to know Yusaka and Kuno a bit more, but going from the tone Azazel had used, it wasn't really a matter for discussion. "I'll be right there," Naruto responded with a heavy sigh as he hung up the phone and returned it to its spot in his pocket. "Kuno-chan, I have to go now. I'll take you back home," the blonde said to the young kitsune, who looked saddened at the fact that he was leaving. "But why? Don't you want to play with me?" she asked with tears building in her eyes. He was the first person who ever taken her to the park without having some sort of obligation to her mother. "I don't want you to leave," she yelled at him. "I know, but don't worry, I'll be back," Naruto said as he picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. "But how about we have some fun on the way home, Kuno-chan?" Naruto asked, getting cheers from the girl. Naruto gathered his chakra and jumped several feet into the air and landed on one of buildings before. The young nine-tailed fox screamed in excitement as Naruto jumped massive distances across the city. She had never moved at this level of speed before. Naruto laughed as he gathered even more chakra into his legs and jumped up even higher. With that final leap, Naruto landed in the middle of the garden behind Yusaka's temple. "Here we go," Naruto said as he took Kuno off his back and placed her on the ground. "I have to go now, Kuno, but like I said, I'll come back." "I promise," Naruto said to the girl, who nodded sadly and hugged him. The two were unaware that Yusaka was there watching them with a soft smile on her face. Even if they had only known each other for 2 days, they had already created a close bond with one another. It touched Yusaka's heart to her daughter having fun. "Come on, Kuno, Naruto-san has to return to his work," the elder kitsune said to her daughter, who pouted but walked inside, but not without giving Naruto one final wave. "I hope you enjoyed your stay, Naruto-kun, and I truly hope you visit us again," Yusaka said, giving the fallen angel a deep bow. "I did. Thank you for letting me stay the night. I make sure to visit regularly," Naruto said, giving Yusaka a charming smile which brought forth a light blush from the yokai leader's cheeks. Naruto released his wings in all their glory. Yusaka still couldn't help but wonder how no one knew of this man's existence beforehand. With a final 2-figure salute, Naruto took off into the air. Grigori headquarters. It only took Naruto a few hours of flying at a rather leisurely pace to arrive back at the base. As he flew in, saw several lesser-ranked angels. He couldn't help but frown at the bloodthirsty looks some of them had on as they left the area. He flew right into Azazel's office, where the man was reading a rather dirty magazine before he heard the former shinobi flying in. "Ah, Naruto-kun, you came quicker than I thought you would," Azazel said to the blonde who sighed as he sat down in one of the many cushioned chairs in the office. Now the reason I called you back is because a few of the devils and angels have in a sense caught wind of you, or rather rumors are starting to pop up every once in a while. The leader of the Grigori said as he handed Naruto a file with several sheets of paper listing the many rumors that had been made about him. They ranged from him being a secret weapon made by the biblical god gone wrong to him being the results of Azazel's experiments. That last one, however, was not too far off. I know that like most fallen angels I by no means have full control over your actions, but I highly recommend that you try and stay out of the supernatural world for a bit. Azazel explained to Naruto his thoughts. He didn't want to deal with the massive headache that he would have to face when heaven found out that he had turned a human into a seraph-level angel who was fallen from the start. Naruto sighed as he leaned his head into his right hand. This is in the words of an old friend troublesome. I really don't feel like having to hide. Maybe I could lay low for a while, but I refuse to just hide away like a coward. Naruto stated to the man who gave him a new life. Azazel frowned a bit before his face nearly split as he gained a new idea. I have a great idea. How about you stay in Kyoto for the unforeseen future while I try to kill off some of the rumors? Azazel suggested. Unknown to the blonde, he had sent Barakiel after Naruto just to make sure that nothing went wrong with the negotiations. The surprise he got when he found out that his little student had become quite close with the known criminal Kuroka was followed by glee as he thought of how his faction would further benefit from a union between the two. Naruto barely had to think before agreeing to Azazel's suggestion. He had quickly become close with the two kitsune who lived in the area, plus he knew that Kuroka had been following him on his trip to the park. Azazel was glad that the former shinobi had accepted his suggestion and thus gave him more time to plan on how he would handle Naruto's reveal. One last thing, Naruto, Azazel said as he handed Naruto a few more files. I have set up a mission to Kuo to keep track of potentially powerful sacred gear. I fear that if it becomes active then the human might go berserk. That is why I plan on having this team help keep it dormant until he becomes a devil. This mission is to be led by the fallen angel Rainer, who has requested to bring Danasik and Mittelt. I wanted to know what you thought. The leader of the Grigori asked the blonde who frowned as he read over the mission. I don't like it, Naruto said after a few minutes of silence. Azazel sighed to himself since he knew how his protege would react to what he had planned in the mission. It was common knowledge in their faction that Naruto disliked many of its members and had actively fought against a few, then they acted out. Many despised him as the hunter of those who continued to try and disturb the peace the supernatural world was currently in. What don't you like about it, Naruto? Naruto glared at Azazel for a split second before putting the files down with a heavy sigh. All three members of the team you put together are extremely prone to violence. I fear that they may attack and try to kill the target on devil grounds. I suggest that we send someone who we can at least trust to report back to us any activity that goes against the mission. Naruto said to Azazel, who mulled over the suggestion Naruto had brought up. Very well, I agree with you that we need at least one member of the team being at least loyal to me. Azazel said, agreeing with the blonde as he stood up and pulled out a few more files with the information of several other fallen angels. Because of our limited numbers we only have a few people we could possibly send out. Normally I would choose you, but given the issue surrounding your existence I need someone else. Azazel explained to Naruto. The two looked over the files of the Grigori members who weren't assigned to anything. Here, Naruto shouted, getting the elder fallen angel's attention. Her name is Kalawarner-chan. I worked with her a few times in the past. While she has her quirks she is still loyal to you, Naruto said, blushing a bit. Azazel couldn't help but smirk a bit when he saw the blonde blush but restrained himself from commenting. I see, Azazel said to himself as he read over her file. Overall she hadn't done anything as bad as the other three had in the past and had more or less followed his rules. Having Naruto vouch for her was also a huge plus for her, since Naruto, while being the youngest fallen angel, was easily one of the most powerful beings in the known world. Very well, I have her added to the team, Azazel said as he sat back in his chair and relaxed. So I heard you had a run-in with a certain stray cat during your stay in Kyoto. Would that be a reason you were so eager to return him? Azazel teased his now bright red student who dashed out of the office. Azazel laughed loudly before opening a drawer and pulling out a small orange book he had found sealed in a strange tattoo on Naruto while he was unconscious. He had to admit that whoever wrote them was a genius of the highest caliber. 3 months later, Naruto sat at a dinner table with Yusaka and her little daughter Kuno. After that day when he learned that he already had become a thing of rumors, he had lived with the two yokai in secret from the outside world. In those 3 months his bond with Yusaka and Kuno had nearly reached that of a real family. He made sure to help Yusaka with any and all problems she was having around the area and always made sure to leave time to play with Kuno. The ramen was amazing, Yusaka-chan, Naruto said, smiling brightly at the yokai who gave him a warm smile in return. Kuno smiled at how the two older supernatural beings interacted with one another before getting off her chair and skipping off to her room. The blonde fallen angel stood up as well and picked up the bowl he had eaten from and brought it over to the sink where another yokai who worked for Yusaka was washing the dishes. Naruto-kun, I have a meeting with a high-ranking devil today, Yusaka said with a hint of sadness entering her voice. Every time she had to meet with a faction who wasn't aware of Naruto, he had to hide away lest he be discovered. The worst part was that sometimes her guests would stay for a few days. I see, Naruto responded in a depressed voice, knowing that he would have to hide for the rest of the day. Sorry for the inconvenience, Yusaka. I know that having me live with you guys is a huge burden, the blonde said as he walked with Yusaka to Kuno's room to inform her. The two knew that if she wasn't informed, then she would without a doubt look for the male blonde, which could lead to his discovery. Naruto-kun, you aren't a burden, Yusaka said to the sage, who smiled in return. He could tell that the kitsune wasn't lying when she said that. The door to Kuno's room was opened by Yusaka, who walked in followed by Naruto closely behind. The young kitsune's room was perfectly clean minus a desk where several drawings littered the table. She's not here, Yusaka hummed to herself before looking over at the desk to see a drawing of her and her daughter standing with Naruto in front of their home. Yusaka blushed a bit at what the picture was implying with the words above them, which read, "My family." The kitsune quickly glanced at Naruto, was waiting for her at the entrance to the room since they hadn't found Kuno. They're here, Naruto said as he sensed two very powerful beings and a smaller yet still as decently strong younger one teleporting near the entrance of the temple. I'm sorry, Yusaka-chan, but you should go greet them. I'll go hide, Naruto said before running off to his hiding location. Yusaka frowned before going off to greet her guest. As she walked, she couldn't help but bring her hand over her heart, which she felt beating at a rapid pace. She didn't know how it had happened, but over the time that Naruto had lived with them, she had become fond of the fallen angel. There had only been one other time when she felt anything near this, and she preferred not to think about it. No, Naruto-kun isn't like him. Hello, Yusaka Dono. The kitsune was snapped out of her thoughts by the words spoken by a young man with shoulder-length crimson-red hair that neared the color of blood and blue-green eyes. The man wore an expensive-looking black suit with a red tie. Next to him was a beautiful woman appearing to be in her early 20s, with silver hair and matching eyes. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, featured a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. She wore a blue and white French-made outfit with long sleeves and a white-made headdress. The last one looked very similar to the red-haired man, only that she was female. She was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her late teens with flawless pale skin, blue-green eyes and a buxom figure. Her most distinctive feature was her long beautiful crimson hair that reaches down to her thighs, with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Her hair also had loose bangs covering her forehead and framed her face. Yusaka couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious in the presence of the two incredibly beautiful women. Sorry for keeping you waiting. How about we talk over a cup of tea? Yusaka said as she led the group inside of the temple which she and her family lived in. A small smile graced her face when she noticed the group following her, looking at the many works of art that decorated her halls. As the group settled down, the woman who she came to know as Graphia, dressed as a maid, decided, or rather insisted, that she make the tea for the group and left them to speak while she did her duties. As she made her way to the kitchen, she noticed a young blonde kitsune running into a door that blended into the wall. Her curiosity got the better of her as she followed after the girl. Before she could enter the hidden room, she heard her king calling for her. The silver-haired devil sighed before returning to her duties. It wasn't her job to question the secrets of someone else's home. For now she would return to her master. She gave one last look back to see Kuno running out of the secret passage with a large smile on her face. Pushing the thoughts about the hidden area of the temple, she rejoined Surzek and Rias, who were still talking to Yusaka. I heard a rumor of a fallen angel with 12 wings being spotted in the area. Surzek stated, getting a surprised look from both his sister and herself. She hadn't been informed of that specific rumor. Rias's eyes widened at the mention of a fallen angel. Yusaka frowned when Surzek said that. She knew what and who he was talking about, but she refused to betray the trust Naruto had given her when he asked her to stay. I'm sorry Lucifer Dono, but I have no idea what you're talking about. While we did have some problems with a few of them who were hiding out in one of the old churches, none of them had the level of power that you are implying. Yusaka lied to the three. The leader of the devil faction closed his eyes and nodded. He knew from the way that the yokai was speaking that he wasn't going to get anything else out of her. I see. He said as he downed another cup of tea, which was promptly refilled by his queen. Well, either way, I thank you for the information and your hospitality, the redhead said, smiling. Yusaka was about to respond before the cries of a young girl reached their ears. Kuno-chan, Yusaka yelled as she ran out of the room, followed by the three devils who followed closely behind. The elder Kitsune nearly ripped the doors leading out outside from its hinges. Floating in the air before them were 5 fallen angels with 4 wings each glaring down at them. Behind them was another one with 6 wings holding Kuno with a small knife made of light near her neck. Let go of her, the priestess yelled, only to get a mad laugh from the angel. How about you tell us where that bastard Uzumaki is? Tell us and maybe I'll let her go, the fallen angel said with a twisted smirk that disgusted Yusaka and the devils. How about you face me yourself, coward? Naruto's voice echoed in the courtyard as he appeared in a swirl of leaves in front of the group of fallen angels. 3 sets of eyes widened when the devils saw the man with 12 black wings sprouting from his back. It was rare for a seraph-level angel to appear like that, but what really shocked them was the massive amount of power he was releasing, and fact that he wasn't a known seraph or Azazel. Graphia glared coldly at Yusaka, who was too preoccupied to take notice. It really annoyed the silver-haired devil that the yokai had lied to her master's face in the middle of a peace talk. In her mind it proved that Yusaka had a greater desire to protect her bonds with the fallen angel than forge one with them. Surzek didn't say anything but rather watched with slight interest. He never really expected the rumor of a new 12-winged fallen angel to be true. The fact that the most probable way of that happening was for one of the seraphs to fall made it extremely unlikely. The only other way, as far as he knew, was for one to climb the ranks until he reached that power, and that would have been noticed far before the rumors began. The only other possibility that came to his mind was a devil piece, but for a fallen angel. Naruto growled at the 5 as he formed a spear in his right hand. I wouldn't do that, the fallen angel holding Kuno said as he hid behind the prone form of the young Kitsune. You wouldn't want to hurt your poor little friend, he said in an insulting tone. Kill him, he ordered his minions, who flew at the blonde. Pathetic, Naruto whispered as he drove his spear into one of their throats. The gruesome sight caused another one to hesitate, giving Naruto the opportunity to slam a Rasengan into his chest. The devils looked on in awe as the fallen angel's attack ripped its way through its target's attack and grind its way into his body. The last 2 looked at one another before trying to escape. They had just seen 2 of their comrades killed as if they were mere flies, and they had no desire to end their lives prematurely. This didn't stop Yusaka from going the small battle with her fox fire, which burned one of them into nothingness while Naruto speared another one through the stomach. Stand down, the 6-winged angel yelled as he held the knife to Kuno's neck. A small cut was made when the blade pressed against her flesh. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw a drop of blood leaking from the girl's throat. One more step and I'll kill her, he yelled as he floated away from the 2 angered blondes. You are the type of person I hate, Naruto said angrily. Another orange spear appeared in his hand. I'll kill you, he said with his voice taking a slight demonic tone as his eyes turned a dark tone of red. The voice sent shivers down Rias's spine as she watched the event. From the looks of things, the fallen angel seemed to be around her age, but at the same time he was far more powerful than her. She quickly thought about how he could help her with a situation she had found herself in. Oh, the 6-winged fallen angel said, grinning. And I guess you're fine with sacrificing this cutie? He asked. Before he could even react, his head was sliced off by Naruto, who had turned his spear into a halberd. Naruto caught Kuno, who was released by the man's grip, and floated down in front of the devils. By that time his eyes had already returned to normal and he now wore a nervous grin. "Hey, stay back, Ria-sama," Graphia yelled as she pushed the red-haired girl behind her. She didn't know what was going on at the moment, but she knew that the situation could quickly turn for the worst if they weren't careful. The fact that a powerful fallen angel was around without them now was bad. The fact that said angel had 12 wings only served to make it worse. "I'm not here to fight you devils," Naruto said before looking down to Kuno, who was crying into his chest. The blonde patted the young kitsune as he tried to comfort her. He felt terrible that she had to go through that because he was living with them. "It's okay, Kuno-chan," he said calmly. The red-haired man smiled at him and walked towards the two blondes. "I'm Searsex Lucifer, one of the 4 Satans." "May I get your name?" he said kindly. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the man before deciding that he held no malicious intent towards him or the girl in his arms. There was no doubt that this was going to spread over the supernatural world now that he had been discovered. Still, in his mind, saving Kuno was worth it. "Naruto Uzumaki," he replied as he set Kuno on the ground. Instead of running to her mother, she opted to hug his leg as if his presence gave her a sense of safety. "I'm sorry that some of my acquaintances interrupted your meeting with Yusaka-chan," he said, bowing his head a bit in shame for what the other fallen angels had done. He barely could refer to most of them as friends, with the only ones he really trusted being the Azazel, Barakwal, and Calawarner. Not to say that they were all bad, but many were terrible. "It's fine," Searsex waved as he smiled back at the 2 female devils he's brought with him to the meeting. "Let me introduce you to my wonderful little sister Rias-tan and my queen and personal maid Graphia," the man said as he motioned to the 2. Graphia bowed slightly, but he could feel her energy building as if she was preparing to attack if it was necessary. The other girls seemed to be studying him. "How about we all take a break?" Yusaka recommended, seeing how tense everyone was after the attack. Both the blonde and red Satan nodded in agreement as Naruto walked off with Kuno at his side while Graphia and Searsex walked back inside with Yusaka, who gave one final look at Naruto and Kuno before following the 2 devils with a smile. Rias just stood outside, deep in thought at what she had just learned. It was hard to wrap her head around the fact that there was another fallen angel with 12 wings that not even her brother knew about. Not to mention that he seemed to be around her age, if not a bit older. While she didn't really like fallen angels in general, she wasn't one to generalize them all as evil. "He didn't look half bad either," she said before going back with Naruto. Naruto was given Kuno a quick look over. He checked her for any injuries. He couldn't help but curse the fallen angels under his breath for forcing him to reveal himself to the devil leader, but at least he seemed to be a good man. Unlike most of the fallen angels, he held no hatred for race since he was born as a human in a world where devils didn't exist. That guy was strong. He's nowhere near as strong as Madara and Kagaya, but stronger than Azazel, that's for sure. Naruto thought to himself as he contemplated his next move. He knew that Azazel wanted to make peace with the devils, unlike most of their faction, and had met with the man several times over their long lifetimes, so attacking them was out of the question, not that he wanted to anyways. That woman was also strong in her own right, but she's leagues below that Searsex guy. That brought his mind to the last of the 3 devils he had met today. To call her beautiful was an insult to her in his mind. He near blushed at the thought of her long red hair. "Damn, I'm turning into my dad," Naruto muttered, causing Kuno to look at him with a cute, confused face. Noticing her gaze, Naruto smiled before patting her on the head. "You all set, Kuno-chan," the reincarnation of Asura said. "Thanks, Ni-chan." Kuno said that the 2 left to rejoin the others. It wasn't long before the 2 entered the room where the devils and Yusaka were waiting for them. "Ka-sama," Kuno yelled as she ran to where her mother was sitting and gave her a hug. "Are you sure you're okay, Kuno-chan?" the elder kitsune asked her daughter, who nodded and sat down next to her. Naruto looked on happily the 2 before he took a seat in the spot Yusaka had set up for him when he returned. "Now, I'm sure you 3 have a lot of questions," Naruto said, holding back a sigh as he was handed a cup of tea, "but Yusaka, I will try to answer what I can, but I will not betray Azazel, just as I don't expect you to betray your kind." He said the last part sternly. I understand Uzumaki saw. The leader of Hell started before he was cut off by Naruto. Just Naruto is fine. I don't it when things are all formal and stuff. The blonde interrupted before drinking his tea. He could feel the annoyance rolling of the maid when interrupted her master as if he didn't care about his title, and frankly he didn't. Searsex was strong that he couldn't deny, but he was not on his level. I also have a few questions for you, but since this is your meeting I will let you go first. Naruto said to the Lucifer. It's rare to find a fallen angel who is as considerate of devils as you, Naruto. Searsex said, grinning. Many fallen angels would have just attacked them without even talking. To meet with one who didn't care if you were a devil was indeed very rare. Naruto matched the Sata's grin. I can imagine. Many of the members of my faction aren't the nicest people. Hell, even I barely trust anyone in it. Naruto said, laughing a bit, which Searsex joined in on. So if I may ask, Naruto, where did you come from? There hasn't been many seraph-level angel created since they were first created them, and I don't remember you during the war. It was extremely unlikely that one of the younger angels had risen up the ranks so quickly when many of those who had fought during the war hadn't achieved that level. Naruto frowned but knew lying could only cause more problems. The man was the leader of an entire race. No doubt he knew many of the strongest in each of the three factions by name. The fact that he looked so young and was never once seen before only made the situation worse for him. Simply put, I was a human who was turned into a fallen angel. Naruto said to Searsex, who looked a bit troubled by the news. The ability to reincarnate a human into their faction was something that so far only the devils had, and it must be a large pill to swallow knowing that someone else has something like it. Don't worry about it, however. Azazel said that he doesn't have the resources to recreate the process that made me into what I am now. Naruto tried to reassure them. I see. Searsex responded. He didn't know if he could completely trust the man in front of him, but he knew Azazel well enough to know that if he trusted the Uzumaki, then he was at least worth his word. Searsex-sama, you should take this matter more seriously. Graphia chastised her king for being so laid back about such a serious development. Several of the fallen angels have attacked us in the past. Even if Azazel can't replicate it, what if another learns how and builds a force strong enough to attack the underworld? She said her king, hoping that he would see how serious the situation was. If that were to happen, then I would eliminate them. Naruto said calmly, getting the attention of the two. Azazel has already said that none of the members of the Grigori are to attack members of the devil or angel or any faction. Any who break this rule are traitors, which is where I come in. Naruto said as he stood up and bowed. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Warden of the Grigori. Naruto said, giving his given title. He had earned it shortly after he first wiped out a group who were planning on invading the home of a family of devils who had settled on Earth. I see, that is why those fallen angels were after you. Rias finally spoke up. The girl smiled at the blonde kindly. I haven't introduced myself, but as you may have heard, I am Rias Grimori. I'm assuming that they were after you because you hunted and killed some of their friends. She concluded, getting a nod from the blonde. Correct, Naruto responded. Many of my kind hold a strong hatred towards me since I am the one who keeps them in line. The blonde said with a heavy sigh at the thought of the other fallen angels. Then why don't you leave them? Rias asked the blonde, who looked at her with a small glare. I mean, if they hate you, then why not just leave? She asked him. Searsex looked over at his sister, knowing where she was going, and he didn't like it. I offer you a place in my peerage as my rook. She offered at the blonde, who looked at her with sweat drop. You want me to abandon my faction just to become your servant? Naruto said slowly before chuckling. Trying to gain a powerful ally by playing to his weakness. I got to say, you're as intelligent as you are beautiful. Naruto said, complimenting her. While he often did think about leaving the Grigori, he didn't want to leave the wild group unchecked, since as genius as Azazel was, he wasn't enough to keep everyone in line. So what do you say? She asked as she held you her rook piece. How about this? Naruto said as he stood up and offered her a friendly smile. You try to land a single hit on me in a spar. If you manage to do that, I will join you. However, if you lose, Naruto paused as he gained a dark look which would fit well on a fallen angel. I'll kill you where you stand, he said menacingly. Rias instantly backed down. While she was confident in her skills, she didn't think that she could take on a seraph. No, she knew she couldn't stand a chance. Graphia's eyes narrowed on the two of them as she started to channel her magic to strike down the blonde should he decided to attack them. Naruto started to chuckle a bit at the mortified face Rias was making at the thought of having to fight him. "Relax, I have no intention of killing you, Red, I was just joking," Naruto said, causing Sirzeck to smile at the blonde's good nature. "However, I will be your friend," the Uzumaki continued with a charismatic grin. "I guess I'll take what I can taken," she said to the blonde, even if she was a bit annoyed at the fact that he had turned down her offer. Sirzeck let out a breath of relief since he knew that even if the blonde had agreed, his dear little sister wouldn't have been able to turn him given how powerful he was. It would have taken all her pieces and then some to reincarnate the fallen angel into a devil, and that would have upset her more than him refusing. "I sense that you are disappointed," Naruto said, surprising them a bit. "I can sense a large amount of negativity coming from you. You are angry and feel a bit hopeless," he said, surprising her even further. He couldn't help but already feel bad for the girl just based on how much darker her emotions got when he refused to join her group. It was almost as if he was been a chance for her to get out of something. "It's personal," she said, scowling a bit at him. Naruto frowned but didn't regret his actions. If anything, he wanted to know more about what was troubling her. He could see that the older redhead had the look of regret on his face when she said that. The leader of the devil faction had also gained a gloomy feel to him compared to his normal personality. "If you need help, just ask," Naruto said with the wave of his hand before another thought entered his head. "Besides, you already agreed to be my friend," Naruto told her as he extended his hand to her. "How about it? I help you and in return you become my friend, you know," he offered her. Rias bit her lower lip as she considered Naruto's offer. While part of her wanted to be weary of the blonde simply because he was a fallen angel and he wasn't part of her group, another part of her wanted to take whatever risk needed to get herself out of her situation. Sirzeck seemed oddly calm at this point as he waited to see what his sister would do. While he wanted to shelter her from danger, she needed to make her own choice, and if they ever ended up negatively then he would step in, but if the blonde was anything like Azazel he was sure everything would end up fine. "I have to break that contract," her mind affirmed as she grasped Naruto's hand. "You got yourself a deal, Naruto Uzumaki," Rias said to the blonde, who nodded and shook her hand. Sirzeck smiled at the friendly faces the two had on as they solidified their deal. Naruto let go of her hand as he leaned back in his chair. "So Rias, tell me what you need me to help you with." Naruto regusted. "Break my marriage contract with Riser Phoenix," she told him. She really didn't want to rely on someone else, but with less than a few months before it would be completed she was running out of options and her peerage wasn't anywhere near strong enough to take on his full group plus him. She was already starting to get desperate. "Then you have my word," Naruto said as he folded his arms. "I'll break your contract with this Riser guy. And I never break my word, that is my way," Naruto said, getting nodded from both the redheads, but the maid's glare never left him. "Hey Yusaka-chan, since my cover has been blown I'm going to check back with Azazel. I'll be back in a few days, okay?" Naruto said as he stood up and vanished in a swirl of leaves. "Sirzeck-sama, should we really be trusting a fallen angel?" Graphia scolded the Lucifer, who put his hands up in defense. "He could be trying to get close to Rias-sama to get to you." "Trust me when I say Naruto-kun can be trusted," Yusaka said, glaring at the maid for accusing her friend of scheming to attack the devil faction. After spending so much time with him, she knew that the only thing Naruto wanted was to bring peace to the world and the factions. Azazel has wanted nothing but peace since the war. If he trusted Naruto to be so close to the yokai leader and her child, then he can be trusted to a degree. Besides, this was Rias-tan's choice, he said, smiling at the redhead, who still seemed unsure of her choice, but in the end as long as she got out of her predicament then she was fine. Naruto appeared outside of Kyoto. "Come out, Kuroka-chan," Naruto said as he saw Kuruka jump down from a tree and land next to him. "Hey there, kitty," Naruto said as he rubbed the top of head, causing her to purr and lean into him. "So where have you been off to? I have barely seen you in the last few months," Naruto asked the cat girl, who smirked and raised her mouth next to his ear. "Secret," she whispered, causing Naruto to almost all over and faceplant. Kuroka giggled a bit at Naruto's expression as she walked with him away from the city. "Sorry Naru-kun, but I can't tell you just yet. Maybe if you give me those babies like I want, then I'll tell you. Nya." She teased him only to get a light slap to the back of the head. "You're so mean Nya," she said, rubbing the back of her head. "I'm not mean, you're just a horny pussy," the Uzumaki teased her. Kuroka had grabbed onto his arm and placed it between her great mounds. Sometimes it was hard for him to contain his fallen angel's side, which had more than a growing amount of lust. "But I have things I have to do at the moment," Naruto said to the woman who hung off his arm. "You're right," she said, licking his cheek with her rough cat-like tongue. "I am a very horny pussy," she teased him back. She really wished she had spent more time with her blonde friend over the last few months since he started hiding in Kyoto. She had been one of the few people who he told, and while she didn't tell anyone, she always kicked herself for not capitalizing on the time when Naruto was isolated from most of the world. Maybe if she had, they may had been a step closer to repopulating her species. "In a few months I'll enter heat," she reminded herself as she walked with the blonde. "Hey Kuroka-chan, your sister is a part of Rias Grimori's peerage, right?" Naruto asked the Nekomata, who raised an eyebrow at the sudden question but nodded anyways to answer his question. "I can sense you're confused," he said, slightly amused. "She was at Yasaka-chan's house with her brother Searzex Lucifer and some gray-haired maid. She seems nice even if she has some baggage," Naruto said. "Oh, she has some baggage, I would say," Kuroka said, not really talking about Rias's problem with her fiancé but rather her body, more specifically her boobs. "Anyways, I've kept an eye on little Sharon-chan and I can't complain," the cat girl said to Naruto, who nodded. From the few times they had talked about her sister, Naruto could tell she felt bad for what she did, but both of them knew it needed to be done. "Don't worry, after I finish this job for Rias I'll see if I can convince her brother to clear your name," Naruto said before they saw someone land in front of them. The young man had dark silver hair and ice blue eyes. He was wearing a dark green V-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. He also wore burgundy jeans with a chain drooping down over them and black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. Out of his back were 8 devil-like wings. "Valley, this is an unexpected surprise," Naruto said, frowning. Naruto and Valley had met for the first time soon after Naruto had recovered enough to have a spar with Azazel. To say that their meeting went bad was an understatement. The blonde barely got a word out before Valley demanded a battle. In short terms, the kid was a battle maniac. No matter how many times he refused, the silver-haired half-devil persisted. His attitude didn't earn him any points in his book either. To a degree he was like a young Sasuke before they had put their differences aside. "Uzumaki," Valley said, narrowing his eyes on the blonde. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had taken Naruto's refusal to battle him as an insult to his battle prowess. Azazel had been more than clear when he said that Naruto had bested him in battle and would be more than capable of beating him. None of that mattered to him. He wanted to have a fight with the 12-winged fallen angel who had bested their mentor even if he died in the battle. "Did Azazel send you?" Naruto asked, only for Valley to charge at him. "The hell?" the blonde yelled as he picked up Kuroka in his arms and jumped out of the way. Valley's fist crashed into the ground, making a decent-sized crater. "Valley, what are you doing?" Naruto demanded as he let his wings out. A powerful barrier formed around the area they were in, dyeing the sky a dark purple. "I came here on my own," Valley said as his body was covered in white dragon-like armor. "I'm not holding back," he yelled as he charged at Naruto, who reacted at the last second by spinning out of the way of the attack and landing on the ground. Kuroka jumped out of his arms as they watched Valley flying over the. "What are you waiting for? Battle me!" Vale yelled at them. Naruto's eyes narrowed on the teen as he created a spear of light in his right hand. "You asked for it, Valley," Naruto yelled as he threw the weapon of light at Valley. The armored teen moved out of the way before going down at him. Azazel said he divided his opponent's power by touching them in his base 4. Naruto thought as he jumped away from Valley. Naruto moved far faster than Valley could see and appeared next to him. His kick nearly shattered the mail over Valley's left arm. The blonde frowned as he felt his power get cut in half by the sacred gear's effects. "I can't keep hitting him with physical attacks," the blonde thought while Valley recovered from the attack. "What power?" Valley grunted as he tried to control the power he had drained from Naruto. Just that half had caused his wings to start releasing the excess energy. It exceeded all expectations he had for his opponent. "I wouldn't lose to you," Valley yelled as he charged at Naruto far faster than before. Naruto flipped back and aimed his mech arm at Valley. Light beam. The Uzumaki yelled as he fired a beam of light at Valley, who used his power to divide the energy in the attack until there was too little power to even be noticed. Naruto growled a bit before vanishing from Valley's sight. The armored teen turned in time to catch Naruto's fist. Divide. Valley thought as he attempted to drain more of Naruto's power, only to find himself unable to. What? Naruto smirked as a compartment on his arm opened, revealing a second mini missile. Valley was blown back by the sudden attack while Naruto corrected himself. That's enough, Valley. Their battle was interrupted by Azazel, who had arrived shortly after the battle had begun. The three inside the barrier looked at the leader of the Grigori, who was scowling at the two combatants. I thought I told you that you were not to fight with Naruto unless both him and I allowed you to spar. He said before his face took a sympathetic look. I don't want either of you to die, he muttered as he landed on the ground. It was then that he noticed Kuroka. Damn, I wouldn't mind doing that, he thought before looking at Valley. Return to the base, he said, grinning madly. I have a new training program to punish you with. Valley paled a bit before releasing the barrier and flying away from the other three with a scowl on his face. Next time I will win, he thought to himself. Naruto could tell that this encounter would only serve to cause more problems between him and Valley. Naruto sighed as he retracted his wings back into his body and leaned against a tree. Even if Valley wasn't as strong as him in his current form, having half his power stolen was still tiring. Good timing, Azazel, I needed to talk. Naruto started before he was cut off by the elder man. No time for that now, Naruto-kun, Azazel said as he moved to face Naruto, who was using his chakra to refill his reserves that had been taken by Valley. It seems that you were right, he said, scowling, handing him a folder. Inside, Naruto found pictures of an average-looking Japanese boy holding hands with a girl he knew far too well. Rainer. Naruto growled as he looked at the picture of the smiling girl. Even if it was just a picture, he could see that she was faking it. Why didn't Calawarner report this earlier? He asked, fearing a bit for the woman. While she was far from innocent, she was far more trustworthy and loyal than Rainer. Rainer likely had her under watch, consider she was the only person we added to the team, Azazel said, frowning. Naruto himself was worried about the blue-haired woman who he had befriended. Flashback. Naruto was walking through one of the Grigori bases. He was taking a short break from training with Azazel to get used to his new powers. Instantly he found himself disgusted by some of the other faction members. Many talked about crimes as if they were nothing but pastimes. The men bragged about how many virginities they took, while the women how many hearts they broke. Many of their bodies were deformed due to sinning, some gaining a slight demonic look. He heard someone mutter, "Looks like the warden is here. You look new around here." Naruto heard a woman say, who was walking towards him. She was a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye, and brown attire consisted of a violet, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving view to her very large breasts and cleavage. Naruto smiled and nodded. So far she had been the first of the fallen angels besides Azazel or Barakwal to greet him. Yeah, this is my first time here. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said, extending his hand towards the woman. He couldn't deny that she was one of the best-looking women he had seen in both his and this world. He remembered that Azazel had told him that female fallen angels tend to gain extremely seductive bodies after they fell. The woman smiled and took his hand. My name is Calawarner. She introduced herself to him as they shook hands. The female fallen angel couldn't help but look over his body and licking her lips a bit. So how did you fall? She asked him, getting the attention of some of the other fallen angels. I don't really know, he said, getting sweat drops from those who believed his lie. Many of the men glared at him for gaining the attention of the Calawarner and the fact that he was getting his reputation of killing or injuring fallen angels who went against Azazel. His empathy sense was going crazy from the negative feeling he was getting from nearly everyone in the room minus the woman in front of him. Sure, she had the same taint that nearly all fallen angels had, but she wasn't radiating darkness like the rest. Well, it was nice you meet you, Calawarner-san, but I think I may have to leave, Naruto said, looking over at the others. The busty fallen angel watched as the blonde walked out of the room. A small point reached her lips when he left. She silently glared at the other before following him out of the building. The sight she was greeted by was a shock to say the least. Before her was the same blonde as before but with 6 sets of wings and 10 other fallen angels bleeding on the ground around him. His gaze turned onto her. She couldn't help but shiver a bit at the cold glare he was giving her before it softened a bit. Azazel was right, he said as he kicked one of the downed fallen angel. Trash, he said. A light blush crept onto her face at the display. Naruto looked at her one last time before sending a small hand wave to her before flying away faster than she could see. As he flew away, Naruto smiled at finally another fallen angel who wasn't so malicious. Flashback end. Naruto, I want you to go and make sure Rainer doesn't do anything stupid in the devil's territory. If you need to. Azazel stopped a bit as let out a sigh. Giving the blonde the kill order was never easy for him. He considered the Grigori as family to an extent, but he needed to protect the peace the factions had for now. Kill her. Naruto nodded and prepared to move only for Kuroka to jump into his arms. You're not getting rid of me yet, Nya, she said to the blonde who nodded, vanished in a burst of speed. Kuroka snuggled into Naruto's chest as he flew through the air with her in his arms. The fallen angel blushed as she felt the 2 soft mounds of flesh pressing against his chest. It didn't help that he could feel her warm breath on his skin. Had he been a lesser man, he may have given into his urges and taken her, but he was a hardened shinobi and one of the most powerful beings in the world according to Azazel. It had been around 3 days since Azazel had told him to go check on Rainer, since he needed time to organize himself for a possible extend trip. Naruto-kun, Kuroka moaned as she rubbed her sleeve his abs through his shirt. I'm bored, Nya, she complained to him. Naruto rolled his eyes as he tried to ignore the beauty in his arms at the moment. They were on their way to Kuo Academy, but Naruto had decided to take his time flying there since they weren't in much of a hurry. Then why don't you fly yourself then? Naruto asked, a bit annoyed since he knew that the Catwoman had wings herself since she had been reincarnated as a devil in the past. He instantly noticed the gloomy aura that filled Kuroka and regretted snapping at her like. Naruto felt bad since he remembered that she had never wanted to become a devil in the first place. I'm sorry, Kuroka, Naruto whispered to her. The black-haired girl smiled softly, but her eyes still held some sadness in them. The two flew in silence for a few minutes before Kuroka finally spoke. Why did you agree to help me populate my species? She asked the blonde who looked down at her with a bit of surprise. Since the day they met, she had been trying to get into his pants to help her species. Do I need a reason? If I fall in love with you, then of course I would want to have kids with you, my little kitty. Naruto said, teasing her a bit. Kuroka blushed at the nickname. Besides, it's not the first time I agreed to something like that, except this time I may go through with it. The blonde added, getting a confused look from the former Nekomata. Not that she really cared about sharing, since that was mostly a human concept. How about after we land we go on a date, Nya? Kuroka suggested to him. She wanted to get him to agree to have sex with her before her heat period started, or else she would have to wait until the next one. Naruto thought about it for a few seconds before he gave her his answer. Sure, why not, but first I have to make sure that Rainer hasn't done anything stupid. He responded. Over the time he had been hiding, Kuroka had declared herself his girlfriend regardless of how many times he had shot down the notion. After all, she was one of the few people he would spend time over the last few months, even if she disappeared for weeks at a time. Though he did feel some tension between her and Yusaka for some reason. He could remember the time she had snuck into his bed some time before the morning. Flashback. It had been a normal morning for him as the kitsune who he was staying with opened the door to his room to wake him up like she always did for him. Or rather, he had thought it had been a normal morning until he felt a wave of dread wash over his room. Yusaka-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked the mother, who glared at the spot next to him. The fallen angel's jaw dropped as he saw Kuroka sleeping next to him completely naked. She was blushing heavily as she spoke a bit in her sleep. Naru-kun, punish this pussy, Nya, she said, earning a blush from not only him but the blonde kitsune as well, due to the dual mean of her words. And neither of them were innocent in any way. Care to explain, Naruto-san? Yusaka said coldly with an odd smile that looked a bit too sweet for his liking. It almost reminded him of how the Mizukage would act when her guard would bring up her age and the fact that she never married despite her growing age. Naruto for once couldn't think of anything to say in return. Kuroka hadn't been there when he had first gone to sleep. Of course Yusaka knew who Kuroka was due to her reputation as one of the most dangerous criminals from the underworld. Keep it quiet nya. Kuroka muttered, annoyed from the talkings. The beauty sat up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes before she looked up at an annoyed Yusaka who was flashed by the younger woman's larger breasts. You are trespassing in my house. Yusaka responded, a bit annoyed that her guest had been sleeping with a woman while under her roof. It was a holy sight for some people, for crying out loud. I just missed my Naruto-kun, Kuroka said, grabbing onto Naruto's arm with a pout. This wasn't the first time she had snuck into his bed, but it was the first time she had done so completely naked and with Yusaka in the room. You can't blame me for wanting to be with my boyfriend, she said to the fox yokai. B boyfriend, Yusaka said in shock before Naruto could respond. I'm not your boyfriend, the blonde male yelled back at her, only for her to kiss him on the cheek. It had only been 2 months since he had started staying with Yusaka and her daughter, and he didn't want to end up homeless due to a misunderstanding. But we went on a date before and you agreed to another one, Kuroka said, smirking at him. Naruto paled a bit as she continued to speak. I think that makes me your girlfriend, doesn't it nya? She said to him, leaving him looking like a fish out of water. I'm afraid you may have misunderstood, stray cat, Yusaka said as she walked towards the bed. Oh, I get it, you have the hots for him nya. Kuroka teased the kitsune, who stopped her advance and took a step back. Naruto stayed silent the entire time, since from experience with Ino and Sakura, interfering would only result in their combined wrath going at him. If it means anything, I'm okay with sharing nya, she told Yusaka with a wide grinning. The nerve, Yusaka yelled out before she stormed out of the room, trying to hide the massive blush that was covering her face. Flashback end. He couldn't help but sweatdrop how that interaction had gone. Yusaka rarely spoke to him for a week after that, but Kuno had managed to convince her to let him explain the situation to her. Things were still rough for a bit with the yokai leader, but eventually they returned to their old relationship. We're almost there, Naruto said as they saw the city coming into view. It always impressed Naruto how big some places were in this world, but at the same time it made him sad how much the world was suffering because of this. It just made his respect for Kuroka and other senjutsu users that much higher. Sure, for someone like him who had conquered his hatred it wasn't much, but to people who still had some darkness in their hearts or hadn't trained properly it was extremely difficult. I can't wait to see Sharon-chan nya, Kuroka said with a wide grin on her face as Naruto landed on one of the many buildings. It only took him seconds to draw in enough nature energy to enter his base sage mode. Kuroka looked at Naruto, who was gazing over the large city with his now toad-like eyes. It always amazed her how proficient the blonde was with the power that very few could use. See anything? She asked the blonde, who nodded. Rainer broke her orders, Naruto said with a small growl. He was watching Rainer walking hand in hand with a teenage boy who seemed to possess a very powerful sacred gear, the boosted gear. Now I see why Azazel took interest in that boy, Naruto thought as he watched the two from afar. He could sense the great power hidden inside of the boy, but at the same time he felt two other powers. Looks like Rias has returned to the city, Naruto added as he felt her energy in the school. So what are we gonna do? Kuroka asked him, poking her head over his shoulder. For now we watch and trust that the devils can control their own territory. If things go wrong then we'll step in, Naruto said, holding back the urge to simply go down and pull Rainer away. He could feel the other fallen angels in the group resting in the abandoned church they had occupied. One, however, was coming straight towards them. Lord Naruto, Calawarner said politely as she landed in front of him. Naruto smiled when the loyal fallen angel spoke to him. She had set herself apart from the other members of their small faction with her dedication to both him and Azazel. It was a quality many lacked, unfortunately. It wasn't uncommon for them to disobey an order and kill humans and other faction members. It's been too long, Kala, Naruto said, hugging her. The woman blushed deeply at his embrace but returned it nonetheless. Naruto let go of her and gave her some space. I'm sorry for not contacting you for so long, but I was preoccupied, the blonde said, earning a smirk from the tall woman. Oh, I can see that, she said, looking over at Kuroka, who was watching on with interest. I see you bagged yourself a sexy cat girl, my lord. I gotta say I'm a bit jealous. she said, looking at Kuroka's chest for a second but took satisfaction in the fact that she was still taller than her. Naruto rolled his eyes at her before growing serious. As much as I want to catch up, I need to know exactly what Rainer has been doing with the boy. Azazel told me a bit, but due to my situation I wasn't able to learn much about him. The blue-eyed teen said to the woman, who nodded and grew serious as well. There was a time for playing and a time for work. This was one of the things she took to heart after she started to work with the blonde. He's a pervert, Calawarner said plainly, causing both Naruto and Kuroka to sweat drop at the notion. A pervert with a weapon that could defeat even the gods. It was almost terrifying what could happen if he ever went insane and used his power for ignoble purposes. However, he has a good heart from what I've seen and treasures his family and friends. Originally he joined Kuo Academy due to the fact that he thought he could obtain a harem due to the lower male-to-female ratio. It hasn't worked as far as we can tell, Calawarner told Naruto, who nodded. The boy sounded a bit like a young Jiraiya, only much weaker at the moment. It is because of this that Rainer was able to manipulate him. Due to his lack in ability to gain a girlfriend, Rainer pretended to be a girl who was attracted to him. She added to her information. So basically the boy wants to fuck a girl so badly he was willing to date a girl he never met before and knew nothing about, yet she somehow knew enough about him to fall for him. Naruto said, a bit annoyed. Why was he doomed to forever be surrounded by pervert? If it wasn't for the fact that he was sure he could beat some of the gods, he would have thought a higher power was laying with him. Other than that, the Grimoire girl's peerage has been watching over him from the shadows. I suspect that she is wait for Rainer to finish him off so that she can reincarnate him into a devil, Calawarner told him. Naruto narrowed his eyes a bit at the notion of waiting for someone to die just to make them a servant for you. It was one of the few problems he had with the devil faction, but he understood their reason for doing so due to the wars they had fought. Truth be told, he had a problem with all three factions including his own. Heaven had too many strict rules. The devils had their peerage system, which supported a form of slavery if the king wasn't just, and his faction was made of sinners for the most part. So Rias is also tangled up in this, Naruto muttered while rubbing his chin, trying to think of a real strategy on how to handle the problem. One thing he would need to do is get approval from the people who were in control of the area. He could just feel the headache coming. Anything else? Naruto asked, not wanting any more surprises. Yes, Calawarner nodded. Rainer has also tricked a former nun from the Catholic Church who was labeled a witch after she healed a devil. She has a powerful healing sacred gear that is able to heal any race. Rainer wants to steal it from her to enhance her power, she told the blonde, who frowned. No doubt that a sacred gear like that would give her a massive advantage, but he couldn't let an innocent girl die. Kuroka, Calawarner, go to the base that Azazel provided for us. I have something that I have to do, Naruto said to the two women, who nodded, showing him that they understood. The blonde's 12 wings sprouted out of his back before he flew towards the school. Occult Research Club. Steam escaped from the shower in the room of Rias, cleaned herself. It was an attempt to relax as she tried to figure out what to do. She had already started planning to get one of the perverted trio into her peerage due to his sacred gear, but she still had some hope that the blonde fallen angel kept his word and dealt with Riser for him. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like a lie. After all, why would a fallen angel want to get involved in devil politics? After all, that was all her marriage was. Who are you? She heard one of her peerage members yell from the main room. She quickly turned the shower off and wrapped herself in pink towel, leaving her cleavage exposed but covering up most of her modesty. Running out of the shower, she saw the same blonde that had plagued her mind for the last few days, holding her knight's sword back with a single finger while crouching on the open window. Naruto looked up and noticed Rias standing there in a towel, a fact that he tried to ignore. Hey Rias-chan, he said cheerfully with a small wave. Rias waved back awkwardly at how he acted so casually while being attacked by a devil. The blonde knight looked back at his king, who signaled him to stop his attack. I got to say, your knight is pretty fast, Naruto commented as he stepped into the room. He had to admit that the place looked pretty nice from the inside. Besides him, there were 3 others in the room. One was of course Rias, who had ran out of the shower. The other was the blonde pretty boy who had attacked him when he appeared. The last was a very short white-haired girl who he instantly recognized as Kuroka's younger sister due to their similar energy. Naruto-san, what are you doing here? The busty redhead asked the blonde who sat down next to the white-haired girl who gave him a blank gaze before going back to her treats. Naruto looked down at the girl who was a bit tense with him near her. He could even see her nose twitching a bit. He didn't doubt that she could smell Kuroka, sent on him. Well, I was sent here by Azazel to take care of Rainer if she overstepped her boundaries. Naruto said to her, the eyes of the two other peerage members who didn't know his affiliation with the Grigori. So it's only right that I ask for permission to move freely within your family's land to prevent any accidental disputes. Naruto stated, getting a nod from the president of the club. Rias didn't need to think about it. She knew that if she said yes, then her plan for recruiting Issei would be ruined by the blonde who would take care of Rainer by the end of the night. I'm sorry, but I have the situation under control. The redhead responded, earning a small glare from the blonde. Rias was a bit scared that he would turn on her for refusing him, but sighed in relief when he backed away. Okay then, but if I see that you're over your head, then I'll step in. Naruto said before looking down at Kaneko, who was staring at him with a cross between a glare and a stoic expression. He had to admit that she looked pretty cute. Can I help you, Neko-chan? Naruto asked, getting a full glare from the girl. You can use senjutsu, she said calmly, but he could hear the traces of hatred in her voice when she said the name of his technique. Naruto frowned on the inside, seeing the bad blood the younger sister had with Kuroka and senjutsu. No doubt she still hated senjutsu for, according to the devils, making her sister a name. Rias turned to Naruto looking for answers from him. She knew who her Rook was talking about, and as the sister of the strongest Satan she felt some right to know. So even when you can't use it, you can sense me? Naruto said, a bit surprised. He knew that Kuroka could, but he attributed it to being because she herself knew senjutsu. Rias looked at him with a bit of suspicion. It was commonly thought that senjutsu was exclusive to yokai and select humans. To know that a powerful fallen angel could use it too was a bit unsettling. She only hoped her deal with him didn't fall apart. Yes, I am a senjutsu user. You shouldn't use it, Kaneko said, glaring at the blonde. The memories of her sister were still fresh in her mind. How she had almost lost her life because of it, and how she had ended up not as Sharon but as Kaneko, as a member of Rias's peerage. Naruto laughed a bit as he drew in nature energy, but instead of a feeling of dread, Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba felt a wave of serenity wash over them. It was as if the world around them was now at peace. Kaneko's eyes widened at the warm feeling. It was like a warm blanket was wrapped around her. Senjutsu is a very powerful ability. It can give you near unimaginable strength once you master it. My brand of senjutsu is far different from anything your sister knows and has many strengths hers lacks. The blonde said before stopped drawing in energy. How do you keep so calm though? Rias asked the fallen angel. Senjutsu, according to what I have read, causes you to become drunk in power due to the malice of the world. This is why Kuroka killed her king. The beautiful redhead said, getting a small smirk from the blonde. Naruto stood up and walked towards the window and looked out at the campus he was currently in. Humans, devils, fallen angels, and even angels. Every single race in this world has left a huge mark on this planet. The constant war and destruction can taint the very energy that nature creates. Naruto said, letting that sink in for the three devils. It was then that he had an idea. Rias-chan, I want to have a quick battle with your peerage. Considering how much time I may have to spend in your area, I think it's best if they at least know a bit about me and to judge how strong you are. Naruto suggested. Rias frowned but gave the idea a thought. She knew that her entire peerage was so much against the blonde in front of her. Her brother had gone into great detail that the fallen angel was more powerful than even himself. Anybody who was stronger than the strongest Satan was something she didn't want to mess with, really. But at the same time he could help her train her friends. One thought that crossed her mind was Naruto possibly teaching her, Rook, Kaneko, how to use senjutsu. I accept on one condition, Rias said, getting the attention of her two peers. Naruto just waited for her answer when he saw her mind starting to work. I will accept if you help train my peerage. The blonde thought about it. He was already seeing how Rias operated. She got what she wanted and to an extent would use underhanded methods to achieve her goals. His mind went to her other deal with him. He had a clear advantage over Riser due to his power over light and his speed. Okay, Naruto said as he stepped back up on the window. Meet me in the forest about 4 miles out of the city, he said before jumping down to the ground and walking away as if nothing had happened. Grigori Base. Valley was on the ground panting heavily. His entire body was covered in bruises caused by none other than Azazel, who stood in front of him with his arms crossed and a stern look on his face. This had been Valley's punishment of attacking Naruto even after he had been ordered not to. Stand up, Valley. You want to fight Naruto but you can't even beat me, Azazel said, trying to drive it into his adopted son's head that he would lose. Valley stood up even when his body tried to force him back down. He couldn't help but glare at the governor of the Grigori. I will beat him, he said as he spat out a glob of blood onto the floor. The entire time the two had been sparring, he wasn't allowed to use his sacred gear even once. Oh, Azazel said with a raised eyebrow. And how will you do that? He is stronger than even me physically and he is faster. He has unlimited stamina and can destroy mountains as he pleases. And before you said the divine dividing, I'll warn you now, Azazel said as his face softened a bit. If you ever use your sacred gear while Naruto is at full power or his eyes are orange, you will die, the fallen angel said. Valley's eyes widened at what he had just heard. He had never thought that he could die from using his sacred gear on someone else. If anything, he always believed that it would make him stronger in the end. How? He asked. Naruto can use a special kind of senjutsu, Azazel admitted to Valley, who remained silent. That alone could bring up concerns for him. The hatred in the energy combined with his sacred gear could accidentally cause him to lose control. However, unlike normal senjutsu, if you can't control it properly, he said, getting up close to Valley, you'll be turned into a toad and then to stone, he said, remembering one of the stories Naruto told him about his world. How one of his enemies tried draining his energy only to be tricked into petrifying himself. What Azazel didn't know, however, was that he had only strengthened Valley's desire to fight against the blonde to prove that he was the strongest between the two. With Naruto, Kuroka, Naruto yelled out as he entered the house he had been given by Azazel. Naruto sighed when he didn't get a response. He assumed that she had gone out and walked towards his room in the house. He had to admit Azazel had outdone himself with the house. It was more of a mansion than a house. It was styled in an Elizabethan style with dark blue furniture and oak floors. I see you've arrived. Naruto heard a feminine yet cold and emotionless voice. Naruto turned his head to see a young girl with gray eyes and long black hair that reached her hips. She was wearing a black and purple gothic lotta dress. Your existence interests me. I want you to join my group to help me rid my home of a pest. In return, I will grant you whatever you desire, the girl said to the blonde rather bluntly. Please get out of my house. Naruto deadpanned, knowing exactly who this girl was. Azazel had given him a run-through of all the most powerful beings in the world. Going by his description, he recognized her as none other than the infinite dragon Ophis. He had gotten from one of the fallen angels that had deserted them for the so-called Chaos Brigade that she was also the leader of that group. I refuse to leave until you join me, she persisted, causing Naruto to sigh. He should have known that sooner or later he would draw in the attention of the so-called strongest existence. The only thing he feared more would be what would happen when he would have to confront heaven. I am not betraying Azazel, Naruto said firmly as he summoned a spear of light in his right hand. Ophis narrowed her eyes a bit on Naruto, who had already prepared himself for an incoming attack. He already knew that if he had to fight against this dragon, he couldn't afford to hold back, unlike he did with Azazel. He could already feel the power she was holding back inside her small body. It easily rivaled Kagaya in size but not in potency. You are a brave idiot, Ophis said, sounding honest. Naruto nearly sweat dropped but couldn't really deny it. Only a handful of beings would openly threaten the dragon god, but at least he knew. I repeat my offer. Join me and I'll give you whatever you desire, she said to the blonde. Take me back home, Naruto said to her. I'll join you if you can prove to me that you can send me back to my world after I help you. That is the only thing that I want, Naruto told the Ouroboros dragon, who looked down for a second. That is beyond my power, Ophis said with a small frown on her face. While she had an almost inconceivable amount of power and abilities at her disposal, the kind of thing the blonde fallen angel was asking for was something which she couldn't do, or at least didn't know if she could. Naruto laughed a bit at his small victory. Regardless, you will join me on my quest to rid my home of a pest that is disturbing my silence. She pressed. If you can call whatever you need to get rid of a pest, then it must not be that powerful compared to you. I doubt you would need my power to face your pest, with all the people you already have. Naruto said with a bite in his tone. The amount of Grigori members he had to track down and often terminate was a bit overwhelming at times. It was one of the chief reasons why their faction was rapidly shrinking now, along with conflict with other factions. They betrayed their group for her in search of the rewards she promised them. Ophis stayed silent for a second before she giving her response. A battle between me and the intruder would last too long, which is why I need a force behind me to ensure his defeat. The dragon god said coldly. Naruto thought about it for a bit and came to the conclusion that she had a point. It was almost like Asura and Indra's battle back in his world. Both died in their battle due to how even they were power-wise. Either way, it's not my problem, Naruto said, sounding irritated by the fact that the god refused to leave him alone. I have enough to deal with as it is. I don't need your problems on my shoulders as well, Naruto told her with a glare. Ophis looked at the door slightly before locking eyes with Naruto. You interest me. I must attend to other matters for now. I will observe you on a later date, Ophis said to him before standing up from her spot and walking out the door. Naruto just watched her leave and sensed her energy vanish. Well, that happened, Naruto said before Kuroka bursted through the door looking very worried but seemed to calm down when she saw him. What's wrong, Kuroka? Naruto asked, despite the fact that she had calmed down. To see her this frazzled wasn't a common thing for him. It's nothing, she said, dismissing his concern for her. Naruto just nodded, not wanting to get himself into another problem after just dealing with the dragon god. Heaven! Gabriel, an angel with long blonde hair and 12 golden wings, yelled out. He had green eyes and a golden halo over his head. I have a task for you. What to buy? Naruto must, as he looked over the options he had at a sweets shop. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Rainer and Issei talking and seemingly having a good time with one another. Originally he was spying on them, but after a while hours had passed and his hunger had grown. Luckily they had decided to come to this shop, giving him the chance to buy something under the cover as a customer. He had decided to transform himself into the image of his best friend Sasuke Uchiha from his home dimension while follow Rainer. This was because he was sure that the female fallen angel would recognize him straight away given his renown in the Grigori. Can I take your order? One of the waitresses asked him. Her face was glowing red from her blush. She was wearing a frilly pink and white maid outfit that was cut rather short, barely hiding her panties. He couldn't understand how this world worked. I will never understand the appeal of these places, Naruto thought to himself as he tried to find something that he would like to eat. Nearly everything on the menu was overly sugary or were more couple-oriented. Do you mind if I look over the menu a bit more? Naruto asked the waitress, who nodded before leaving to tend to another table. The blonde looked over to see Rainer feeding a spoon of chocolate into her boyfriend's mouth. It must be killing her to do that, Naruto thought with a mental chuckle. What are you doing here? Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the familiar voice of Kaneko. The blonde looked back to see Kaneko standing behind him with an emotionless expression. Unlike before, she wasn't wearing a school outfit but rather a plain white casual dress. It was hard to think that she really was Kuroka's sister given the differences. You know, just wanted some pastries, the blonde lied to the Nekomata as he looked through the menu. Kaneko narrowed her eyes on the blonde as she took a seat next to him, much to his interest. She obviously wasn't really the most social of people, so he assumed Kaneko would have walked away after getting his answer. You were looking after the fallen angel, aren't you? I thought Rias told you not to act, she stated as she ordered a slice of cake from the menu. Naruto smirked a bit at how observant the girl was and ordered the same thing as Kaneko. The two looked over to see the female fallen angel and the sacred gear holder laughing. And I plan to honor what I said. However, I have to make sure that my subordinate doesn't do anything dumb while your leader isn't watching, Naruto said with very little concern. He knew that if he wanted to he could do as he pleased in the area until Sirzex took notice, but that wouldn't be good for the somewhat peace that they three Christian factions had with one another. The doorbell rang as Issei and Rainer left the store just as their orders arrived. Do you intend to go through with what you said about training us? The white-haired teen asked Naruto, who laughed a bit, earning a small frown from the Nekomata. I never go back on my word, Neko-chan, Naruto said as he stood up and placed enough money on the table for the 2 orders. Kaneko raised an eyebrow at the nickname the older teen had given her. Well, time for me to continue my work. Feel free to enjoy my slice as well, my treat, the blonde said before walking towards the door with the intent of follow the couple. Oh, and don't forget your peerage is supposed to have their spar with me tonight, Naruto said as he exited the building. 2 hours later, Naruto yawned as he watched Issei walk into his house safe and sound. It had been a rather annoying job so far keeping track of the boy. He had spent most of his time today trailing him and Rainer, and so far she had done absolutely nothing. His head snapped up as he felt a powerful being flying overhead. An angel? Naruto questioned as he got a better read on the angel's power. She was clearly very powerful and matched or even surpassed Azazel's level. On top of that, he could sense just how pure of a being she was just from the moment when she flew over him. He wasn't even able to get a glimpse of her before she left his field of vision. Things just keep getting more complicated. Naruto sighed as his head dropped. That was the Seraph Gabriel, Naruto heard behind him. Ah, Searzex, here to watch how your sister does against me. Naruto looked back as he saw the devil faction leader appear behind him from his family seal. The 2 powerful beings shook hands before looking out at the house where Issei lived. It seems like your sister has taken an interest in that boy. No doubt for his sacred gear, Naruto said to the devil, who nodded with a smile on his face. Yeah, Rias-tan is growing up so fast, he gushed a bit, earning a creeped out look from Naruto. What are you planning to do, Naruto? Rias-tan already asked you to stay out of the situation, the devil asked the fallen angel, who nodded a bit. He knew very well that his sister could never command the blonde to follow her orders due to the vast difference in power. He only hoped that Naruto helped his dear sister fix her problem. Yeah, she did, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Anyways, I doubt you showed up here for just a small fight like this. So what's up, Searzex? Naruto asked casually. As tough of a fight as the devil could give him, considering what he heard for the Grigori leaders he had faced worse. The Phoenix has requested a meeting between you, me, my father and their patriarch to talk about your challenge toward Riser, Searzex said to the blonde, who was listening to every word the devil was saying. Azazel had taken the idea of him helping the Grimoire heiress like a fish to water. It was a win for everyone involved that wasn't a Phoenix. While the governor had listed many political benefits they could gain, he was sure it mainly had something to do with the girl's figure. Naruto's shoulders slumped at the mention of a meeting with so many devil nobles. The fallen angel just nodded before pulling out a cell phone from his pocket. Give me a second, Naruto said before making a call. After a few seconds, some picked up on the other side. Calawarner, I need you to watch over the city for a few days. I have some business to deal with in the underworld, Naruto said in a slightly depressed tone. The female fallen angel simply agreed to her order without any complication. This is going to be a long day, Searzex said, sounding equally as depressed as Naruto about having to go to a political meeting, but he feared Graphia's wrath far more. In the end, it was all for the benefit of his dear sister. He still wasn't sure of the blonde's motives in this whole thing, but he seemed genuine enough that his sister had revealed to him her problem. Tell me about it, Naruto said as both supernatural beings flew up into the air. It seemed like the angel had left the area or had gotten distracted by something. So Searzex, where is this meeting? I'm assuming the underworld, Naruto asked the super devil, who laughed a bit, earning a questioning look from the former shinobi. No, we rented out a sushi bar in Tokyo for the meeting. My father thought it would be for the best given how some devils still see fallen angels, Searzex stated. Naruto nodded as he understood the hidden meaning. He was an unknown, a powerful being that appeared out of nowhere and joined a faction that at one point was their enemy. This was probably the reason why heaven had sent one of its strongest to investigate him. So what should we do about Gabriel? I have a feeling I'm what she's looking for here, Naruto said. I'm sure she can wait, Searzex responded with a lazy wave. With Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels had found himself in an old abandoned castle. Its stone walls looked withered from time and had plant life growing in the gaps. The area looked as it hadn't been inhabited in centuries, and it hadn't. Azazel walked towards the entrance of the castle and simply floating over the large moat. On each side of the door were Catholic banners in tatters. The 12-winged fallen angel broke the door down as it had rusted shut due to the decades of disuse. The inside was no better than the outside. Time had reduced what had at one point been a great fortress to shambles. Now where are you? Azazel must as he walked into the halls of the castle. Whatever he was looking for was very well hidden as he easily got frustrated with the area. As he explored the castle until he came across a dead end. Instead of getting annoyed, however, Azazel only smirked as he reared his arm back before demolishing the wall before him. Just as he thought, the broken wall revealed a long staircase leading far lower into the castle. To think they went to such lengths to hide this place, the perverted angel said, walking down the steps. The staircase had led him into a single massive room full of gold and other precious items. Had he been human, he would be going crazy from the sheer amount of wealth he had discovered. But that wasn't what he was after. His eyes landed on a giant golden sarcophagus that laid in the back. "There you are," the fallen angel said, grinning as he walked past the piles of goods into the tomb. "Sorry, Charles, but you have something I want," he said before pushing off the lid of the coffin. Inside laid the still undecayed body of the former Holy Roman Emperor, Charlemagne. The elderly dead body was dressed in elegant robes that went well with his title, but what Azazel really wanted was what was in his hands. A sword. "I wonder if Naruto is going to like his new toy," Azazel said as he grabbed sword and ripped it out of the corpus grip. Instantly the body seemed to crumble away as it lost possession of the blade. "Joys," Azazel said with a small laugh at his accomplishment. The sword looked European in nature and had a long 5-foot silver blade without any imperfections that reflected the smallest amount of light, making it seem like it was glow. The guard was cross-shaped and made of pure gold with a matching grip and pommel. "They really went all out making this, didn't they?" Azazel said before picking up the sheath that laid next to the now decayed body. The fallen angel's eyes widened, however, when he heard the sound of stone cracking. "Oh fuck my life," he said as the entire castle started to collapse on top of him. With Kuroka huffed as she threw herself onto her bed. She couldn't feel Naruto energy anywhere and had been left completely alone for the entire day. She couldn't even play with the little devils in the area since she was still considered a criminal by them and would be arrested or worse if news of her location made it back to the underworld. Her object of affection had been busy all day, then just up and left with the Lucifer Satan to who knows where. Kuroka, the Nekomata eyes snapped open when she heard none other than the voice of Ophis beside her. The yokai looked over to see the loli sitting in a chair quietly looking at her. "I was looking for Naruto," the dragon god said to Kuroka, who sighed. "Sorry Ophis-sama, but Naruto is away at the moment." Kuroka sighed. "I see. I have a mission for you, Kuroka. I want you to get close to Naruto and convince him to join us," Ophis said. Kuroka looked like she was insane for a second. "He will be a great help toward restoring my silence," the shape-shifting dragon told the cat woman. "I'm already trying to get close to him so he can help me rebuild my race, but I don't think he will join the Chaos Brigade so easily. He's already creating ties with the devils and is one of the main members of the Grigori," Kuroka said, but earned only the same blank look Ophis constantly had on. "I will try to convince him as well," Ophis said. It almost frightened her to think what would happen if Great Red and Naruto teamed up against her. While she had many powerful beings in her group, Naruto far surpassed nearly all of them. Add that to Great Red and even the strongest existence could be overwhelmed. She couldn't risk making him an enemy. All right, I'll try to convince him to join us, but I will do it on my terms," she said. She didn't want to use the option of her affection for Ophis's own goals. Of course, having him on the same side of her would make their relationship much easier. But first she wanted to establish one, a real one to be precise. Ophis just nodded and left the house as if it were her own. With Naruto and Circex, the two super beings walked down the streets of Tokyo towards their destination. Both had accepted that the other was indeed capable of killing the other despite Naruto's lead without use of Rakuto mode in Naruto's case. The power duo was gather a rather large amount of attention from the young female populations of the city. "This is awkward," Naruto said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Circex laughed at the younger of the two. Being alive for years he had gotten over the stares he would get from the woman he encountered. I gets better over time, Sirzex said to the blonde who nodded. I wonder how God would react if he found out about how humans react around the very beings he hated. Naruto stated to the super devil who nearly didn't hold back his laughter. Naruto had been one of the few people Azazel had informed of the death of God. Due to him not originally being from this dimension, it barely had an impact on him given that he had no connection to the deity. Anyways, you seem rather supportive of me breaking this deal your parents made with the Phoenix. Shouldn't you be thinking what's best for the devils as a species, not just your sister? Naruto questioned Sirzex. The devil had created an illusion around them to avoid being heard. The redhead smiled a bit, but it seemed a bit different from before. I know I'm supposed to be a leader to the devils, and by supporting my sister like this I'm preventing something that would go a long way in helping out my race. Sirzex said to the blonde who listened to every word the man was saying. After all, he himself wasn't just helping for the hell of it. He couldn't just stand around after feeling the negative emotions coming of Avrius during their meeting. I guess I must have a hero complex. A black-winged hero, Naruto mused to himself before he saw Sirzex stop in front of a large building with a giant neon sign that honestly made Naruto blush. The sign had the words Devil's Delight with the image to two extremely busty naked devils on either end winking with only a bit of steam covering the nipples and lower area. What the hell? Naruto asked before he was dragged by the super devil. The inside wasn't much better than the outside. The entire place seemed to be a cross between a strip club and a restaurant. The majority of the occupants of the building were men ranging from his age to middle-aged, being served by devils barely wearing anything. He could feel quite a few fallen angels among the crowd. Sirzex-sama. Several of the devils flocked to them before they caught sight of Naruto behind the devil and froze. He assumed that he had made quite the reputation among the devil population. If devils reacted this way, he could only image the angel's reaction. I come in peace, Naruto said awkwardly as he raised his hands in front of him. Sirzex nodded to his claim as the devil woman nodded and went back to work, leaving them. We are having a diplomatic meeting at a strip club, Naruto asked. At this point he had decided to stop questioning the actions of devils and just roll with it. Jiraiya would have a field day in this world. The blonde thought as Graphia came out of a door leading to a back room with a noticeable frown on her face. Sirzex-sama, Graphia said politely to her, King, before she looked at Naruto with a small scowl. Naruto-san, the woman said coldly. Please follow me, Graphia said as she led the two back through the door she came out of into a large room. In the room sat two blondes and one redhead. One was clearly older than the other one, who he assumed to be Riser Phoenix. He almost let out a laugh due to how far Naruto outpowered the poor devil, but the younger one looked rather calm about having to face him. Hell, he looked like he thought he stood a chance. The redhead looked like a middle-aged looking man with long crimson red hair that is tied as a loose ponytail with a black hairband. He had bright blue eyes just like his two children, Sirzex and Rias Grimori. He also had a short red beard. The two blondes he assumed to be the Phoenix looked similar to one another. Riser was a tall and handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue outfit consisted of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt with the first button undone, giving a slight view to his chest. You must be Naruto, Sirzex's father said as he stood up from his seat and walked over to the blonde, offering his hand. Naruto smiled and shook the man's hand. Naruto had to admit that it was rather shocking to see just how young the man looked despite being several hundred years old. The two nodded to one another before the three standing men sat down at the table while Graphia to prepare something for them. Now that everyone is here, let's get to the meeting, Lord Grimori said. Why are we even making deals with Fallen Angel anyways? Riser started glaring at Naruto, who looked unaffected. The attention was turned toward Riser, who was prepared to continue. This is a matter of the devil race, it has nothing to do with people like him, the blonde man said to the table while pointing at Naruto. He has a point, Sirzex, the eldest redhead said to the Satan, who visually frowned that his father had given Riser a point towards his argument. Despite the challenge, Rias is a devil and the marriage was created for the benefit of our race. Why should a fallen angel have a say in devil affairs? Lord Grimoire questioned his son. As much as he wanted the marriage contract to be broken, he couldn't help but agree that Naruto had nothing to justify them agreeing to the challenge. Sirzek paled a bit as he tried to think of something, but luckily something came to mind. While it's true that a fallen angel normally has no say in the business of devils, Naruto here isn't a normal fallen angel. He is a highly influential member of the Grigori and is just as powerful, if not more so, than myself. Sirzek admitted, shocking the three men just as Graphia walked in with several plates full of sushi. Are you saying that the rumors about this man are true? Lord Phoenix asked, shocked. He had heard a few rumors around the other lords following a meeting between Sirzek and the yokai leader, but he had written them of as a made-up story. Sirzek nodded his response as everyone looked towards Naruto. Still, by letting him challenge Riser for my right to marry Rias, we risk losing a chance to advance the devil race back to its prime. Lord Grimoire said. The possible combination of Rias's power of destruction and the Phoenix's immortality and fire control could give birth to a new generation of super devils. Rias's father said, frowning. He truly hated himself for saying that. It went against everything that he had wanted for his. He had known how Riser would have ended up, he would never have agreed to the marriage. That may be true, Sirzek said to his father before looking at Naruto with a wide smirk. But I suggest a marriage between Naruto and Rias, Sirzek said as he pointed at Naruto. What? Everyone else in the room yelled, including Naruto, who wasn't expecting Sirzek to say something like that. Jaws dropped at the suggestion of the union between Naruto and Rias. Not even Graphia could believe what her king had just said. Sirzek, that would only create a new problem. Naruto yelled at the Satan, earning nods from the others at the table. The entire point of me being here is to break the marriage contract. If you just move it towards me, it will only lead Rias to resent me, Naruto said to the super devil. But you have a positive relationship with Rias, unlike Riser, who Rias despises. My apologies, Lord Phoenix, Sirzek said to the table. Lord Phoenix waved off the insult to his son but took what the redhead said into considerations. In other words, but linking Naruto and Rias through marriage, we can create a bond between the fallen angels and the devils, since Naruto is one of Azazel's closest friends and Rias is the sister of a Satan. It will be able to help smooth out land dispute and other problems between our factions. Sirzek finished. Lord Grimoire and Phoenix looked at one another before they started to think. Sirzek did bring up a good point this time. They have had trouble with fallen angels since the faction was first created. Having a path towards smoothing out their issues would save lives on both sides of the factions. The issue of creating more powerful devils would also be resolved by, since the blonde besides Sirzek was apparently as powerful as their strongest Satan. Lord Grimoire smiled how his son was able to bring out a solution to their problem. Making Naruto's intervention a political move by marrying him to Rias to create a direct connection between factions made Naruto's challenge valid. Naruto frowned, since this wasn't what he was thinking, but he would try to smooth things out with Rias afterwards. Lord Phoenix just nodded while Riser looked furious. Now about the terms of the challenge, Lord Phoenix said as he leaned forwards with his fingers interlocked. Riser glared at his father for agreeing to let Naruto challenge him for his right to marry Rias. Obviously Naruto here has an advantage in terms of power given how many wings he has. I suggest that it'll be 1 versus 16 with Naruto fighting alone. Whole Riser brings his entire peerage to make up for the power difference. Lord Phoenix suggested, getting nods from the others in the room. I want to add a few things, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. Firstly, I want to give the two of us a month to get ready for the battle. This will give Riser time to prepare for the battle. Secondly, I will retrain myself from using light magic and will stick to my secondary source of power, Naruto said, shocking the three eldest of the group of 5. Are you sure, Naruto? Sirzek asked the blonde. The Satan knew about the Phoenix clan's ability to regenerate, and light was one of the few things that could easily put them down. It was by far one of Naruto's biggest advantages in the battle, and to willingly give it up could be a bad move. I'm sure. Light is very dangerous to devils, and while I intend to wing, I don't want to kill everyone I fight, Naruto said, closing his eyes as he leaned back. After all, that would only make the Phoenix clan resent me, he added. Thank you, Lord Phoenix said to Naruto. It was rare for someone to give a second thought about possibly permanently killing. He knew that with a well-placed spear of light the blonde could kill his son in an instant. You think I need your handicaps? Riser yelled out enraged that the younger blonde thought that he needed to hold back in order for the challenge to be fair. It was a blow to his pride that someone with his power was so easily looked down on by a mere fallen angel. Riser, his father yelled out before looking at Naruto. Then it's set. In 1 month from today we will meet in the underworld for a battle between you and my son's peerage for the hand of Rias Grimori. Lord Phoenix said before bowing and leaving with his still angry son. How do you think Rias will react? Lord Grimori asked his son, who laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. They were both a bit scared of how the female Grimori would react when she found out that instead of having her marriage contract broken it was just moved to someone else. Naruto had a similar reaction to Circex but was a bit paler since he knew he was going to be the one to break the news to Rias. Anyways, let's just enjoy the sushi for now. They left without even eating a piece. Circex said, getting a glare from his queen, but she didn't act on it. She had been strangely silent the entire time during the meeting, with the air around her growing colder and gloomier. The other two nodded and began to eat the food. Naruto looked over at Graphia to notice that she wasn't joining them but rather watching with an emotionless mask over her face. Hey Graphia, Naruto called out, getting her to turn her cold stare towards him. Why are you just standing there? Just join us, Naruto asked, earning a raised eyebrow from Lord Grimori, who chuckled a bit before going back to the food. The food here was prepared for your Circex and his guests. As the maid of the Grimori household I will not eat, Graphia said, earning a questioning look from Naruto, who smirked as he looked over at Circex, who stopped in the middle of eating a piece. Just let it go, Naruto, she wouldn't budge, Lord Grimori said after he swallowed. Naruto sighed before looking over at Circex. Hey Circex, is there anything to drink? He never got to finish his question as Graphia placed a bottle of sake beside in front of him. Naruto looked up at the woman who was glaring at him. Naruto laughed nervously as he picked up the bottle and noticed that it had a chill to the touch. The blonde poured himself a small cup and offered it to the elder redhead, who accepted it, then on to Circex before pouring himself a cup. While we're here, there was a favor I wanted to ask from you, Circex, Naruto said as he downed the drink. The Lucifer looked over at Naruto with a small smile. Ask away, the Red Satan said. He was in a good mood now. His sister was finally almost free of her contract with Riser, and now with someone who would cancel it if she didn't want to marry her, and if he did go through with it would help bridge the two factions. I want you to remove the criminal status of the SS-ranked stray devil Kuroka, Naruto said, causing the three devils in the room to narrow their eyes on the blonde. The tension in the room went from 0 to 100 in an instant, and it really wasn't hard to imagine why. Naruto, you're talking about pardoning someone who broke one of the most important rules of the devil world. Someone who defied her master and took his life in cold blood under the influence of senjutsu. While I know that you yourself are a master of the art, from what Rias told me, it doesn't excuse her for what she did, Circex said to the blonde, who nodded. He agreed that if she had truly lost control and killed her master, then it was an unjustified murder, but unlike the devils, Kuroka had told him the truth of what had happened. A wide smirk made its way onto Naruto's face. Look underneath the underneath, he said, confusing but Graphia and Cirzex's father quickly figured out what Naruto was trying to say. They were missing something. Kuroka was never drunk with power, Naruto said, looking Circex in the eyes. She killed her master because he was going to go after her sister despite what he promised her. She rebelled against him to protect the very girl who is now part of your sister's peerage, the blonde said, getting slightly surprised looks from the devils. I can't make any promises, Naruto, but I'll see about starting an investigation, the younger of the two redheads said, getting a smile from the blonde, who nodded. So tell me, Naruto, how many women have you bedded? Rias's father asked, causing the blonde to choke on the piece of sushi he was eating. Naruto looked at him like he was insane before holding up the number 0 with his fingers. Virgin Don't worry, I'm sure you'll lose it one day at least. After all, I do want to have grandkids, that is, he said, obviously getting a bit drunk as he drank a few more cups. Devils, Naruto said, chuckling. So who is going to take Rias's wrath? Lord Grimori asked the two younger men as they flew back from Tokyo. Their meeting had been a success in the eyes of Circex, but Naruto still looked a bit troubled by the end result. He never expected that he would end up on the other side of the contract. It was currently night time in Japan and they had just left the city after Lord Grimori had offered them a tour. Sears X. Naruto responded cold, earning a betrayed look from the super devil. Hey, it was your idea, Naruto added when he saw the look on Sears X's face. He was not going to take the heat for the situation he was in now because Sears X had gone behind his back to set up a way for him to take the place of Riser. This is only for show for now anyways. A way to get the other devil clans to get behind breaking a contract of this level. If you had been anyone else, this would be blasphemy unless Rias had broken it herself through combat. Something I doubt she could do unless her peerage gain a massive boost in power, which in the amount of time she had would be impossible. The leader of the Grimori clan said. Naruto nodded, knowing that for now this deal was to keep Rias free of marriage contracts until they could fully work around it. Of course, if the two of you end up together I wouldn't have any complaints. He added, much to the blonde's dismay. Anyways, I should probably report this to Azazel and some of the other big brass in the Grigori. But first we should tell Rias about this, Naruto said to the two redheads. I agreed to have a small battle with he peerage to see how she is strength-wise, no doubt to see if she had a chance against Riser. Naruto stated. You would win easily, Sears X said, deadpanning. As obsessed as he was with his sister and her well-being, he couldn't deny the fact that Naruto could beat his sister without breaking a sweat. It almost made him laugh remembering how Rias had asked the blonde to join her group when they first met. Anyways, the two of us will need to talk about this with the other Satan in the event that you do win. Indeed, despite the truce between the two factions, many within both groups still hold a large amount of hatred for each other. Many houses will oppose this and may try something, Lord Grimori said to the two who listened to the older man speak. On top of that, Rias will likely oppose this since she will still be locked into a contract. Should you win against Riser, Rias may try to challenge your right to marriage. Things will work out in the end, Sir Zek said. The redhead sounded confident in his plan, and as idiotic as the man was at times, he had proved to at least have the best intentions at heart. The two Grimoris looked over at Naruto when his phone started to ring in his pocket. Pulling the phone out, he saw it was from Kalawarner. Hey Kala, what's up? The blonde asked the female fallen angel over the phone. We have a problem, Naruto heard Kalawarner say. The two devils looked over a bit concerned when Naruto's face tensed up. Rainer made her move while you were gone. Issei was killed and reincarnated by Rias Grimori into her pawn. He must be worth quite a lot considering she used up all her pawn pieces on him. Sorry I couldn't do much to stop her. Some of the others in the group are growing weary of me and kept me back at the base, the fallen angel said to her superior, who noticeably frowned at the news he had been given. I see, Naruto said slowly. He was a bit annoyed that he had failed his mission to keep the pervert safe, but was a bit happy to hear that Rias had managed to revive the guy. No doubt that she would try and use him if he failed to cancel the contract with Riser. Anything else? Naruto asked. A banished nun has been called in by Rainer. Due to her situation, she has no home and no one helping her since she was labeled as a witch. At the moment, her only source of security is Rainer and her group. However, Rainer only wants to steal her sacred gear so that she may use it herself. On top of that, Freed is here as well. Kalawarner responded, earning a nod from the blonde man. The two exchanged a goodbye before Naruto hung up. Naruto turned to the father and son, sighing. It seems like I'm needed back at Kuo as soon as possible. Rainer has made her move and I fear that things will only get worse if I don't oversee the events, Naruto said, earning knowing looks from the two devils. I understand, though I'm sure my Rias Tan can handle a few fallen angels with her peerage, Sears X said to the blonde, who, while a bit bothered by how casually the devil waved off the threat of his faction, knew that Rias would have easily beaten Rainer with her entire peerage attacked. What worried him, however, was that she may try and use this as a test for Issei. We're here, Naruto said as he and the neared the city. The three supernatural beings flew down to where Naruto had sensed Rias's presence inside an ordinary-looking house. The three walked towards the door to the house he knew belonged to Issei. They're here, Issei's house, Naruto said as he knocked on the door. After a few moments, an average-looking human woman with brown eyes and brown hair answered the door. Hello, how may I help you three? She asked, blushing a bit at the sight of the three. We need to speak with your son, Lord Grimori said, using his power as a devil in influence her mind so that she didn't try and deny them entree. As the three walked into the house, the three greeted the man they assumed to be Issei's father. "Let's see what my daughter is up to," Searsex's father said as they three arrived at the bedroom door only to hear a crash and scream. "Oh pie, I guess the pervert just woke up and saw Rias naked. How about we play a little prank on him?" The oldest of the three said with a bit of amusement in his voice, earning a questioning look from Naruto. The devil looked down at the blonde before realizing how strange his statement must have sounded. Rias prefers to sleep nude, so it's very possible that she choose to use that to her advantage in getting the boy on her side. "Okay," Naruto said, deadpanning before he opened the door, surprising the two teens inside the room. Issei raced to cover his privates when he saw the three walk into the room. A bit of blood dribbled out of Naruto's nose as his mind took in Rias' naked form in all its glory. He took in her every detail, from her long red hair to her nearly supernatural curves. "Beautiful," muttered, earning a nudge on his side from the oldest of the three men, who gave him a sly smile. Naruto turned away blushing. "Well Rias, I see you've been busy," her father said. Once her mind finally managed to register what was going on, she quickly hid behind the covers of Issei's bed, feeling a bit embarrassed being caught by not just her father but her brother and one of the leaders of the fallen angels. Her embarrassment only grew when her father walked over to Issei was had hastily put on his underwear. "Well now," Lord Grimori said as he neared the trembling pervert. "Do you know who I am?" he asked, grinning like a devil. "No," Issei said meekly as he cowered a bit under the head's killing intent. "I'm her father," he said menacingly. Naruto nearly died laughing when Issei's skin turned pure white as his color drained from him. The redhead let the feeling linger for a few minutes before he laughed and walked away from the pervert. "Chu-sama, Ni-sama, Naruto-kun, what are you three doing here?" she yelled at the three, who looked at one another. "Well, we got good news and bad news for you, Rias. We'll explain more at the Occult Research Club. For now, get dressed," Naruto said to Rias, who nodded. The blonde then turned to Issei, who was trying to get away from the three. The brown-haired teen frozen when he locked eyes with the smirking blonde. "You're coming with us, boy," Naruto said, earning rapid nods from Issei. After the two had gotten dressed, they bid farewell to the two adult humans before Issei could eat breakfast. The five walked toward the school with Issei holding his stomach, complaining about skipping breakfast. "So did you do anything with my Rias-tan?" Searsex finally asked, earning a blush from the teen. "No, I swear I didn't." Issei cowered under the small amount of power Searsex was releasing. "Ni-sama," Rias yelled at her brother, who laughed a bit as he scratched the back of his head. "So what's going on? I doubt the three of you randomly found each other on the streets and decided to come find me?" the Crimson Princess asked the three. "We will explain more when we get to the school," Naruto said. His attention, however, was caught. He saw none other than the Gabriel flying around with a noticeable pout on her face. No doubt she was getting annoyed of looking all over the city for him. "I should probably do something about her after we finish this," Naruto thought to himself. "Clubhouse. So let's start by explaining just what we are to Issei," Searsex said, turning to the teen who was gawking at Akeno. This had been the first time Naruto had ever seen the daughter of his fellow fallen angel leader. It was hard to deny that she had indeed inherited a fallen angel's body. The half-devil caught him staring at her discreetly and winked. "Rias-tan, if you would do the honor, after all he is your pawn," Searsex said to his sister. Rias nodded and turned to the pervert. "Do you remember what happened during your date?" the redhead asked, nearing a nod from the teen, who brought his hand over his chest where he had been pierced. "Then you remember nearly dying. However, I reincarnated you into a devil using my pawn pieces," Rias said. "Devil," Issei stuttered as he took a step back away from the group. "Very funny, Grimori-san. I have to say that you got me," Issei said, trying to convince himself that it was all a joke. "This is no joke, Issei," Kiba said, stepping up next to his king. "We are all devils, well, almost all of us," Rias said as every devil in the room revealed their bat-like wings to the pervert, whose jaw hit the ground at the sight of the extra body parts. Rias sighed a bit, knowing that she was joined to teach Issei about the supernatural world. The two older devils laughed a bit, having gone through this several times before in the past. Naruto felt a bit bad for the guy since he himself had gone through something like that, but due to his past adjusted quickly. "Wait, what about Naruto-san?" Issei pointed at the spiky-haired blonde who was the only one not to show his wings with the exception of Akano who also hadn't let her wings out. Well, unlike the others here, I'm not a devil or human, Naruto said to the boob-obsessed teen who looked at him in confusion. Out of his back came out his 12 jet black wings. Both Issei's and Akano's eyes widened at the sight of the wings. The blonde felt a massive spike in negative emotions from the busty priestess. He had no doubt that this hatred had something to do with her father. Rias also noticed her queen's change in behavior and gave her a side glance as a warning not to do anything stupid. You're one of them, Issei yelled as he remembered how his girlfriend has nearly killed him. He could clearly remember her black wings that matched the blonde in color. Just the sight of the wings brought back the memories of that night. You know, Naruto here may be one of the strongest beings in the universe, Rias's father said with a large smirk as he tried to scare the teen. He could easily wipe you off the face of the earth if he ever decided to, he said to the teen. Yes, he was still a bit angry that he had found him naked with his daughter but knew that the two wouldn't do anything, or at least he hoped she wasn't that stupid. No need to scare the kid, father, Sirzex said to the oldest of the two redheads. I am Sirzex Lucifer, the current leader of the devil faction. The super devil introduced himself but only served to scare the teen even more. Being in the same room as two beings that could wipe the floor with you with barely a thought must have been terrifying. So what's a fallen angel doing here? Akano asked Naruto, barely holding back the edge in her voice while trying to keep up her Oni-chan appearance in front of everyone in the room. Regardless of her efforts, she wasn't fooling Naruto thanks to his ability to feel negative emotions coming from people. I'm here to tell Rias that Sirzex managed to work a way around her marriage with Riser, Naruto said, putting stress onto the super devil's name. Rias's eyes widened as the words left Naruto's mouth. The blonde felt a bit bad for what he was going to have to say next to her. However, thanks your dear brother, there's a catch, the seraph-level blonde said, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Issei looked more lost than ever before by this point. Meet your future husband Rias, her father said as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulders. The entire room fell silent at the announcement. Naruto looked more than a bit annoyed by Lord Grimori's interruption but never had a chance to complain as he was hit with a wave of anger. You lied to me, Rias roared at him in anger. You said you were going to cancel the contract to just take it for yourself, she cried out. Naruto looked away, feeling ashamed that this was what it had come to. It wasn't my idea, Naruto said, but that rarely deterred the furious redhead from grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. Everyone in the room held their breath. A high-class devil and the sister of a Satan no less committing a violent gesture against a faction leader was a declaration of war in the past. Even Akano, who wanted Naruto gone already, didn't want her president to start a war. Rias-tan don't do anything stupid, Sirzex thought to himself. He knew that as a faction in general the devils were far stronger than the fallen angels, however he didn't was to risk the amount of damage a battle against the blonde would do to the city if not the country. And it was a battle he wasn't sure he could win either. You act like I want this, Naruto said, slapping her hand away. I was planning on convincing him to let the contract drop and done with. However, we needed a reason to do this. Sirzex was the one who proposed that it would be better for the faction if you married me, the blonde said to the redhead who glared at him. You're just like them. You think just because you have the power to control others you have the right to do it, Rias accused. Naruto's eyes narrowed on her. It pissed him off a bit that she was so self-righteous that she couldn't see that he didn't have many choices. On top of that, she accused him of doing the very thing he fought and risked his life for in his homeworld to stop. I will not force you into anything, Rias, Naruto said to her calmly. Rias backed off a bit, letting him continue. Like I said, I have no intention of forcing you to marry me like Riser did. This is just a way to buy you more time before anything forces you to act, Naruto declared calmly. Rias still looked a bit annoyed but nodded. I guess I overreacted a bit, she sighed. This was not the outcome she was expecting at all, but truth be told it did seem a bit unrealistic that Naruto could just barge into Riser's house, declare the marriage off and be done with it. At least Naruto isn't a complete perverted asshole, Rias thought as she looked over the blonde. So I guess you're my new fiancé now, Rias asked the blonde. That is going to be decided through a trial by combat, the leader of the Grimori house said, getting everyone's attention. In 1 month Naruto will battle Riser and his entire peerage. The winner will have the honor of taking Rias's hand in marriage. So for now take some time to know each other, hell you two may even fall in love. The oldest devil in the room said to Rias, who nodded. I may as well give it a try. Rias thought to herself, smiling a bit. Anything is better than Riser. Looking back, Naruto had never looked at her as a trophy like the Phoenix did, nor was he trying to force himself on her. Even from their first meeting she couldn't find a single bad thing to say about him other than his status as fallen angel. I guess it wouldn't hurt to see if this goes anywhere. Naruto and Sirzex let out sighs of relief while Lord Grimori just smiled at how mature his daughter had become. She had a long ways to go before she could be the leader of their clan, but she had just taken an important step. Glancing at Naruto, he couldn't help but smile a bit wider. Take care of my daughter, kid, he thought before looking at his watch. Excuse me, but I have a meeting soon. I'll see you all next month, Rias's father said before teleporting out of the room. Wait a second, so Rias-sama is marrying you? Issei cried out as he pointed at Naruto. 2 waterfalls made of tears were streaming down his face, making him look rather comical. Naruto just looked at him blankly before nodding. The group watched as the newly made devil crawled into a corner crying about, stupid blonde pretty boys. Both Naruto and Kiba sweat dropped at the comments the teen was making. Pervert, Kaneko said, looking at Issei and earning herself a nod from Naruto. Well, I better get going too. Graphia has a bunch of work for me to do. Sirzex said a bit down that he had to go back to doing work. Naruto waved goodbye to the redhead before he was left alone in the room with Ria's faction. So Naruto, do you want to have that spar with my peerage you promised after school? Rias asked the blonde, who looked at the others in the room to see how they reacted. From the looks they had on, the only one who was nervous about having to battle him was Issei, and that was due to him just becoming a devil and the joke they played on him. I was planning on having it tonight, but I think it would be for the best if you took some time to get Issei adjusted to his new life. Naruto responded before looking over at Akeno, who was rigid in her place. Is there something you want to say? I can feel that you don't like me and we haven't even had a conversation yet. Naruto asked the teen. You're a fallen angel. Your people only care for yourselves and abandon people who aren't useful to your cause. Akeno said, remembering how her mother had been killed by her family and her father had never once tried to help her. He didn't even try to save her mother from being killed. He just abandoned them. I hate your kind, she said to the blonde. That is understandable. I too feel like many in my faction are terrible people. Some fell because of simple lust, others fell for far worse things. Naruto said, not taking offense to the woman's remarks about his factions. He had acknowledged that there were many who were beyond gone. Some who still lusted after war and had become twisted by their hatred. But I hope that you at least give me and a few others a chance to prove that we aren't all bad. Naruto said, smiling brightly. Akeno was taken back by how honest and sincere the blonde sounded. Just from hearing him talk she almost believed him. But it would take more than a few words for her to see people like her father as anything other than scum. Rias smiled at how Naruto had handled the situation. Kaneko herself listened on as she ate her treats. Now, I myself have stuff to do, so I guess I'll leave you all for now, Naruto said as he walked over to the window and jumped out. Seconds later Naruto was seen flying up, blocking the sunlight from entering the room for a moment. Rias and Akeno looked out the window at the retreating form of Naruto. The bustier of the two reached out and felt a jet black feather land on her hand. You should give him a chance, Akeno-chan. I know what he is and that his kind has hurt you in the past, but even though I only talked to him a few times I can tell that he is as kind as he is powerful, Rias said, looking at the form that was her potential fiancé. Akeno looked at the feather in her hand before letting it float down to the ground. I'll think about it, she said before she walked back to a tea set who was half prepared. She didn't know what to think of the blonde, but the fallen angel still left a bad taste in her mouth just by thinking about it. With Naruto. Where is she? Naruto asked himself as he flew around looking for the seraph who had been set to find him. He had already kept her waiting long enough, and there was no point in hiding, since if someone of her level had been sent to investigate him, then heaven at least knew he was powerful. As he was looking, he flew into a large cloud only to crash into someone. Ow, Naruto heard a feminine voice said as his body collided with hers. With a simple wave he dispersed the cloud to find a female angel with 12 white wings nursing a bump on her head. Like him, she had blonde hair, only hers was elegantly curled. She had bright blue eyes with small tears on the side from being hurt. Like many of the supernatural beings, she had a large bust and a thin waist and perfect hips. She was wearing elegant robes which signified her status as a high-ranking angel. "You must be Gabriel," Naruto asked, nursing his own head. In his head he berated himself for not being careful or using sage mode to quicken the process. He was thankful for his regeneration, which healed the bruise rather quickly. In front of him the seraph looked up to see his 12 wings. "I found you," she yelled happily as she pointed at him. "I don't recognize you. Michael was worried that one of our brothers fell, but I have never seen you in heaven," Gabriel said as she looked over Naruto, who was trying to get a good read on her power. It wasn't incorrect to say that she was around the level of Azazel, give or take. "Well, I have never been in heaven, so I doubt you would have seen me there," Naruto said, earning a confused look from the blonde angel. Not that he could blame her, considering that he was the first and only 12-winged angel who was created outside of heaven as far as he knew. "Now care to tell me why you were looking for me?" the blonde male asked the angel. "Michael felt a massive spike of energy a few months ago, and several of our angels reported hearing and see a fallen angel with 12 wings. He was worried that someone fell, or that maybe there was a power father created before even him that we didn't know about," Gabriel explained a bit. Unknown to Naruto, she was trying to get a reading on his personality. It took a lot for her not to express her shock when she felt the pureness in Naruto's soul. It was almost like he was an angel who hadn't fallen, but his wings proved otherwise. "I've never seen such a pure-hearted fallen angel," she thought to herself. To her it almost felt like Naruto was a star radiating light. It was a feeling she only got from a very select few outside of her faction. The fact that Naruto was fallen only added to the mystery around him. Even Azazel, who had a good heart, had some kind of taint about him in the form on extreme lust. Naruto, on the other hand, lacked even that taint. Naruto nodded, understanding the concern. From what he could tell, it was rather easy for an angel to fall due to the strict restriction put on them by God, and near impossible for a fallen angel to get back to heaven. It was one of the reasons that resulted in a dwindling population of angels, since they couldn't reproduce without falling. "Well, I guess you found me," Naruto shrugged. "So what will heaven do now? Will you try to kill me?" Naruto asked the angel. "What? No, I was sent to see what caused the surge in power," Gabriel responded with a rather cute pout on her face. "But I still don't understand how you stayed out of heaven's sights. Did Father create you in secret? Tell me," Gabriel insisted, getting a small laugh from Naruto. At least he couldn't say this world didn't have some rather colorful people. "Well, I'll tell you that I wasn't made by your father," Naruto told Gabriel. The female angel tilted her head on confusion, which was understandable since without their god heaven couldn't make any new angels. "I used to be human," Naruto said, shocking the seraph. "What? How is that possible?" Gabriel questioned the Uzumaki. "Well, you know how devils can use their evil peace system to turn humans into devils?" Naruto asked, getting a nod from Gabriel. "Well, Azazel managed to replicate it once and used it to save me from death by turning me into a fallen angel, but he hasn't been able to replicate the process since then," Naruto explained to the angel. Gabriel smiled, knowing that Naruto had been completely honest with her. Despite him being a fallen angel, he wasn't doing any of the normal things a member of his faction would do. If anything, she would have thought he belonged in heaven after seeing how pure his soul was. It also amazed her how far Azazel had come in his research. "Thank you for being honest, Naruto," Gabriel said. Naruto smiled back and nodded. "So what are you doing to do now?" "I don't want to fight with either you or your brother," Naruto said sincerely. "Like Azazel, I just want to bring peace to the factions. I think that if we all just try to accept each other and see that by trying to hurt each other we will hurt ourselves. If we could just forgive each other for the wrongs of the past, then maybe we could end all this senseless violence," the blonde said to the angel. "Thank you, Naruto. I'm happy to hear that you have such a noble goal, Naruto," Gabriel said cheerfully. To Naruto it was refreshing being around someone as light-hearted as the seraph. She didn't give off any negative emotions, unlike many of devils and fallen angels he had met and worked with. "Oh, I better report to Michael," she said suddenly. "Well, I guess this is goodbye. I hope to see you again, Naruto said to her before he flew away. Gabriel nodded and flew away in the other direction, but not before looking back one last time and reaching out to Naruto's heart. She smiled at the warm feeling she felt before returning to heaven to give her report. Naruto's home. The blonde collapsed on his bed and let out an exhausted sigh after the day he had. Looking over, he stared at his mechanical arm. At first glance it looked like a normal arm, but if someone were to touch it they would feel the cold metal it was made out of. It was a reminder of where he came from in his battle with Kaguya. I wonder what Sasuke and Sakura are doing, Naruto asked himself as he rolled in his bed. He thought about all the people he had met so far in this world. He wondered what they would think if they saw his world. Everything was so different here compared to in Konoha. He also wondered what had happened after the war. How had things ended up after he disappeared? Naruto-kun, Kuroka yelled as she busted into his room, breaking his train of thought. Where have been? I got so lonely, Kuroka said as she jumped on his bed. Naruto looked away as her cleavage was inches from his face. Well, I'm getting married to your sister's king, Naruto said. Excuse me? Kuroka asked in a bit of a shock. Naruto felt a bit bad when he saw the look of shock her face when he told her the news. I see, Kuroka said lowly, making Naruto a bit worried before she crashed her lips onto his own. Naruto's eyes were wide as Kuroka's tongue slithered into his mouth. Kuroka pulled away after a few seconds with a wide smile on her face. I guess I'll just have to try hard nya, Kuroka said before grabbing his right hand and bringing it to her breast. You are mine, Naru-kun. You will father my kittens even if I have to share you nya. Kuroka told the fallen angel. You don't love me, Naruto said, frowning. He could feel it in her. She cared deeply for him and had growing feelings, but it wasn't love yet. For now she wanted to have sex for him to get pregnant and have strong children, something that he refused to do. You could always see right through me, Naru-kun nya. Kuroka said, frowning a bit. But I can't say I don't like it. It feels nice knowing that you wouldn't take advantage of me just because you wanted a quick fuck, Kuroka said, getting off of him. Naruto smiled a bit as he turned on the TV. So that kitsune you were living with called today while you were away. She said she wanted to come over for a quick visit with Kuro-chan in a few weeks, Kuroka said, leaning on him, and they watched whatever random program came up. Yusaka-chan is coming, Naruto asked, a little surprised. It was rare for the Kyuubi of Kyoto to leave her area due to her presence being needed due to the ley lines. We'll have to make preparations for her arrival then, Naruto said, thinking about the woman who had let him live in her home for months while he was hiding from the other factions. True, it was that which led to his discovery, but he really enjoyed the time there. You miss her, don't you? Kuroka asked him with a small frown on her face. She knew that if it came down between her or Yusaka, the blonde would choose the kitsune over her. Kuroka needed him for the sake of her species, but she knew that eventually she would have to speak to him about Ophis, or the dragon would confront Naruto herself again. Yeah, she was so kind to me while I lived in Kyoto. It was like having a family, Naruto told Kuroka, who snuggled into him a bit. Naruto smiled down at the Nekomata. Both knew what it was like to live without a proper family. Hey, how about after we deal with this Rainer problem we try and work things out with your sister? I'm sure that if you explain the situation to her she'll understand, Naruto suggested. I don't know, Kuroka said. She'll understand, Kuroka-chan. Just trust me, she loves you just as much as you love her, Naruto said, reassuring her. Kuroka smiled and leaned in closer to him. Say I'm going to have a mock battle with Rias and her peerage later this week. How about after that we get together with Kaneko and talk things out between the two of you? Naruto said to the Nekosho. He really wanted to fix the relationship problems that stemmed from Kuroka becoming a stray devil. Hey Naru-kun, how are we going to deal with the fact that I'm still an SS-ranked criminal in the underworld? Even if Sharon-chan forgave me, I doubt her, King, would be willing to risk being involved with me, Kuroka said. Rias would be taking a massive risk if the underworld found out that she was willing associated with her. Even if she was the sister of a Satan, that influence could only go so far. I hate that term so much, Naruto muttered. It made it sound like they were pets that had ran away instead of sentient beings with their own hopes and dreams. Naruto laughed a bit. I already started working on that. I asked Searzex to pardon you. It may not happen right away, but there is hope that if the other Satans agree you'll have your status lifted. Just don't do anything that could make the devils angry for a while, since that may deter them from helping you. Naruto said to Kuroka, "Alright, I'll make sure to stay out of trouble." Kuroka said, but on the inside she was a bit nervous. She didn't know what Office would send her to do. She couldn't oppose her if she wanted to keep her life. In a fight between her and the dragon god, Kuroka knew that she would be crushed. "You're lying," Naruto said, frowning. Kuroka froze when she heard him say that. Naruto sighed when he felt her start panicking despite looking relatively calm. "I wouldn't go into your personal business, Kuroka, and I hope that one day you trust me enough to tell me. But at least promise me that you'll try, or at least make sure they don't know it's you." Naruto said, patting her head. "I'm sorry, Naru. I really want to be able to be with Sharon-chan again, but I have obligations that may hinder your efforts to bring my family back together, nya." Kuroka told the Uzumaki, who picked up on the woman's honesty and sadness. Naruto moved so that Kuroka was looking him straight in the eyes. Kuroka's golden eyes met with Naruto's deep blue eyes. Naruto could see the tears forming in her eyes. "Then I'll try harder," Naruto claimed, smiling as he wiped away her tears. Kuroka's eyes widened slightly at what Naruto said. "You're precious to me, Kuroka. I promise you that I will reunite you with your sister no matter what, even if I have to fight against the gods themselves. And I never break my promises," Naruto said, smiling brightly. Kuroka blushed a bit at how determined he was to help her. It warmed her heart to know that she could count on the fallen angel for support if she needed it. But she was worried about what he said he was willing to do. Would he really take on a god if it came down to it? Would he really be willing to fight even the likes of Office to make her happy? "Naruto, would you continue to fight for me even if it meant taking on a god?" she asked him. "You work for Office, don't you?" Naruto said, smiling at the look of shock and horror on her face. Her mind was racing to try and figure out how the blonde had figured out who her leader was. She had never told him about her, even though Office had confronted Naruto directly. "I figured it out when she visited me. You were scared when you came home that day right after she left, so I asked Azazel to question some of the fallen angels I had captured for trying to betray the Grigori. I'm sorry for snooping, but to answer your question, yes I would," Naruto said, smirking. "Sometimes I hate that ability of yours." Kuroka pouted. "But thanks. It means a lot to me," Kuroka said, hugging him. Being in his arms, she felt safe. It wasn't like before where she was trying to seduce him. Having an honest hug with him made her feel warm. "I know," Naruto said before separating from her. "Let's get to bed. I have a few things I have to do tomorrow," Naruto said, crawling in under his blankets. Instead of leaving the room like he thought she would, she crawled in next to him under his blanket after taking off her shoes and belt. "I think I'll stay right here, nya," she stated, earning a sigh from the blonde, who knew that even if he kicked her out she'd get back in anyways. "Good night, Naru-kun." "Night, Kuroka." A few days later, Naruto stood across from Rias in her peerage. He had changed his outfit a bit, so he was wearing a black dress shirt and pants. His eyes locked with Rias's own blue eyes. The two had decided to take the battle far from the city into the nearby woods. Kuroka was watching from a distance to make sure no one spotted her. "You ready, Rias?" Naruto asked as he took in nature's energy, but not enough to enter sage mode. "I'll hold back, but don't expect me to let you walk over me," Naruto said, having absorbed only enough to be able to sense their location and increase his defense a bit. Out of the peerage, only Issei looked particularly nervous about the spar. "Stay strong, kid," Naruto thought before looking over at the other members. He couldn't help but admire the look of determination on Akino's face. "Let's begin," Rias said. Right off the bat, Kiba dashed at him with a demonic sword created by his sacred gear. Naruto leaned back, dodging the initial swing, and sidestepped the follow-up attack. Kiba created a second sword in his left hand, which was covered in flames. The fallen angel jumped back only to sense Kaneko above him, ready to punch him with her enhanced strength. "Not bad," Naruto said, catching Kaneko's fist, much to both her and Rias's surprise. The ground under them cracked. "But you need to try harder," Naruto yelled as he threw her back. Kiba charged in again with both his swords ready to cut into the blonde. "A sword fight, Naruto asked as he had a quick flashback to the day after his chat with Kuroka. Flashback. Naruto. Azazel called out to the blonde who was walking through the park in the city. I have a gift for you. The fallen angel governor said, holding out a sword. This is the joys, Azazel said with a wide grin on his face. Flashback end. Joys, Naruto called out as the sword appeared in his hand in a flash of light. Naruto's sword cut right through both of Kiba's blades as if they were paper. The blonde devil's eyes widened at the sight of the sword before he was filled with rage. Naruto's eyes narrowed when he felt a wave of anger flowing out of Kiba. A holy sword, Kiba spat out. Naruto's frown deepened as Kiba formed two new swords and charged at him again. Rias called out to him only to be ignored by her, Knight, who attacked his fellow blonde. Naruto blocked and parried Kiba's swings easily thanks to his stronger sword and speed. In speed he was surprised that Kiba was able to go as fast as he was going. It wasn't anywhere near as fast as his top speed but impressive nonetheless. Something must have happened in his past, Naruto thought as he destroyed the swords once again. Above, Naruto thought as he sensed an attack coming towards them. The former shinobi kicked Kiba away before jumping back in time to dodge a lightning bolt from the half-devil. Naruto grinned as he dodged several more attacks before spreading his wings and taking up to the sky. Kaneko and Kiba grew their own wings and flew at him. Issei just watched in shock how easily Naruto had avoided their attacks. Rias sat back and analyzed the situation. He's really fast and strong too. I know we can't beat him, but I'm going to make it my goal first to at least hit with a solid attack once. She thought to herself as she saw Naruto playing with her, Knight, and Rook. How are you so fast? Kiba asked as he swung at the blonde who sliced through his sword and kicked Kaneko away from him. The blonde devil's eyes shifted from the blonde fallen angel to Joy's with a fierce glare. The sight of that sword seemed to bring back terrible memories from what Naruto could see and feel. Fast? I'm not even going at half speed. Maybe you're just slow, Naruto teased as he channeled his light energy into his sword. Kiba flew away from Naruto when he saw him start to charge an attack. This the first time I get to use this weapon in battle, be honored, Naruto said, raising the sword into the air. Joyous rain, Naruto called out before swinging the sword at the devils. Thousands of thin needles of light flew out of the blade as he swung it. The peerage scrambled to evade the area of effect of Naruto's attack before they got hit. We managed to dodge the attack, Issei sighed in relief as he looked at the area where they were standing before. It was covered in glowing gold needles which started to fade once they missed. Rias sighed also and held back, reminding him that he would have gotten hit if she hadn't moved him out of the way. President, we need to do something. If he uses that attack again we may not be able to dodge it, Akeno said, glaring at Naruto. Even if he acted different from the rest of his faction, she still had her doubts about him. There were too many unknowns about him not to be suspicious. Yuto and Kaneko landed beside them and looked up at the sword-wielding fallen angel. You could have killed us, you idiot, Rias yelled at him in anger. If any of her peerage had been caught in that rain of light they might as well have been declared dead. Sorry, Naruto yelled, a bit embarrassed how he used a move that could have been lethal to the group. I have to be more careful, Naruto thought before sealing Joy's into a seal on his hand. He hadn't really thought about how strong the move was and for a bit forgot that his light was deadly to devils. Kuroka would have killed me if I harmed her sister that badly, Naruto thought before flying at Rias's group. Akeno shot another bolt of lightning at the blonde who dodged out of the way. Got you, Rias yelled as she fired a wave of red and black energy at him. Naruto smirked and disappeared in a plume of smoke. In his place was a log which took the attack in his place. What? Rocket punch, Naruto yelled from behind them. His right arm separated a bit under the elbow and fired at Kiba. The Knight turned around in time to hit by the flying mechanical fist. That was so cool, Issei yelled with stars in his eyes. Whose side are you on? Kaneko commented, a bit annoyed by the pawn's behavior. Kiba stood back up from the attack with a bit of blood running down from his nose. It was easy to see that Naruto's attack had broken it quite easily. The arm flew back towards its owner, who caught it and reattached it to the rest of his arm. That hurt, Kiba grunted as he held his bloodied nose. He's toying with us, he said to the fellow devils. Rias didn't like it how hopeless they were against Naruto. It was a massive blow to her ego that her peerage was so easily swatted aside by the blonde who was around her age. The difference in power was humbling to say the least. We have to work together if we even want to have a chance. Kiba, Kaneko, you two engage in close-range combat with him. Akeno and I will provide ranged support. Issei, sit back and watch. Rias said. Issei was a bit insulted but knew that due to his lack of experience he was the weakest link. Naruto smiled when he heard them start to work together. Good, Naruto thought. While they fought together, their teamwork for the moment wasn't that good. Kiba and Kaneko moved towards him with the knight going ahead of the rook. Naruto caught Kiba's blade thanks to his senjutsu enhanced durability and used the popular blonde to back Kaneko out of the way. Rias fired a sphere of her power of destruction at him. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid the attack. Got you, Akeno yelled as her lightning came down on him. Naruto smirked as he let himself get hit by the attack to see how strong her attacks were compared to her father's. Akeno blushed at the sight of him getting electrocuted, showing him her sadistic side. Not bad, Naruto said, dispersing the electricity with his wing chakra. His clothing was slightly burned but he himself had taken nearly no damage from the attack. The Uzumaki wiped some dust off his shoulder. Your attack had a good kick to it but it's nothing compared to what I've felt before. Naruto said, comparing it to Sasuke's attacks. He took Akeno-san's attack like it was nothing. Issei yelled in shock, just before he had seen a fallen angel get defeated by the sadist's attack. This guy is on a completely different level than that guy Danesik. Issei thought. From what he had heard he knew Naruto was powerful but it was different seeing it instead of hearing about it. Naruto laughed a bit. Come on. Naruto said, charging again. Rias smiled and ordered her peerage to attack. Naruto blocked Kaneko's kick by crossing his arms. Seeing that his arms were occupied by Kaneko, Kiba tried to flank him from the right while Akeno attacked from the right. Akeno used a spell, creating a spear of ice. Take this, the priestess of thunder yelled as she threw it at the sage. Naruto smirked, wrapping himself in his black wings. The three attacks connected with the black wings that didn't budge under the pressure. No you don't, Akeno yelled as she summoned another massive lightning bolt from the sky. Kiba and Kaneko jumped away from Naruto as the bolt came. Attack connected with Naruto's shell directly. Rias covered her eyes to protect them from the cloud of dust created by her queen. Did she get him? Kiba asked, as they waited for the dust and smoke to clear only for a powerful gust of wind to blow him and the rest of the devil group back. I guess not, he said, coughing up some dirt. Naruto was floating a foot above the ground with his wings spread out, looking fine. Naruto flew straight at him with a kunai in hand. Kiba summoned a fire sword and a demonic sword clashed with Naruto. Let's try this again, Yudo-san, Naruto said, breaking the lock and the swords. The two blondes traded blows at incredible speeds. With every collision more and more broken blades littered the ground as Naruto's chakra-enhanced kunai was able to break them with ease. Kiba was easily being pushed back by the fallen angel who wasn't even breaking a sweat. Damn it, the knight cursed as he created a large long sword and swung at Naruto. Naruto blocked the strike with his superior strength. He wouldn't even budge, Kiba thought as he tried to overpower him. Kiba, you're really fast. Hell, you're even faster than some old friends of mine, Naruto complimented before breaking the sword and kicking his feet out from under him. Naruto threw the kunai next to his next. But you have a long ways to go, Naruto said, grinning. Got you, Naruto heard from behind. Naruto stepped to the side and caught Kaneko's extended fisted and threw her into a tree. Kaneko jumped back onto her feet and moved to attack Naruto again. His senjutsu, Kaneko thought as she tried to hit him over and over again only for him to evade all her hits. Looking into his eyes she saw that he was impressed by her. I want to learn it, she thought as he caught her fist instead of dodging. Kaneko-chan, your strength is amazing. You remind me of an old friend, maybe one day you'll reach her level, Naruto said, punching her in the stomach, sending her flying back. Like a cat she landed on her feet only for Naruto to appear behind her and grab her into a headlock. Your durability is also incredible to be able to take some of my chakra-enhanced punches, and I can sense you have some serious senjutsu potential. Kaneko was in awe of his power. She could feel how powerful his energy was despite him barely taking in any nature energy, and how peaceful it was compared to the chaotic energy which drove her sister to kill her master. If she could learn to use senjutsu like him, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Teach me, she whispered loud enough for only him to hear. Sure, Naruto answered, grinning before throwing her into the ground on her back. Do you surrender? Naruto asked. Kaneko nodded, earning a smile from him as he turned his attention to watch the sage walk towards her comrade and smiled slightly. Despite being in battle, his energy never lost its kind and calming feeling. The half-fallen angel on the other hand frowned as he started to walk towards her. Akeno narrowed her eyes at him before flying towards him with her devil wings. Holding her hand out, a jet of fire came out of a magic circle at Naruto. The blonde moved out of the way. Stand still. Akeno yelled as Naruto dodged her follow-up lightning spells which destroyed the trees behind him. Out of everyone here, I have to say you have the most in common with me in terms of history. Naruto said, getting near her. Naruto punched her in the center of her chest. Both of us were hated for things we couldn't control, Naruto said, grabbing her right leg and throwing her into the air. Akeno corrected herself in mid-air. Naruto flew up at her. What do you mean? Akeno asked, the blonde firing bolts of lighting at him. Naruto weaved through all her attacks faster than she could track. You know nothing about me, she yelled as she created a massive seal in front of her. Dozens of bolts shot out of the seal towards the Uzumaki. Naruto frowned as he flapped his wings, sending dozens of hardened black feathers. I know more than you think, Naruto said as he watched his feathers block Akeno's lighting attack. But I would rather talk about this in private, Naruto said, vanishing in a burst of speeds. But this is my win, Naruto said, taking in enough energy to enter Sage mode. Senpo. Konoha's secret finger jutsu, 1,000 years of death. Naruto yelled and he channeled senjutsu chakra through his fingers and jabbed them into her plump ass, blasting her panties into pieces in the process. Akeno's eyes widened as she felt Naruto's fingers enter her. Her face went red as she was launched into the ground. Akeno moaned in pleasure from the feeling. Rias blushed at the perverted technique that left her best friend moaning on the ground. Bastard, she said. Okay, enough, Rias said, smiling as she walked over to the blonde. We surrender, the redhead said. She knew that her peerage could continue to battle for a bit more, but she didn't want to risk any of them getting injured by accident. It was clear that they were outmatched at the moment, and even if they managed to hit him, it was because Naruto let them. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for the spar. I got to see how my team would do against a stronger opponent and even learned a bit from this battle, Rias said to the man who may end up being her husband. Think nothing of it, Rias-chan, Naruto said before kissing her forehead, earning a blush from the busty devil much to Issei's distress. I'll be over tomorrow to spend some time with you, okay? But for now I need to talk to Kaneko-chan about something, Naruto said, walking over to the short girl. What do you need with her? Rias asked, curious about what the blonde wanted to speak with her rook about. Naruto smiled at how much she seemed to care for Kuroka's sister. She also noted that she needed to have the forest repaired due to their stray attacks. It's about Kuroka, Naruto answered honestly. Rias's eyes widened at the name of the criminal but decided to trust her possibly fiancé. If he wanted any of them dead, he would have done. Rias nodded, giving him consent to take Kaneko with him. Thanks, Rias-chan, Naruto said, picking up the loli and placing her on his shoulder. The Nekomata was oddly quiet about meeting her sister. She had promised Naruto before that she would give Kuroka a chance to explain herself before she casted further judgment on her actions. Let's go, she said softly. Naruto nodded and vanished with her. President, are you sure that it's okay to trust him with Kaneko-chan? Akeno said, a bit weary of the fallen angel. A bright blush still stained her cheeks from the memory of Naruto's last attack. I'm sure, Akeno. Just trust him a bit, Rias said. Damn, all that and not a single scratch to show for it. Hiba groaned in pain and dissatisfaction. To make it worse, it was obvious was holding back his strength to such a scary degree. With Kuroka, the Nekosho was nervous as she waited for Naruto and Kaneko to arrive at her location. This is it, she thought as she readied herself for the confrontation with her sister. It wouldn't be long before they got to her location and she got a chance to speak with her sister for the first time in years. Kuroka-chan, Naruto said, announcing his presence to the Nekosho. The black cat turned around to see Naruto with her sister on his back. Naruto picked Kaneko off his back and placed her on the ground next to him. The two sisters looked at one another for what seemed to be an eternity. "Nei-san," Kaneko said coldly. Kuroka frowned at the tone. "Naruto-san said you wanted to speak to me." The white Nekomata said to her sister, who nodded. "Is what he said true?" "The rook?" asked Kuroka. Naruto just watched as the two sisters interacted. The entire area was tense as the two sisters gazed into each other's eyes. "Yes," Kuroka responded as she walked over to her sister. "Sharon-chan, I am so sorry," Kuroka said, hugging her. "I never wanted to put you in harm's way when I killed that bastard," she finally said. Naruto could see her tears starting to flow and smiled, knowing that Kuroka was being honest with Kaneko. "I was put on death row because of you. If Searsex-sama hadn't arrived when he did, I would have died," Kaneko said with a bit of anger in her voice. The feelings of betrayal from years past surfaced before her sister. How she was nearly killed in fear of her becoming too powerful to control herself. How she was looked on as a monster by others because of what her sister did. He wanted to take you. He wanted to add you to his collection and use you in some crazy experiment to make you stronger. I couldn't let him experiment on you, Sharon-chan, so I killed him. She admitted to her. "I wanted us to be a family again like before that bastard found us, even if we lived in poverty. But as long as you were with me you were in danger, so I fled. If I went to you, the manhunt would have killed you too." Kuroka said, crying. A no-win situation, Naruto thought to himself. He could compare it to what Itachi had to go through from what the S-rank criminal had told him. They had to kill in order to protect what was precious to them. Itachi killed his clan to protect the village and Sasuke and was labeled an S-rank Nukenin. Kuroka killed her master to save her sister from being a test subject. Kaneko had an expressionless face on while she listened to what her sister had to tell her. It was all so much to take in at once. Everything she had believed until now about her sister wasn't correct. "Because of you I was almost killed," Kaneko said, earning another apology from her sister. "But you saved me from being a lab subject, and because of that I met Rias and the others," she added. "Thank you," Kaneko said to Kuroka, whose eyes widened. "I may not be able to forgive you fully, but I can understand that you did what you thought was best for me," Sharon said, earning a wide smile from her sister, who hugged her tightly. Kaneko returned the hug and took warmth in the sisterly hug she had been missing for years. It wasn't. The two separated before looking at Naruto. "Thank you, Naru-kun, for everything," she said, looking down at her sister with a smile. Naruto nodded and turned to leave so the sisters could have their moment in peace. "I'll see you at home," she called out to the blonde, who waved and vanished. "You two live together?" Kaneko asked her older sister, who nodded. "Yep. He's gonna be your brother-in-law one day, you know," Kuroka said, blushing a bit at the thought of marrying Naruto. A perverted smile spread across her face. "You know I don't mind sharing him. Maybe once you mature a bit more we can have a little fun, just the three of us," Kuroka suggested. Kaneko looked away with a light blush but was smiling lightly. "Pervert," she said, earning a shocked look from the older Nekosho. With Naruto felt content. He was happy that the two sisters could start to finally rebuild their bond after so long. Now all he hoped for was that Searsex was able to do his part and clear her name in front of the other Satans. He knew that it wouldn't happen overnight, but he could see I start to form. I also have to start planning how to train Kaneko-chan in Senjutsu. I don't have the toad oil to help her with gathering nature energy, but it should come easier for her since she's part yokai," Naruto thought before throwing a kunai behind him. Hya, Naruto looked back and nearly had a heart attack when he realized he had accidentally none other than Seraphal Leviathan. Naruto's sweat dropped at her appearance. She was a young-looking woman with a childish body but with exceptional breasts. She had long black hair tied into twin tails and bright violet eyes. Her outfit was what stood out about her. She wore a pink and white magical girl outfit and hat. In her left hand was a pink wand with a star at the tip. "You're so mean, Naruto-chan. Attacking Leviathan like that," she cried out with a pout. "So this is the Satan with the title of Leviathan?" Naruto asked himself in his head as he analyzed the woman. To say her appearance was odd was an understatement, or at least by his world standards. "I feel like this world is some kind of eki manga," I want to go back to shonen. Naruto cried internally. Hey, what are you thinking about? The Satan asked as she looked at him from different angles. While she was definitely already earning the weird ranking in his mind, he had to admit she was cute in her own way. Wow, Sirzex-kun wasn't lying when he said you were strong. I'm the magical Malevia Tan. She posed, making a peace sign next to her right eye and winking with her left. Naruto's sweat dropped despite how cute he thought it was. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Seraphal Leviathan. I too have heard much about you from Sirzex. Naruto said casually. Sirzex had given him a quick rundown of all the important figures in their pantheon from Michael to Ajuka Beelzebub. He didn't tell him any of their weaknesses, but that was understandable. So what do I owe this pleasure? Naruto asked. He doubted a Satan would randomly visit him without some motive, with the exception being Sirzex, who was his new friend and probable brother-in-law. Seraphal deflated a bit but regained her enthusiasm quickly. I wanted to see what the talk about this super fallen angel was about, she said, using a mock manly voice when she said what she classified him as. I expected something scary, but you cute, she said, winking at him. Okay, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. It was then that something popped into his head. If I remember correctly, she is the Satan in charge of foreign affairs. Maybe she can help me and Sirzex with removing Kuroka's status. Naruto realized. It was a long shot, but it was worth a try for his friend. Say, Seraphal-san, Naruto said, getting her full attention. Has Sirzex mentioned anything about the stray devil Kuroka? Naruto asked the Leviathan Satan. She thought, tapping her finger against her chin. Oh yeah, he mentioned it 2 days ago to me and Ajuka-chan. Falbium-kun was there, but he just said that he didn't really care and went to sleep. She told him, pouting. Well, Ajuka-chan said while it went against the laws set in place, he could see where she was coming from, and if Sirzex was on board he would support him. Seeing what she did to protect her sister, I couldn't help but support her case as well. Plus she's a cute kitty-chan, she told him. Naruto sighed in relief, knowing that the Satans, or at least 3 of them, supported lifting Kuroka's criminal status. So she's in the clear? Naruto asked with hope in his voice. Will we still have to make it official to the rest of the devil's nobility? She broke one of our most important laws, so many of the clans see her as a threat to devil society. They are also scared of her senjutsu, which they blame for her going out of control. Seraphal said, explaining the situation to the blonde, who nodded and sighed. It wasn't what he wanted to hear, but it wasn't unreasonable. Most devils didn't understand senjutsu and held the value of contracts to the highest extent. But that's not why I came all the way here for, she exclaimed. Then why seek me out? Naruto asked, confused. I want you to become my knight in shining armor, she yelled with a wide smile, holding out a mutated knight piece. No, Naruto said plainly. Seraphal looked crestfallen at the answer he gave her. I really don't like the system the underworld has put in place with the peerage system. It leaves too much room for some to abuse and turn people who should be teammates and partners into nothing but slaves. Ajuka-san made evil pieces to repopulate your species, but letting people use it to get servants and force people into harems. That's disgusting, Naruto stated, rejecting the system the devils used. In his mind, those reincarnated as devils should not be servants to the king but allies. Seraphal frowned but understood where the fallen angel was coming from. In a way it was servitude, considering if you rebelled you were labeled a criminal regardless of how you were treated. Still, she wasn't one to back down. Aw, come on. I promise I wouldn't be like that. I'd treat you with respect and make sure you have everything you need, the Satan said, trying to convince the blonde to join her peerage. Not gonna happen. Besides, would your evil piece even work on me? I'm sure Sirzex told you about how I came to be a fallen angel, so I don't need to go over everything. Naruto responded firmly. Azazel had used something based and made out of a set of evil pieces. In essence, it had taken a full 15 pieces to reincarnate him into a fallen angel, plus whatever modification Azazel had done to them. Yeah, you were human before Azazel revived you, Seraphal said, recalling what Sirzex had told her and the other Satans. Ajuka was more than a little annoyed that his creation had been hijacked and used by another faction to gain such a powerful ally. The sheer possibility that Naruto was stronger than Sirzex, as suggested by the man himself, was something they could never reveal to general devil populace without preparation. I guess it was a long shot after all, the ice user sighed. And here she thought she could get a new member to her peerage. Yep. Anything else I can do for you, Serafal-san? Naruto asked. He didn't really have any place to go at the moment other than checking on Calawarner, who was watching over the Nun Asia. Not that I can think of. Well, I guess I'll just be going. See you around, Naruto-chan. Serafal said, winking at him. A magic circle appeared under her as she prepared to teleport back to wherever she had to go. Oh wait, she cried, stopping her teleportation. She reached into her cleavage and pulled out 2 passes. I'm having a live filming of my show in town tomorrow, and since you're marrying Rias-chan, I thought it would be a great way to spend time with her. Plus the 3 of us can hang out afterwards. Oh, maybe I can even get you 2 in on the show, Serafal said excitingly. The idea did appeal to him to a degree. After all, he had been in a movie once before. Naruto was grateful for the offer since he hadn't really thought about what he would do with Rias when he decided to spend time with her. He didn't mind having to talk to Serafal either. In his opinion, she was fun and a good presence to be around. Thanks, I don't know about being on the show. I'll make sure to stop by with Rias-chan, Naruto said, accepting her gift. See you there, Naruto-chan, she said before leaving the blonde by himself. She was interesting, Naruto said with a small smile on his face. She basically radiated positive energy despite being a devil. Looking at the 2 passes he had been given, he blushed a bit, remembering where she had kept them the entire time. She was cute too, he added before vanishing using Shunshin. Later that day, Naruto walked into the Occult Research Club room to find most of Rias's peerage recovering from their battle with him. Out of all of them, Kiba was the one who looked the most beat up, followed by Kaneko, who had taken quite a few blows from him. Issei was perfectly fine since Naruto hadn't targeted him at all. He knew that the boy had a huge amount of potential if he was right about how powerful his sacred gear was. When he looked over at Akeno, she looked away with her face lighting up bright red. From the sound of rushing water, he could tell that Rias was in the shower. The overall group looked pretty down due to how badly they got beaten by him. Oh, liven up, you guys did better than some of the rookies where I come from, Naruto said, placing a cake in front of Kaneko, who looked at him with a small smile. Comparing you to the rookies in my class back home, I say you're on track to being powerhouses, Naruto said, sitting next to the white-haired girl. You crushed us, Kiba said bitterly. He has a holy sword. I guess he doesn't know what some people had to go through because of those bastard weapons. Kiba thought to himself, unaware that Naruto could feel the negativity rolling off of him. The former shinobi took notice of this and would put it to the side for later. True, Naruto said, cutting a piece of cake and placing it on one of the plates on the table. Say, Kaneko-chan, Naruto said, holding a spoon with a bit of the swipe on it in front of her face. Kaneko happily ate the cake, earning a jealous look from Issei. How's the cake, Kaneko-chan? The blonde asked the cat girl. Kaneko swallowed. It's great, she answered before being fed another piece, much to her pleasure. Naruto looked over to the shower when he heard the water stop, meaning Rias would be out sooner or later. Kaneko frowned when she saw Naruto looking away from her. She didn't know why, but she felt something inside of her stir when she saw his attention being away from her. Feeling a pull on his sleeve, Naruto looked down to see Kaneko staring at the cake on the plate he was holding. Naruto chuckled and fed her again. By the time Kaneko had been fed the entire slice, Rias had exited the shower in her school uniform. The redhead smiled when she saw the blonde getting along with the white Nekosho. It was rare for Kaneko to open up to someone after what happened to her when she was young. Thankfully, it seemed like Naruto was well on track to helping her get over that dark period. Hey Naruto-kun, Rias said, walking over to the two. Do you need anything? She asked. I wanted to know if you were free tomorrow, Naruto told her, pulling out the 2 passes he got from Serafal. I got 2 passes to go to the live shooting of Serafal Leviathan's show, Naruto said. Rias's eyes widened at the implications of what he was saying. Is he asking me out on a date? Rias thought to herself in shock, leaving her cheeks dusted red. Akeno looked amused by the way her king was reacting to getting asked out by the blonde. Yes, she was annoyed that he was a fallen angel, but it wasn't like she could do anything to stop Rias. Are you asking me out? She asked Naruto. The blonde raised an eyebrow but nodded nonetheless. Yeah, I mean we may get married, we might as well get to learn a bit about each other. Maybe get comfortable going on dates would be a good idea for the future. Naruto elaborated, earning a nod of acceptance from her. Now wait a minute, Issei yelled with tears streaming down his face. How come you get all the girls? You already have Kaneko-chan, and her lowly body, why don't you leave some girls for the others? I just want to feel some oppai, he cried, nearing him, a glare from said Nekomata and an amused laugh from Naruto and Akeno. This guy reminds me of Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto thought warmly as he recalled the time he spent with the old hermit training to bring Sasuke back to the village. Isn't your dream to become a harem king? You know, Issei, you would have gotten along well with my old master. He was a self-proclaimed super pervert and spent countless years spying on women in the bath and using what he saw to write his books. And despite all his perversion, he was easily one of the strongest people I knew. I can tell that if you master your sacred gear you'll be stronger than him, Naruto said, earning a shocked look from the pervert. Issei never expected to be praised to that level by the former shinobi. Everyone in the room could tell that Naruto held his master in the highest regards from the way he looked while talking about him. Was he popular with the ladies? Issei asked in high hopes. Nope, Naruto responded, simply earning a faceplant from the student. Naruto laughed at the disappointed face Issei made, and he walked away with a dark cloud over his head and muttering curses about blondes. He'll go far, Naruto thought before turning his attention back to Rias. So you in? He asked her. Yeah, Rias told him. At least he was trying to get to know her, which was more than she could say about Riser. All he had ever cared about was her body and having the bragging rights about having her as his wife. So what time should we meet up? Rias asked. I'll pick you up at noon. The event starts at 3 so we can get something to eat before we go. Naruto answered. The rest of the day was spent talking between members of the peerage and Naruto. Rias sat next to the blonde, content with how things were going. When she first learned that even if he won she would be forced into a marriage with Naruto, she was furious. She wanted nothing else than to throw him out. But he was quickly proving to be a far better man than Riser. The fact that he wanted to get to know her was something Riser wouldn't have ever thought of doing. Soon it came time for everyone to return to their homes. Naruto and Issei apparently lived in the same general direction and decided to talk on the way home. You're so lucky, Naruto-san, you get to marry a girl with such amazing oppai as the president. Issei said to the blonde. It was clear that the teen was jealous of Naruto, but thankfully he didn't really seem to harbor any negative feelings towards him. You know it's not set in stone, right? Besides, I wouldn't marry her just for her boobs, Naruto said to the pervert, who nodded, seeing where Naruto was going. He wished he could say the same about himself sometimes. He would admit that if Rias asked him to have sex with her he would have agreed without a second thought about. He really admired the blonde not only for his position with Rias but his ability to fight. In all his confrontations with fallen angels he had been crushed by them, and yet this person who was around his age. Hey Naruto-san, Issei said, getting his attention. How did you become so strong? You are about my age and yet it's impossible to compare the two of us. Issei asked the ninja, who looked a bit shocked at the statement. Issei had gained a huge amount of respect for the blonde during the spar. Naruto proved that not only was he popular with the ladies but that he possessed powers that blew his expectations. Naruto was reminded a bit of the conversation he once had with Haku in Nami no Kuni. The advice he got that day changed him for the better and stuck with him to this very day. I became strong because I have people who are precious to me. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Naruto told Issei. An old friend once said those words to me. The blonde said. Issei looked at his hand where his sacred gear was sealed. Naruto's words rung in his head as he thought about what he wanted to protect. Did he have a reason to fight besides his dream of having a harem? His mind moved towards this family, the people who were always there for him to raise him. To his friends. To the peerage. I want to protect my family and friend, Issei said to Naruto. Then train. Train with all your might, knowing that if you don't they may die. Naruto said seriously. He himself hadn't been able to protect everyone he cared about during the war. Both Neji and Obito died because he had been too weak. With the Chaos Brigade on the loose, who knew what would happen? Issei, in this world there are people and creatures that will kill those close to you just to spite you. You may be a devil, but your parents are human and easily killed by most supernatural beings. Issei looked down, knowing the blonde was right. He was no longer human now, and now was open to a wide range of new enemies. He shuddered at the thought that Naruto could have been like Rainer and attacked him. Do you really think I can protect them? Issei asked Naruto. The blonde nodded. With that toy of yours I'm sure you can once you get the hang of it. Naruto responded. Thanks, Issei said before seeing his street. It was nice talking to you, Naruto-san. I promise that I'll get stronger and protect the president for you. The pervert said to the fallen angel. Naruto looked grateful and bid him farewell before they went their separate ways. As Issei walked to his house, he clenched his fist. I will become stronger, he thought as he threw his door to see his parents waiting for him with dinner ready. With Naruto. Once Naruto got home, he headed straight to his room. I guess no one's home, Naruto thought as he walked into his room to a pleasant surprise. Yusaka-chan, Naruto said, grinning when he saw the blonde kitsune sitting in one of the chairs he kept in his room. Yusaka stood up and hugged Naruto, who hugged her back. It's been too long, Naruto, she said, smiling. Naruto blushed a bit at the sight. She looked beautiful with the moonlight peering in through his window behind her. Kuno-chan fell asleep a while ago. I decided to wait for you to come home. I'm really happy I did, she told him, surprising him with a quick kiss. Why, Yusaka-chan? Naruto asked at the sudden action. He never expected her to kiss him. Yusaka placed her hands against his chest and nuzzled into him. Her 9 tails wrapped around them. What's going on, Yusaka-chan? Naruto asked the leader of the yokai faction. You're really selfish, Naruto-kun, Yusaka said softly, drawing circles on his chest with her finger. You made me feel so much but just left, she accused, looking up into his confused eyes with her golden eyes. For 3 months these feelings grew. Sometimes I wish I never agreed to meet with Sirzex-san. If I hadn't, you could have stayed with me and Kuno-chan. We could have continued to grow into a family. Yusaka, Naruto said, confused as her tails tightened around them, pressing her plentiful chest against his own. He could feel that she wasn't wearing a bra under her kimono from the feeling of the 2 buds poking into him. He felt himself start to harden a bit and tried to calm himself. Yusaka's hand caressed his crotch, halting any attempts by him to calm his growing boner. Do you find me attractive, Naruto-kun? The golden fox asked him. Her hand undid his belt and slipped into his pants. Enough, Naruto snapped. What's going on, Yusaka-chan? Why are you acting like this? Naruto demanded, only for her to kiss him again. This time, unlike before, it was more heated as she moved her tongue into his mouth. It only lasted a few seconds before Yusaka pulled back. You're so dense when you don't use that power of yours, Yusaka said to him. But I'm happy you're not, because I'd rather say this to you than have you read my mind, Yusaka told him, and unwrapped her tails from around them. As they did, her kimono fell, revealing her naked body to our blonde hero. Don't you think you're rushing this a bit much? Naruto questioned, only for her to push him back against the wall of the room. I want this, Naruto-kun. I haven't been held by a man since Kuno's father years ago. Since then I have never wanted to get close to a male in fear that the same thing would happen. But when I met and got to know you, I knew you were the one I wanted to raise a family with, no matter what, she said, ripping Naruto's dress shirt open. I love you, Naruto. So come, she said, walking over to his bed and sat in the middle. Naruto blushed as she spread her lower lips. Mate with me. Naruto's mind was a mess. He didn't know what to do at that moment. Curiosity got the best of him and he used his empathic ability. The blonde froze as he was bombarded with the feelings of love and lust from the woman. The very woman who let him live with her and her daughter despite the risk. His first real friend in this world. But a key question came to mind. Did he love her? Here she was presenting herself bare before him. Yusaka saw his hesitation and turned away from him. Her head dropped. I messed up, she thought as tears gathered in her eyes. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, she said before being pushed down on her back by him. Yusaka-chan, Naruto said softly as he locked eyes with her. His eyes had changed from last time. His confused eyes were filled with love. Love directed at her. You may have to marry Ryusuke Mori. Are you sure? Naruto asked her. He felt strange, but he already knew what he was feeling for her. Polygamy is common in our world, Naruto-kun. I offered myself to you knowing this far in advance. I love you, Naruto-kun. The 3 months we lived together were the best I've had in a long time. When I first caught Kuroka-san sleeping in your bed, I was so furious. I thought she had stolen you from me. But as time passed, I accepted that I may have to share. Yusaka told Naruto, looking down at the bulge in his pants that hovered over her privates. Naruto leaned down and kissed her lips. If this is what you want, Yusaka-chan, I'll accept your love, Naruto said, pulling off his pants. And I'll return it tenfold, he whispered into her ear. Naruto looked over Yusaka's body once again, but instead of seeing her as a friend, he looked at her as a lover. Her alabaster skin glowing in the moonlight. Her bright pink nipples poised on her perfectly shaped bosom. Down her flat stomach to her wide hips and toned thighs. Between them her wet folds with a small patch of golden hair above. You're absolutely beautiful, Yusaka, Naruto said. Yusaka smiled and blushed when Naruto reached down and cupped her breasts. Her 9 tails were sprayed out under them as she enjoyed Naruto's hands massaging her boobs. She moaned when his thumbs passed over her nipples. Seeing her reactions, Naruto pinched her left one, earning a gasp from her. Deciding to take it a step further, Naruto brought her right one to his lips and lightly nibbled on it. Yusaka moaned lowly as Naruto played with her 2 mounds. Yusaka looked at Naruto's hardened member throbbing above her while Naruto played with her. A sly smile made its way onto her face as she gripped in and started to jack him off. Naruto smirked as he let go of her left breast and moved his hand down to her sacred place. His fingers dug into her. The kitsune arched her back in pleasure. Naruto's fingers explored her insides, which constricted around them. Naruto grunted as she jerked her hand forward. Despite this being his first time, everything was coming naturally to him. Maybe it had something to do with him being a fallen angel. Moving away from her breasts, Naruto kissed her soft flesh up to her collar and have a few gentle sucks. Yusaka gasped and bit down on Naruto herself. The former shinobi winced a bit as her fangs entered his flesh. I've marked you as my mate, Naruto-kun, she said happily, looking at the bite mark in the blonde's neck. It was something she hadn't even done with. Kunos grinned and kissed her again. His tongue slithered into her mouth and wrestled with Yusaka's own for dominance. Yusaka moaned into the kiss as Naruto increased the pace of his fingers, going in and out of Yusaka's womanhood. The assault on her lower lips and mouth slowly brought Yusaka into her first orgasm in years. Her body trembled as she lost her grip on the blonde's shaft. I win this round, Yusaka-chan, Naruto said, and he pulled his fingers out of her. Yusaka didn't really look like she cared as she took in deep breaths. Sit down, Naruto-kun, Yusaka said as they switched spots. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed like she instructed while she got on her knees in front of him. The shinobi gripped the side of the bed as she gave his member a long lick from the base to the time. Yusaka's tongue swirled around the tip, then licked back down. Naruto clenched his teeth as tried to hold back. This was the first time he had even had something like this done to him. He gasped as he felt the tip of his member become engulfed in a wet embrace. His lover sucked on the tip and slowly moved down a bit before coming back up. Every time she went down, she took a bit more into her mouth. Naruto looked down at Yusaka's face as she blew him. His hands moved and held onto her head, his fingers weaving into her hair. Damn, Yusaka-chan, I can feel something coming, Naruto said as he tried to move Yusaka's head by force. The feeling like was about to burst through and Yusaka could feel it in her mouth. Right before he came, she took his entire length deep into her though. Her mouth was painted white by the squirts of Naruto's seed. She happily drank down every drop, making sure she didn't miss a single drop. Yusaka let Naruto's member out of her mouth, stood back up. Her hair was a mess from Naruto grabbing onto it. Now let's finish this, she said, smirking lustfully. Naruto wasn't expecting her to pounce on him. Naruto thanked his genetics and the Biju for his amazing recovery ability as he was already hard again. Yusaka lowered herself down on Naruto. Ah, she moaned loudly as she was penetrated for the first time in years. Despite not having her hymen anymore, it felt like this was her first time. To Naruto it felt like his member was caught in a fierce vice grip as her inner walls constructed on him. It's in, Yusaka said, panting as she looked at her blonde lover. Both were glowing from sweat, taking in each other's figure. Yusaka couldn't have been happier at that moment. She was finally united with someone who made her happy. Someone who cared for her and her daughter. We are one, she said, lifting herself until just the tip was left inside of her. With one swift motion she dropped her hips onto Naruto, taking his entire manhood in. Both their heads snapped back in pleasure. Yusaka held her position for a bit, getting used to Naruto's shaft in her. You alright, Yusaka-chan? Naruto asked, but was silenced as she rose and slammed down again. Yusaka bit her lip as she feverishly repeated the action. Fuck, Yusaka-chan, slow down. Naruto groaned. This was too much for his first time. He never imagined she would be this tight. Ah, Yusaka cried out. Their moans and the sound of slapping filled the room. Yusaka did bother slowing down as she lost herself in the feelings building up inside of her. Ah, she moaned, grabbing Naruto's head and smothering him into her. She loved the feeling of him inside of her in union. Her 9 tails thrashed violently behind her. Naruto could feel himself nearing his peak fast. Not once did ever expect sex to be like this, it was all new to him, yet doing it with her felt natural. Not being able to hold back any longer, Naruto grabbed onto her ass. This was his first time feeling it with his hands. It was as soft as it looked, but he could tell there was some serious muscle hidden behind its appearance. The Kyuubi moaned when she felt her ass being gripped by Naruto, but offered no objection as she continued to ride him. Naruto took the lead as he forced her hips down while he thrusted up, meeting her halfway down. Yusaka's eyes widened at the change and screamed in pleasure. Her screams didn't die down as Naruto and her synchronized with one another. It was so close. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach as the two lovers filled the night with their antics. I'm so close, Naruto-kun. She cried out. Naruto himself was having a hard time not coming as her inner walls squeezed down on his shaft. I can't hold it in anymore. Naruto grunted. Yusaka herself was in a trance-like state as she neared her climax. Her entire body was trembling from the sensation. Yusaka's arms snaked around Naruto and held him close. I'm coming, she screamed at the top of her lungs as her eyes partly rolled back. Her world went white the moment she went over the edge and achieved orgasm. Nothing could have prepared Naruto for the tightening of her vaginal walls. The former shinobi filled her to the brim with his milk. The two collapsed on the bed, exhausted from their actions. Yusaka seemed to be returning back to a sensible state of mind. That was amazing, Naruto-kun, she said, nuzzling her face into his neck. Naruto had also recovered and held her in an embrace. You did most of the work, Yusaka-chan. Two never expected you to have that side in you. So much for the innocent priestess. Naruto teased, getting a giggle from his lover. Who said anything about me being innocent? I just never got a chance around you, she whispered in his ear. It was then that she noticed Naruto's horrified face. What's wrong? She asked, hoping that he wasn't regretting what they did. I forgot Kuno-chan was in the room next door. What if she heard us? Naruto questioned. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, Yusaka said, wrapping her tails around them like a blanket. I placed one of those seals you made for me a while back on her room. She didn't hear a thing, Yusaka answered. Knowing this calmed Naruto, who nodded. Looking at the clock, she noticed it was almost 1 in the morning. Let's head to sleep. I have to head out tomorrow morning. Naruto agreed. He wanted to spend more time with her, but as a faction leader her schedule was packed. Both let their exhaustion take them to the land of slumber. Next morning, Kuno ran into Naruto's room with a piece of paper with a drawing of herself, Yusaka, and Naruto together in the temple they lived in Kyoto. Naruto-sama, look at the picture I drew, she said before seeing Naruto and her mother sleeping peacefully together, wrapped in golden tails under the blanket. A wide smile made its way onto her face. My wish came true, she yelled, jumping onto the bed, which woke up Naruto and Yusaka in shock. My wish came true, she said, smiling brightly. Yusaka's tails unraveled around her and Naruto. Yusaka and Naruto shared a look before laughing along with Kuno, who sat between them on the bed. Naruto swore at that moment that he would do anything in his power to find a way to let Yusaka live away from the burden of the ley lines. He was sure he and Azazel could figure something out. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror as he was getting ready for his date with Rias. He had put on a dark orange dress shirt and black pants for the date. He wanted to at least look good for it, if anything else. 11:50. Naruto thought as he read his watch. Yusaka and Kuno had left a bit after they woke up to return to Kyoto. While he wished they could stay for a bit more, he knew they had their duties. Walking through his house, Naruto noticed that no one was home as he was leaving. It reminded him a bit of his life back in Konoha. As annoying as she was at time, Kuroko was good company, but she was currently on some assignment. It didn't take Naruto more than a minute to fly to Rias's house. "Well, here goes nothing," Naruto said, knocking on the door. "1 minute." The blonde-haired Rias yelled from inside. Hearing footsteps, Naruto readied himself for his date to begin. "Hey," Rias said, opening the door. Naruto's jaw almost dropped when he saw what Rias was wearing. She wore a tight black V-neck shirt that showed off much of her cleavage as well as outlined her upper body perfectly, along with a short miniskirt like the ones she wore for school, only red instead of violet. "Right on time," she said, walking out with a purse in hand. "You look great, Rias," Naruto said, holding down his blush. "Thank you, Naruto. You don't look half bad yourself," she responded with a teasing wink. As the two walked into town, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, as much of the young population gave them side glances or stared at them as they walked by. "Thanks for inviting me in this, Naruto. It means a lot to me that you at least want to get to know me," she told the fallen angel. Naruto smiled charmingly. "Well, I don't just want to marry someone I don't know or love, do I?" "I'm sure you wouldn't want that either," Naruto responded, earning a nod from her. "I know of a small restaurant near the studio that we can go to for lunch. We have 3 hours, so that will give us plenty of time to talk and get to know each other." "What do you say?" Naruto asked. "That sounds great," Rias agreed. While it did sting her ego a bit, she was happy that Naruto would look at her in the eyes when they talked instead of staring at her cleavage. She was certain that if it had been Issei or Riser in Naruto's place, he wouldn't have hesitated to stare at her. "Hey Naruto, what is your dream?" Rias asked. "Well, when I was a kid, my dream was to become the leader of my village, the Hokage. At first it was because I wanted everyone to acknowledge me for who I am, not what I was," Naruto said, earning Rias's full attention. "You see, I was born right after there was an attack by a beast on my village that devastated the place. There wasn't one person who wasn't affected by the attack. Everyone had lost something. My parents died during the attack. My father was the leader of the village at the time and was forced to seal the beast inside of me," Naruto started to explain to Rias. "After that, I was seen as a danger by a lot of them. Some thought that I would one day snap and release the monster I held back upon the world. Others thought that I was a puppet for the beast. But overall I was shunned and ignored except for a few people. I wanted everyone to notice me, to know who I was, not what I held inside of me," Naruto said, remembering that part of his life. It was a painful period for him, but he had managed to push through all that thanks to his friends. Rias, on the other hand, was completely enthralled by the blonde's tale. She couldn't help but both feel sympathetic yet relate to what the blonde had to go through in life. She couldn't help but want to hear more of the blonde's life. His dream of being acknowledged by those around him hit home with her. That was something that, while for a different reason, she could understand and had desired the same thing. Naruto continued his tale as they walked through the streets of the large city towards the cafe. "I eventually set my dream of becoming Hokage so that everyone would have to acknowledge me. To see me more than just some brat or a curse on the village," Naruto said to the redhead. "You said that was your dream as a kid," Rias said. "So what is your dream now?" That was a fair question. Dreams change as one grows older, and she was still curious about this blonde man before that even her brother was hesitant to battle. "I still wanted to be Hokage even after I grew up. Hell, I still want to be the Hokage even if I know I can't. But my reasoning changed to a degree. I still wanted to be acknowledged by everyone, but more than that, I wanted to protect those that mattered to me the most. That evolved into my current goal," Naruto said, looking Rias in the eyes. "I want to bring peace to the world. I want to break the cycle of hatred that exists deep within this world," Naruto stated as they arrived at the restaurant and got a table. Rias silently thought about what the blonde had told her as they sat down at a table. She had learned a lot about Naruto in the short time that their date had started. The way he talked about his dream was really inspiring. For a second she thought she was talking to an angel rather than a fallen angel. "That's a great dream, Naruto," Rias said, earning a wide grin from the blonde. "You said you can't be Hokage anymore. Why?" Rias asked. She was also intrigued by the monster he said was sealed in him. "Does that mean he has a sacred gear?" she wondered. Naruto looked a bit upset. Rias was worried that she may have asked about a sore topic. Well, I might as well tell you the truth, Naruto said, sighing. I'm not from this world. Naruto said seriously. I was born in an alternate dimension where the world was constantly ravaged by war. Before I got sent here we were in the end of the 4th Great Ninja War, which was started by just 2 men. It was the first time all the great nations united against a single opponent. The war lasted 2 days, but over half of the forces on either side were wiped out. In the end, me and my team met the person who had orchestrated the entire thing, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Naruto said, scowling at the name. Rias's eyes were as wide as plates. She had expected that it was because he had been turned into a fallen angel that he couldn't be Hokage. She never expected him to be a ninja from an alternate world. It was almost like he was from some kind of manga. Something happened during that battle that left you stranded on Earth. Rias concluded from what Naruto had told her so far. She knew that he had cut out a few things, but that wasn't important right now. The more she listened, the more she wanted to know about this powerful blonde man across from her. Naruto nodded. We had defeated her. Me and my friend Sasuke managed to seal her once again, only for her to push me through one of her portals at the last second. It was also how I lost my arm, Naruto said, holding up his left arm. Rias watched as a cannon came out of its arm for a second before it reset itself. I nearly died from that but was revived by Azazel, Naruto said, finishing his tale of how he got here. It must be horrible, Rias said, feeling sad for the blonde. She had left her home, but she could never imagine being forced into an unknown world. It's not so bad. I have a lot of new friends now and I've been able to do things I could never imagine of doing back home. Plus I'm sure Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-tem will manage to bring peace, Naruto said, being optimistic of what happened back home after he disappeared. So since I told you about my dream, what is yours? Naruto asked the redhead. Rias thought about it but laughed nervously. I don't really know. You had such great dreams and here I am. I came to Earth because I couldn't stand being treated like I was just the next Lady Grimori, Rias said to Naruto. That's why I never wanted to marry Razor. To him I'm just a way for him to get wealth and status, Rias said, with her face contorting to one of anger. She hated that man more than anyone else. She didn't just want to be some trophy wife to some douchebag who wouldn't care for her in the slightest except when he wanted to fuck her. That's horrible, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. He hated people who used others for their own gain while throwing everyone else under the bus. People like Riser and Gato who only cared for what they wanted. It was why he didn't regret doing what he was, even if he had to deal with a marriage contract. So you left the underworld because everyone treated you like just the next heir? Naruto asked his date. Yeah, to much of the higher class in the underworld I was just the next leader of the Grimori house. They saw me as either another high lady or a pawn for them to use in the future when they needed to make a political move. I hated it, how no one saw me as Rias but rather Lady Grimori or Lucifer's baby sister. Rias told the blonde. I moved here so I could live without being tied to my name or my family's title. So that I could be my own person. Naruto sighed as he leaned on one of his hands. I'll never understand or really like nobles. Who cares what your bloodline is? You're a person, not some doll for other people to dress up, Naruto said to her. This made Rias happy, knowing that he at least didn't just see her like most of the underworld did. Rias, if you want to cancel the wedding just tell me. I will not force you to marry me if I win against Riser, believe it, Naruto said with a wide fox-like grin. The redhead couldn't help but laugh light at how goofy the blonde looked with his wide grin. It touched her heart that he was willing to give her the freedom she wanted if she chose to. Thanks, Naruto. That means a lot to me, she responded. It was then that the waitress came around to their table. Can we wait a bit before we order? Rias asked, not wanting to interrupt their conversation too much. The waitress nodded and left the two. I guess we both just wanted to be acknowledged, Naruto summarized with a small smile. It was nice to be around someone who, while they had different circumstances, knew what it was like to want to be seen as their own person, not just what they were born with. So you said you were a ninja? Rias questioned, to which Naruto nodded. That is so cool, Rias said. Rias was a huge fan of Japanese culture. Meeting a ninja from a different dimension to her was like something straight out of a manga or anime. The shinobi chuckled at the way she reacted. He was glad that they could turn away from their somber conversation. He was a bit surprised by how Rias reacted. "Sorry, I'm a big fan of all things Japan. That's one of the reasons that I decided to move here," Rias said with a small blush at how she had acted in public. Looking around, she saw the waitress from earlier giggling at how she had acted, which drew some attention to them from some of the few people in the place. "So any stories about your time as a shinobi?" Rias asked, curious on the shinobi of his world. Naruto thought for a second on which story he should tell. "Well, there was the time my village was attacked. It was during the time when I was training with senjutsu to become a sage so that I could protect both myself and my village from a group called the Akatsuki. They were the same group that started the war that sent me to this world. I don't exactly know what happened, but when I arrived my entire village was nothing but a crater," Naruto said, scowling. "What happened during the attack?" Rias asked. While she knew of beings that could do a lot worse, turn a city into a crater was no small feat for the majority of beings. "We were attacked by who we thought at the time to be the leader of the Akatsuki. His name was Nagato, but at the time he referred to himself as Pain. We both had the same goal and were thought by the same man. However, we both chose different paths." Naruto started as he began to tell the redhead about his battle with the strayed disciple of Jiraiya. Rias was impressed from what Naruto described to her. How Nagato was able to control 6 bodies at once and the other abilities of the 6 paths. "I almost lost. And I would have lost if one of my friends didn't try to save me. Her name was Hinata Hyuga," Naruto said, remembering the shy girl. She told me that she loved me. And then he stabbed her. And I lost it," Naruto said, clenching his fists. Rias was a bit worried for her date but let him continue. "I lost myself to the monster inside of me and went on a rampage. For a while I wasn't in the right state of mind. I almost gave up everything to my despair," Naruto said before smiling softly, which confused Rias. "But because of that I was able to meet my father for the first time. Afterwards I regained control and defeated the last Pain and confronted Nagato. I managed to convince him to trust me with bring peace to the world, and he used the last of his power to revive everyone in the village who he had killed," Naruto said, ending the story of his battle with Nagato. "I can even begin to imagine what it must have been like being in your shoes. To find out that the person you were close with died at the hands of his own student," Rias said to Naruto before checking what time it was. They still a bit over an hour before the show started. "How did the village react?" she asked the former shinobi. A wide smile appeared on the blonde's face. "They came to see me as a hero. They acknowledged me not as the what was sealed in me but as an individual who had risked everything to save them. Just like so many had risked their lives to protect me from the Akatsuki," Naruto answered, wiping a tear. So many had lost their lives against Pain to protect him and their home. He was thankful that Nagato was able to revive them. "I'm glad you managed to achieve that, Naruto," Rias said, feeling a bit jealous for the blonde. Unlike him, she had yet to be acknowledged by the majority of the underworld nobility, as most still saw her as a tool for the devil race, as proven by her current marriage. She wasn't happy when she heard that her brother's solution was to marry her to someone else, but despite not knowing him for long, Naruto was infinitely better than Riser. "I'm sure that you will achieve all your goals, Rias, and I'll help any way I can, believe it," Naruto said, giving her a nice guy pose followed by a teeth twinkle. Rias held back a giggle but was thankful nonetheless. "Well, I guess we should order something," Naruto said, calling over the waitress. "I'll just have a bowl of ramen," Naruto said, happy that the place offered his favorite four. "I'll take some tuna sushi," Rias said to the waitress. The woman wrote down the two's orders before going to the back to tell the cooks about the next orders. "Let's head over after we finish our food," the redhead said. Later in the studio, "You two made it," Seraphal yelled as she rushed towards them, getting both of them into a spine-crushing hug. Rias wondered how Sona could have lived through this all her life before moving to Kuo. "I have great news. The director has agreed to push through the special episode 1 wrote myself. I'm sure that it will be a huge hit with the audience as it will introduce a brand new character," Seraphal explained to them. "Oh wait, I survived living with Searsex," she thought. "That's great," Naruto responded, knowing where things were going. Seraphal had mentioned that she may have them appear on the show, but he thought they would get at least a tour before being thrown in. Maybe some rehearsal. "Let me show you two to your dressing rooms," the Satan-class devil chimed, pushing them towards 2 rooms. There is a copy of a script in each room along with your outfits. I'm gonna tell the director that you 2 got here. See you on the set, she said, leaving them by the doors to their rooms. What did we get ourselves into? Naruto muttered to himself, but looking at Rias, she looked moderately excited about being on the show. I guess you like this show? The blonde asked the red-headed devil. From what he had heard, this show was akin to Japanese animes, more specifically magical girl animes. Yeah, I've watched every episode, Rias said with a slightly embarrassed laugh. When I was younger I always dreamed of being on it, the Grimoire said before opening the door to her dressing room. I guess I'll see you in a bit, she said, disappearing into her room and closing the door behind her. 10 minutes later, Naruto sighed as he was dressed up in some kind of ninja outfit. He found it a bit insulting that this was what this world thought shinobi were. Turns out they were filming a movie for her show. It was apparent that the Satan had planned on this from before she even confronted him the first time. There is no way they wrote the script for an entire movie in less than a day, Naruto thought to himself. Looking at himself in the mirror, he could appreciate the outfit for its dark colors. It was a skin-tight sleeveless outfit with light armor around the chest and legs. He was also given black tabi boots and a black scarf. Naruto also wore shin and arm guards to go with his outfit. On his back was katana prop and 3 tied to each thigh. While different, it did remind him the uniform Konoha's Anbu used, only with more design. His face was covered by a black cloth mask. We will start filming in 10 minutes. The blonde heard one of the aides say through the door. The former shinobi picked up the copy of the script he was given to read over. The story seemed rather basic if anyone asked him. His main objective was to save the princess, which he assumed was Rias. Miracle Leviathan, the Fallen Ninja and the Crimson Princess, Naruto read, deadpanning. The title alone proved that she had planned his and Rias's involvement. Read over the script one last time before leaving his dressing room. Arriving on the set, his breath was taken away when he saw Rias. She wore a red dress that pushed her already large breasts up, making them look bigger than normal. Her hair was tied into a braid over her shoulder with a tiara on her head. You look great, Naruto. Seraphal yelled, running up to him, distracting him from Rias. Like a way she wore her magical girl outfit, which he couldn't deny made her look cute. Now let's get to filming, she said, dragging him off to the set with Rias. 6 hours later, Naruto was waiting for his K. Filming went rather smoothly as both him and Rias fell into their roles. They were about to the climax of the short movie where he jumped to help Leviathan, who was fighting against the Satan King. This was the scene where he joined the battle at the last second to save Rias, who played the Satan King's daughter who ran away from home to escape a marriage. Seeing that the king had knocked Seraphal out, Naruto leapt of a tower and landed between the two. Enough. Forgive me, my king, but I cannot let you marry Harem-sama off to some noble, Naruto said, drawing his sword prop and pointing it dramatically at the movie's villain. You think you can betray me and walk away with my property? The king yelled as he picked up a giant axe from a weapons rack. Naruto couldn't tell who was playing the role since he wore a mask and cloak, and their voice was muffled by either the mask or magic. The two charged at each other and clashed with their weapons. You're weak, he yelled, pushing Naruto back. I would die for her, Naruto cried, kicking the king back. Because the actor was a devil, Naruto was allowed to really hit him as long as he held back enough not to hurt him. The king threw his axe at Naruto, who dodged to the right. I will not lose to you, Naruto shouted, pushing his enemy back against the castle. Enough, he yelled as black and red energy forced Naruto to let go of him. Naruto's eyes widened at the implication of who was the actor. There was only one clan who had that ability in the devil world. This is for the good of the kingdom, the king yelled, firing a beam of energy at Naruto. The blonde dodged the attack, which destroyed one of the prop trees. That wasn't in the script, the director yelled in anger from his seat when he saw the king using the attack. He was about to stop the scene, but Seraphal motioned from her location off the screen to keep going. She was really getting excited from the scene before her. You wanna play like that, Naruto muttered as he formed a spear of light. A wide smirk appeared on his face as he threw the spear at the king. The movie's bad guy sidestepped the attack and charged at Naruto. Naruto drew his sword and slashed at the king, who ducked under the attack and nailed Naruto in the stomach. The blonde roundhouse kicked him into a wall. Not bad traitor, but I will not let you win. The king shouted at Naruto before being knocked back by a sparkly blast. Damn you Leviathan, he yelled as he stood back up. Next to our fallen angel, the Satan in costume landed next to him. I will not let you win, Crimson King, Seraphal said in character. The Satan posed holding her wand and winked. Shinobi-kun, let's beat this guy together, she said to the costumed fallen angel. Naruto nodded and charged at their enemy. The king swung his hand, sending a small wave of energy at them. The two evaded the attack and landed a kick on his torso together. Damn you two, the man yelled dramatically. You two don't know anything. My daughter will marry who I tell her to, and she has no say in it whatsoever, he yelled, punching Seraphal in the stomach. Take this, the king, who obviously wasn't Sirzex, shouted as he the woman off screen. Just you and me, Shinobi. I will not give in. I will save the princess, Naruto claimed. The two let out a war cry, clashing with one another in hand-to-hand combat. Rias, who was watching from her cage, gagged deadpanned at how overly animated the two were acting. Rasengan, Naruto yelled, creating a low-powered ball of rotating chakra in his right hand. The king cried out in false pain. He was blown back. The villain's outfit was torn by the attack, revealing the pale yet muscular body underneath. You ruined my outfit, he yelled before looking at the captured Rias. Foolish Dar, you've caused me more than you're worth. If you love this buffoon so much, then I'll just let you join him in the afterlife, he yelled, creating an orb of his red and black energy. The princess managed to remove the gag that the Devil King had placed on her. Help me, Shinobi-kun, Rias cried out in roll. Naruto dashed forwards and, drawing kunai, cut his way through the cage and saved her from the attack. I will not fail you, Haim, Naruto said, placing her down gently. Leviathan, Naruto called for the magical girl, who jumped to his side. She looked a bit worse for wear but was ready for battle. Can you help me finish him off? He asked for her assistance. Of course, Shinobi-chan, she responded. Naruto held out his hand and created another low-power Rasengan. Seraphal pointed her wand, adding a bit of her magic into Naruto's Rasengan, changing its color to bright cyan with pink sparkles swirling around it. Naruto looked a bit disappointed but played along. Let's go, he yelled. Yeah. The two dashed at the king, who channeled a bit of his power into right fist, covering it in a thin veil of dark energy. Following his opponent's example, the devil charged at the two. Die, he cried out. Miracle Rasengan. The two heroes yelled as their attacks collided with one another. Their attacks easily overpowered the punch and pushed its way into his chest. The man let out a cry of pain while Naruto and Leviathan's Rasengan shredded his clothing and threw him into his palace, making it collapse on him. Rias ran over to Naruto and hugged him as if he would disappear any second. Thank you so much, Shinobi-kun, she said, going back to the script. As the two looked into each other's eyes, Rias reached up and took off Naruto's masks. What is your name, Shinobi-kun? I want to know who saved my life, she asked the shinobi. Menma Azuki, Naruto responded. Their faces neared each other slowly. The director stood up from his chair and held his hand up. His face filled with anticipation. Just as their lips were about to touch, they were told to stop. Bravo, the director cried out as the rest of the movie crew clapped. While I was confused when you went off script, this was great. I hope you are able to watch it when it premieres on TV next week, the older devil said, grinning widely. Seraphal looked a bit disappointed by how the kiss had been stopped, however. Naruto and Rias separated, each blushing a bit but overall feeling proud of their performance. After that, they took off their costumes in their dressing rooms and met Seraphal in the main lobby. Thanks so much, Naru-chan, Rias-chan, she said to the two of them, who smiled back. No, thank you, Seraphal-sama, for this opportunity. It was a dream come true for me to be on your show, Rias said, bowing deeply to show her appreciation to the only female Satan, who smiled and waved it off. And Sirzex, Rias said, looking over at the man who was trying to sneak past them in heavy clothing. Good job, Rias-tan. I'm so sorry for acting that way, he yelled as he tried to hug her, only to be replaced with Naruto, who looked far less than amused by the stunt Rias pulled. Wow, Rias, you got boof, he started before looking down and realizing he hugged the wrong teen. Rias laughed at the two, which brought a smile to both their faces. All according to plan. Hey, Seraphal thought to herself before leaving the three to their own devices. Later that day, I order you to stay away from that girl, Rias said to Issei, who looked shell-shocked by what his king had just told him. Naruto sat on the windowsill behind her with a small frown on his face, but he wasn't going to tell Rias how to run her own peerage. He didn't approve of her preventing her pawn from making a bond with the nun, but he could see why she wouldn't want that to happen. But why? Issei questioned back furiously. It didn't make sense to him why Rias wouldn't want him to be around Asia. It sure as hell wasn't that she was jealous, since she already had Naruto. Rias crossed her fingers in front of her and leaned forward. Issei, she is a member of the church and falls under the jurisdiction of heaven and the angels. Interacting with her could potentially cause a rift between the two factions. We already have an unstable peace at the moment. We cannot risk starting a war, Rias explained to Issei, who still didn't want to hear any of it. The rest of Rias's peerage watched on as their newest member argued with their president. Issei grit his teeth before running out of the club room. Naruto sighed and walked over to Rias's side. You know he's not going to listen to you, right? Naruto asked the redhead, who sighed and nodded her head. Even she knew that it was pointless to try and sway her pawn. Even if she really wanted to, she couldn't bring herself to punish him too severely. I'll watch over him. This has Rainer's name all over it, Naruto said, walking after the new devil. As he walked across the room, he noticed the Yudo was slightly glaring at him. Most likely because of his holy sword and the fact that he kicked his ass during their training before. I'll have talked to him before he does something stupid, Naruto thought to himself as he left the building. Asia-chan. Naruto heard Issei scream as he arrived at the park. Naruto dashed over to where he heard Issei to see Issei by himself fighting against Danesik. From the looks of it, he was losing badly against the fallen angel. Damn you! Where are you taking Asia-chan, you black-winged jackass? The brown-haired devil yelled at the smirking fallen angel. You know I take offense to that, Naruto said, arriving on the scene. The second Danesik saw that Naruto had arrived, he broke out in a cold sweat. So Danesik, care to explain why you and your ragtag group of traitors want with the girl? Before I take matters into my own hands, Naruto asked, creating an orange spear of light. Damn it, he wasn't supposed to be here yet. Rainer needs more time to extract the sacred gear. I can't tell him that. He'll kill us all if he found out what we were up to, Danesik thought to himself as he tried to find a way out of the situation he found himself in. Either way, he knew that he wasn't going to come out without some kind of damage. That is none of your business, Warden, Danesik responded, trying to buy time. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he moved faster than either Danesik or Issei could see. The weaker fallen angel took a step back as Naruto appeared less than a foot away from him. Despite Naruto being a bit shorter than him, the aura he was giving off was frightening. I don't like doing this, Danesik, but I will not allow you guys to harm an innocent girl like Asia, Naruto said, trying to avoid conflict. He wanted as few casualties as possible after all, but he knew that if it came down to it, he would need to. Danesik felt scared of the man in front of him, but a part of him lusted to battle him, to test his mettle against the blonde cadre. Despite knowing he knew for a fact that he would lose, Danesik created a spear of light and flew into the air. I will not let myself be pushed around by you, Warden, the man yelled as he threw the blue spear at Naruto. Naruto frowned, creating a spear of orange light in his right, which he used to shatter the opposing attack. Looking back at Issei, go back to Rias, tell her to meet me at the abandoned church, Naruto ordered the pawn, who nodded and ran away from the battle to his master. You're going to regret betraying us, Danesik, Naruto said, turning back to the fallen angel. The trenchcoat-wearing fallen angel scowled and charged at Naruto. The blonde didn't waste any time as he dodged the initial attack and speared Danesik through the chest with his spear of light. Naruto stepped away, letting him fall to the ground with the speak still in him. Damn you to hell, he struggled to said, coughing blood onto the floor. His vision hazed as he watched Naruto walk past him towards where his group was preparing the ritual. I gave you the chance to end this peacefully, Naruto said, allowing the spear to fade away. Danesik fell forward dead as the blonde left him behind. Naruto unfurled his wings and flew at the church. Naruto arrived at the church to find it being guarded by dozens stray exorcists, which he knew worked for the Grigori. What are all of you doing? Naruto yelled as he landed in front of the group. Azazel never approved you all to gather here. Naruto told the stray exorcists only for them to attack him with their light guns. The blonde used his wings to block the attack by covering himself with his wings. The blonde saw one of the fallen angels he was after run into the church. So they were expecting me. To think they just threw away their teammate. Naruto muttered as he charged at the group. He counted nearly 70 of them. Spells flew past him as he maneuvered towards them at an extreme speed. Drawing the joys, Naruto sliced through them with ease. He felt bad for what he was doing, but he could feel the hatred coming off of them. The desire they had to kill and destroy. If left them they would cause more problems for their faction. Naruto. The blonde turned to see Rias and her peerage appearing in a teleportation seal. Naruto gulped as the redhead had a more than annoyed look on her face. I thought you said you would let me handle this, she said to the fallen angel. Sorry Rias-chan, but I didn't have time to wait, Naruto said before looking at Issei. Go save the Asia, I'll handle things out here, the blonde said to the newly reborn devil, who offered a thankful smile before and the rest of the group ran into the church. A horde of stray exorcists tried to stop them, only for Naruto to appear in front of them and slashed downward, destroying everyone in front of him in a crescent of light. Rias pouted at how Naruto had taken control of the situation. Rias-chan is going to give me an earful when this is done. Naruto sighed after she was out of hearing range before dodging another bullet. I guess this will be a good time to test out what this sword can really do, Naruto said to himself, but everyone heard him and tensed. The Kadri slashed at one of his enemies, creating 2 cuts at once despite only swinging the sword once. The second cut was slightly above the first one, spinning on his heels Naruto and cut through another one, but this time it only produced a single wound. So it only has a chance of inflicting 2 hits. Naruto thought to himself as he cut down another 2. Out of the 2 he put down, only 1 received double wounds. So it's a 50-50 chance of it happening, Naruto concluded. 2 charged at him. Naruto leapt over the one coming at him from the right and grabbed him by the arm. Naruto used the captured exorcist as a bat against the second one. We can't do this. One of the strays panicked and attempted to run away from Naruto, who was cutting down his allies. If it wasn't for their numbers and the fact that Naruto didn't want to cause too much damage to the area to avoid harming the group of devils in the church. Some other ones attempted to run while Naruto was distracted with the others. The blonde took notice of this and flew up into the air and ended this. Joyous rain, Naruto yelled, swinging his sword down at the ground. Hundreds of needles made of light shot out of the sword. The stray exorcists cried out in pain as they were bombarded by the hail of needles. The small army had been reduced to nothing but a pile of bodies bleeding on the ground. Looking down at his work, Naruto saw that his attack had defeated every stray exorcist. The blonde fallen angel flew down to the church's door and walked in. The interior of the church was destroyed by what had to be a battle. He found Midelt dead against the wall with a gash on her chest. Looks like Kiba was able to take her out, Naruto muttered. He didn't want to have to kill them, but it seemed that it had come to that. Naruto could hear battling going on further into the church. Naruto ran deeper in to find Rainer defeated by the peerage. Near them was Asia, who from the looks of it had died from having her sacred gear removed. He silently cursed Azazel for making the ritual so easy to perform. Looks like everything is wrapping up, Naruto said, alerting the group that he had arrived. Looking down at the panicking Rainer. Lord Naruto, I'm sorry. Forgive me please. I'll do anything for you if you let me live. Rainer groveled for him to save her. Naruto thought about it for a second, but he could feel her dark emotions. Despite the fact that she had been crushed by his probably fiancé's peerage, her mindset had not changed. She would just try again with other fallen angels in another location. Naruto stood between Rias and Issei with, Rias-chan, I said you could decide what to do with this situation. Naruto said, much to Rainer's despair. He wanted to spare her and didn't think she deserved to die, but in the end it would be an insult to Rias. Rias smiled at that and turned to Issei. You are the one she wronged, Issei-san. What do you want us to do with her? Her fate in your hands, the red-haired princess said to the pervert, who looked at the beaten Rainer and then to the dead Asia. All the time we spent, was it all fake? Issei asked the fallen angel. Naruto felt a bit bad for the guy. No, Issei-kun. I really enjoyed all the time we spent together. Please don't let them kill me, Issei. she begged using the same voice she used when she was disguised as his girlfriend. Naruto scowled at the desperate act by the fallen angel traitor. "Please Issei," she cried out. Tears streaked down her face as she begged for her life. "Naruto-san, Bushu, can you handle this?" Issei asked the fallen angel. It still hurt him how she had toyed with his emotions. How she had led on Asia and then killed her to obtain her sacred gear. Rainer's eyes widened when Issei handed her fate over to the blonde and redhead. Naruto nodded and stepped forward. "I have to do something or I'm dead," Rainer thought to herself. Her mind raced to try and find some kind of solution to her dilemma. Looking at the pair, she knew that her options were slim. She was sure that the devil would kill her because of her actions in her territory. Her only hope was that Naruto intervened and took her to Azazel. "I surrender," Rainer yelled. "Surrendering already, Rainer," a new female voice spoke. Rias and her group turned around and saw another woman walking towards them. Naruto smiled at the newcomer. "I will never understand why Danesi and Mittelt decided to defy Azazel and follow you," she said, shaking her head with a sigh. "Calawarner, where the hell have you been?" The defeated fallen angel yelled at the blue-haired woman who walked towards Naruto. Rias and her peerage was a bit tense around the woman, but Naruto looked happy to see her. "I was talking to Azazel and reporting everything we have been up to as requested by Naruto," the tallest in the room told her former ally as she hugged Naruto's arm between her boobs, earning her an annoyed look from Rias. Naruto looked a bit embarrassed by her actions but didn't really resist. Naruto looked over at Rias and got a glare in return. He knew he would have to speak to her about this in the near future. "Rias-chan, could you please handle Rainer? I believe she has caused you enough problems," Naruto said to the redhead, who nodded and turned to Rainer. Red and black magic formed in Rias's hands as she pointed them at Rainer. Naruto looked away as the fallen angel gave out one last cry before she was wiped from the world. "Well, now that her little group was taken down, I guess we can all go home," Calawarner said with a smirk, only to be stopped by the Occult Research Club president. "Oh no you don't," she said, glaring at the two fallen angels. Naruto already knew where this was going and he was a bit happy about it. "I want to know what kind of relationship the two of you have," she demanded. She didn't like the way that Calawarner was holding on to the blonde that may one day become her husband. "Relationship? Well, for now there is nothing between the two of us," Calawarner said, releasing Naruto. "Unfortunately," she added in her head, "but if he ever wants to mess around a bit, I'd be more than happy to comply," she continued with a seductive smile on her face. Naruto sighed and shook his head at how his subordinate was acting. "Bushu, we need to save Asia-chan," Issei yelled, interrupting the conversation as he held the young blonde woman in his arms. Naruto frowned but knew that there was only one way to save her at this point. Looking over at Rias, he nodded and walked over to the remains of the fallen angel. The cadre picked up the twilight healing and handed it to the didn't like the peerage system, but he could knew Rias had a good heart, a bit selfish but kind nonetheless. On top of that, Asia was important to Issei, so having her with him on the same peerage would be good for him. "Thanks Naruto," Rias said to the blonde, who smiled at her. She knew full well from her brother that Azazel would want the gear for his research and that Naruto didn't like the devil's system, but Naruto had chosen her pawn's happiness over his own faction instead. It was a bit endearing for her. Rias walked over to the dead nun and pulled out her last bishop piece. The blonde watched as a red circle appeared under her and Asia and Rias began her chant. Within seconds Asia was revived and her sacred gear was returned to her. Issei was at her side within seconds as she opened her eyes again for the first time as a devil. "Issei," she managed to say weakly as the devil hugged her. Naruto smiled, knowing that Issei truly cared about her, not just because she was female. "Come on, we've had enough action for tonight," Naruto said to Rias. "Yes, and don't think our conversation is over," the redhead said to the former shinobi, who agreed with Naruto. The blonde grunted as he woke up in a familiar area. He had just gotten home from his talk with Rias, and Fall was this part of his mind where the Biju had stayed during the war against Madara and later Kagaya. It was the first time since he had arrived in this world that he had been able to enter. "Guys," Naruto called out, seeing if he could get a response from any of them. "Kurama," the shinobi yelled. "Oi, quiet kid, I just woke up and I have a headache." Behind him Shukaku came out of the shadows. Naruto was surprised to see the giant tanuki who had been sealed in his friend Gaara before his capture. What happened to you? Your chakra feel different now, brat. The one-tailed Biju asked his new host as it rubbed its head. Shukaku, where are the others? Naruto questioned. Out of the 9, the only one who had appeared at this point was Shukaku. Shukaku grunted at the question. One moment we were trying to save your miserable ass after you went through Kagaya's time-space ninjutsu. Luckily we were able to do that. But then the next second we were engulfed in some stupid light that knocked me out. I had to completely reform myself from a mass of chakra. Shukaku said, sounding annoyed by the fact that it had been too weak to avoid that happening to him. But I feel better now. Hell, I feel like I'm back at full power, haha. The Tanuki yelled in glee. After his consciousness had been released from the Jubi, he had only retained enough power to grant Naruto his abilities. But now he felt like he did when sealed inside of Gaara. I see, so you guys must have been affected by that thing Azazel used to revive me. Naruto concluded. He couldn't be completely sure, but that was his hunch for now. Who's Azazel, brat? Shukaku asked, not recognizing the name. It sounded strange to him, and he had been alive since the beginning of ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that the Biju had no idea what he had been doing since they arrived. And from what Shukaku said, the Biju were in the middle of reforming themselves. Since he had the least amount of chakra, it made sense that he would be the first one finished. Deciding that it would be for the best for Shukaku and later the Biju to know, Naruto explained to Shukaku everything that he had done since he arrived in this world. Shukaku's eyes widened when he heard Naruto's story, how he had become more than human and his current situation with Rias and the others. Naruto even fist bumped the sand user to show him more. I got to say, brat, you work fast. You boned a MILF and may get to marry a smoking redhead. Shukaku said, laughing. Yeah, it's a riot, Naruto said dryly, but it's good to know that you guys are coming back even if it may take a while. The blonde said, smiling at the massive beast who nodded and smirked. Yeah, now go away. I have a headache from just waking up, Shukaku said, laying down and wrapping its tail around itself. But it's good to know that you're doing fine, Shukaku said before falling asleep. Naruto smiled as returned to his own sleep, this time with a second light snoring within his head. Shukaku was happy to finally be whole again, while Naruto was glad that the Biju were returning. Next morning, Naruto woke up to the sight of pale flesh. He could feel someone holding him tightly, burying his face into their boobs. Nya, Naru-kun, go back to sleep. The blonde heard from the person holding him. Naruto sighed as he substituted himself with a pillow, allowing him to escape from her grasp. You're no fun, Naru-kun, Kuroka moaned, sitting up, giving the blonde a full view of her upper body. Maybe if you didn't sneak into my bed naked, Naruto said, shocking Kuroka. The cat woman moved the blanket out of the way and stood up in front of the blonde. Naruto blushed slightly, being able to see Kuroka's whole body. Her flawless pale skin and her bountiful breasts and full hips. A black cat tail swinging behind her and 2 ears cropped on her head. He couldn't deny that she was beautiful. I know you had sex with Yasaka Baka. I could smell it on you in the bed. How about we mark this bed with our scent as well? She said, leaning towards him and licking his cheek over his whiskers. Before she knew it, her body was wrapped in sand. Naruto was just as surprised by the sand as she was. I'm trying to sleep here, Shukaku yelled inside of Naruto's head, clearly annoyed from being woken up by the two. The sand released Kuroka and retreated back into Naruto. That was new, Nya, Kuroka said, rubbing her ass. Standing up, she wiped out some of the sand left on her skin before picking up her bra that she had left on the floor when she striped the night and putting it on. Mind helping me out? She asked Naruto seductively. I know for a fact that you don't need my help. Naruto deadpanned at her. Kuroka pouted but insisted on him helping her out with the task. The Uzumaki sighed but smiled as he walked over to her and clamped her bra on. You're impossible, you know that, Naruto said, rubbing the top of her head, earning him a purr from the Nekomata. I'm gonna go make us some breakfast, Naruto told her. Kuroka leaned forward, pressing her butt against Naruto's pelvis as she put on her panties. You know that in a month I'm going to go into heat, she said, pulling her underwear up. I really hope that we'll be able to capitalize on that time and have some fun, Nya, she said, turning around and come face to face with him. You will be mine, Naruto Uzumaki, she claimed firmly. Naruto chuckled. We'll see, the blonde said. The two left the bedroom and walked downstairs. You know I may be marrying Rias, right? He asked her. You act like I care, Naru-kun. I'm fine with whatever, whether you want me as a wife or as a mistress. And if Rias-chan or Yusaka Baka disapprove, I'll kidnap you and take you far away where we can make love and have dozens of kittens nya. She responded with a cheer. Naruto shook his head and started to cook for the two of them. You're impossible, Yano, Naruto said to the cat girl, who giggled and sat on one of the kitchen chairs. My fight with Riser is coming up in a few weeks. No doubt that after that I'll be tossed into the center stage of the devil world. Naruto told her, sighing. He originally wanted to stay low-key, but it was rapidly becoming obvious that staying hidden was impossible for him. Both opposing factions now knew about him already, as well as Office. Office, what does she want with me? Even when I can't see her, I feel her watching me. Naruto thought to himself. So Naru-kun, how about we spend the day together? Kuroka asked the blonde. Nothing eki, but just you, me, a warm blanket and a movie marathon or a spar. Kuroka asked, wanting to get some alone time with him. Despite living with him, she hadn't made much progress recently. Office had called her out on a few occasions, which limited her time with him. Sure, Naruto responded as he stepped away from the oven to get 2 plates for them. Set the food on their plates. Naruto brought them over to the table. Kuroka cheered, happy that he had agreed to stay with her for the day. She saw this as a chance for them to become closer with one another. This is going to be a long day, isn't it, Shukaku? Naruto asked the Ikibi, who grunted. 2 hours later. Whoa, Kuroko yelled as she dodged a wave of sand from Naruto. So you're telling me you now have a giant tanuki inside of you that lets you control sand? She asked him. Naruto smirked as he waved his hand. Sand from the ground rose and formed a dozen sand shurikens. Using the cat-like grace, Kuroka avoided every single attack. Hey brat, let's show the kitty who's the strongest. Shukaku yelled at his host. The two-tailed cat girl reminded him of one of his siblings, Matabi. As the lowest-tailed beast, he was always looking to surpass his siblings however he could. It wasn't the same, but close enough for him. If you say so, Naruto muttered as he dashed toward Kuroka. The two pulled in the energy of nature into themselves as they neared each other. Kuroka dodged Naruto's punch but still felt as if she was punched, sending her back. You're gonna need to do better, Kuroka-chan, Naruto taunted her. Kuroka stood back up, a bit dazed by the hit. Kuroka smirked and created copies of herself. The 5 of them attacked Naruto along with the real Kuroka. Let's see you handle this, nya. She stated as the clone encircled Naruto. Naruto smirked as he drew out Shukaku's chakra. Kuroka knew she had to keep an eye out for the sand which Naruto had used before. 2 of the clones tried to flank Naruto from each side while the last one jumped into the air at Naruto. Sand roared out from under Naruto and wrapped around the 4 coming at him on the ground and crushed them. The last one's attack was intercepted by Naruto's own clone, causing both to dispel. Kuroka used the opportunity to sneak behind Naruto and used her chakra to create a blast of energy. The sand wrapped around Naruto as the attack hit the newly formed sphere. That's some strong sand, nya. Kuroka sighed as she saw that her attack had cracked the defense but had been unable to break through it. I didn't expect this to be so effective, Naruto said as the sand receded back to the ground. Shukaku growled as it took it as an insult but didn't state anything. Okay, enough, Kuroka. Thanks for helping me test out my new sand attacks. No problem, nya. She's watching us, isn't she? Naruto asked, looking at the sky. Kuroka nodded, knowing who he talking about. Office hadn't left the area since she had made contact with Naruto. For some reason she was really keen on recruiting into her efforts to defeat Great Red despite Naruto already refusing. You know, Office, it would be a lot easier if you would just show yourself. I can sense you anyways, Naruto said out loud. Kuroka held her breath as Office floated down from the sky and landed in front of them. Her face was as emotionless as ever, but Naruto felt a slight irritation coming from her. I was caught, she said, stare at the two. Kuroka, you haven't convinced him to join the Chaos Brigade yet, she said. It wasn't a question but rather a statement. After all, she had been watching them the entire time. Office, please stop trying to pressure Kuroka. I'm not going to join your group, and if you try to force her then I'll retaliate, Naruto said with a slight threat. He didn't know how well he would be able to do against the god, but he would try if it meant helping his friend. Sure, she may be a bit flirty, but he could tell that at her core she was a good person. Office and Naruto stared into each other's eyes as they had a quick battle of wills. Naruto's were filled with determination while Office had a cold aloofness. I will not force her to try and recruit you if it makes her uncomfortable. It has also proved ineffective. I will over you personally recruit you, she said, leaving no room for argument. What does that mean? Naruto asked the dragon god. I will stay here until you decide to join me, she stated. Naruto's jaw dropped when he heard this. It wasn't like she asked him if she could stay. She had literally told him that she would. You are too powerful to pass on and you interest me. I have great need of your power to defeat Great Red, she said definitely. Naruto pinched the bridge in irritation. This girl just didn't get it, did she? He wasn't going to drop everything to help her with a cause that really didn't make sense to him. She wanted to get rid of a dragon, yet as far as he knew the dimensional gap could easily fit both of them. Do as you wish, Naruto said, giving up. Office nodded and vanished. Why can't she just give up? Naruto asked Kuroka. Well, now that we're all alone, nya, she yelled, jumping at him. Naruto sidestepped her, letting her crash against the ground. I can see why Shikamaru said women are troublesome, Naruto said as he was glomped by the busty cat girl. I take offense to that, Naruto-san, a cold voice said. Naruto moved Kuroka out of his field of vision to see Graphia waiting for the two of them. The blonde found it a bit amusing how she had echoed his own words from before. I must admit I was rather surprised to see Office here. I have had my doubts about your strength, but her interest in you proves otherwise, Graphia said, walking over to the two of them. Naruto and Kuroka had already gotten up by the time that Graphia got to them. What do you need, Graphia? Naruto asked, yawning, much to the maid's irritation at how casual he was being. Noticing the devil's glare, the blonde avoided his eyes. If he could place his relationship with the maid, it would be strained at best. He knew that she didn't trust him because of his affiliation. Well, while you have been mingling with criminals, she started by looking over at Kuroka, who glared at her. Lord Searzex wishes to invite you to dinner with him and his wife, Graphia told them. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he felt a spike on anger when the Buxton devil said, wife. He always thought that she was Searzex's wife, given that they were always with one another. Given her tone and what he was feeling, Graphia didn't particularly like the woman. Who are you calling a criminal, nya? Kuroka yelled, glaring at he maid, who shot back with an ice-cold stare. The two released a bit of killing intent. The feeling of dread started to disturb the local area's animal and people outside of the complex. Enough, Naruto said, flexing his own power. The two devils were snapped out of their small contest as Naruto's power flowed over them. Graphia, please don't call my friend a criminal, Naruto said to the devil leader's maid. Kuroka stood behind him and stuck her tongue out at her. And Kuroka, please don't start a fight, Naruto said to the Nekomata, who looked betrayed. I'll be back in an hour. Please dress in proper attire, Graphia told the blonde, who smiled. Quote, thanks for coming here to tell me, Graphia. I know how busy you must be with your work, Naruto said to her, trying to mend whatever issue she had with him. Graphia didn't show any reaction but instead bowed to him. Thank you, but I'm just fulfilling my duty, my master, Naruto, she responded before stepping back. She had kept the cold edge in her voice but seemed to appreciate that he had considered how much work she had. With that, a seal appeared under her and teleported her away, leaving the two alone once again. So can I go? Kuroka asked the blonde. It would be like a double date. The Lucifer and his wife and a Kadri and his wife. It would be the perfect. You do realize that you are considered a stray devil, right? Naruto reminded the Nekosho. Graphia wasn't technically wrong when she called Kuroka a criminal, since HSE had broken a law. She had a darn good reason in his opinion, but a lot of devils didn't see it like that. That was one thing he didn't like. I want to go as well, Office said, standing right behind him, causing him to jump into Kuroka's arms since he hadn't sensed her. Meanie, nya, Kuroka said, puffing out her cheeks. No, you can't come, Naruto said for the 10th time as he was getting ready to go to Searzex's dinner. Kuroka's head dropped while Office just stood there silently. He already wasn't popular among some of the devil nobility because of his actions and what he was. Being closely associated with a stray devil and the being who was in a way stealing people from their side to her own wasn't going to do him favors. You act like you could stop me, Ophis said sitting on his bed. Naruto glared at her from the corner of his eye. Would you prefer if I wiped out the devils? In return you would join me, Ophis suggested. Naruto nearly face-planted when he heard that. He couldn't tell if she was being serious or not from her face. Please don't, Naruto said, hoping that the dragon god didn't go through with that idea. The blonde had dressed himself in informal kimono that Yusaka had gotten him during his stay with her. It was black with orange around the sleeves. There was the image of a Rinnegan with 9 Magatama under it. Why do you even want to go anyways? You get nothing from it, you're only wasting your time. I wish to observe you, Ophis responded. Naruto was about to respond but was interrupted as Graphia teleported into the room. Graphia looked Naruto up and down before nodding. That attire is acceptable, Graphia said to the blonde. Naruto grinned at the maid's approval of his outfit. Graphia looked over at the other two in the room with the same cold look as always. You two are not permitted to come to this meeting. It would cast a bad light on my lord to be associated with a stray and one who has caused so many to go astray, Graphia said, shutting down any thought of them going. I want to go, Ophis reiterated. Naruto looked between the two as they were locked in yet another duel of ice-cold stares. Thinking quickly, Naruto used Shukaku's power to summon sand from his body to bind the two. Grabbing into Graphia, the two vanished. Ophis flexed her power to blow away the sand. He escaped, she muttered. Naruto and Graphia appeared near the Occult Research Club. The maid stuttered a bit as she wasn't used moving in that manner. Come on, we don't have much time before she finds us, Naruto told the strongest queen who had regained her barring. Graphia reactivated her spell circle. Underworld. Searsex was sitting at a large table with a bored look on his face. Where are they? He cried, looking at the food that was laid out in front of him in hunger. Looking around to make sure no one was looking. I'm sure no one will mind if I eat a bit, Searsex muttered as he reached towards the food only to have a spike of ice nearly impaled it. Naruto laughed a bit as he and Graphia walked into the room. Searsex was wearing a formal outfit but looked pale white at almost having his hand impaled. Lord Lucifer, I'm sure you didn't just try to eat before your guest arrived. Am I? Graphia asked the leader of Hell. Naruto whistled at how whipped Searsex was when it came to his queen. If Graphia hadn't confirmed that she wasn't his wife, he would have pegged them as a married couple. Of course not, Graphia, Searsex responded quickly. Graphia showed Naruto to his chair and even pulled it out for him. The blonde thanked the man and sat down across from Searsex. Looking at the food, he couldn't really blame Searsex for wanting to eat some before. Every dish looked professionally made and the aroma was breathtaking. My wife will be joining us shortly, Searsex said to Naruto, who noticed once again that Graphia was emanating a dark aura. Thanks for the offer, Searsex. This is the first time I've been in the underworld, Naruto told Naruto, who picked up the goblet in front of him and sniffed it before drinking some of it. Not bad, Naruto commented, putting the cup down. The doors of the dining room opened. The two superpowers looked over and saw a beautiful woman with short lime green hair that reached her shoulder with blue eyes. She had flawless light-colored skin and, like the majority of supernatural women he had seen in this world, she had a curvaceous figure with a bust that rivaled Graphia's. Her hair was slightly parted on the right, covering her left eye under her bangs. She wore an elegant Victorian-styled dress. The top was completely gold while the skirt part was the same color as her hair. She had the air of nobility around her as she stood at the door with a small smile on her face. Sorry I'm late, honey, she said as she walked next to the Crimson Satan. Naruto, let you introduce you to my wife Ajuko Astaroth. Searsex introduced his wife to the fallen angel, who casually waved from his seat. Ajuko took the seat on Searsex's right-hand side. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Astaroth. If you don't mind me asking, are you related to Ajuka Beelzebub? Naruto asked as politely as he could, not wanting to insult either the woman or her husband. He had quickly noticed the resemblance she had to the Beelzebub Satan. The last name only served to convince him further, as he knew that Astaroth was Ajuka's original surname. He is my twin brother, she answered, giggling a bit. I get asked that a lot, she continued. You don't have to be so formal. If you're anything like my husband, then you must hate it. Do you mind if I just call you Naruto? She asked him. That's fine, Naruto said, sighing in relief that he didn't have to focus so much on trying to be polite. Will Graphia be joining us? Naruto asked, looking over at the maid who stood to the side with the same cold look on her face. And the same hatred, Naruto added in thought. Did something happen between the two women in the past to cause such hatred in Graphia? Ajuko either didn't have any negative emotions towards Graphia or she was very good at suppressing it. Unfortunately, Graphia has other things to attend to, Sirzex said, frowning as he looked at his maid. Naruto raised an eyebrow as to why the Satan seemed sad that Graphia wouldn't join Strongest Queen, excused herself before exiting the room, leaving the three. I'm surprised that you didn't bring anyone with you, Sirzex stated. Well, this was kind of a last-second thing and I didn't want to cause you any problems with my guests, Naruto said with a nervous laugh. He was really hoping that Ophis wouldn't try anything and decide to break into the underworld just to get to him. So how did the two of you meet? The blonde asked the two devils. Well, we go back to the war between the anti-Satan faction and the Satans who ruled at that time. Ajuka introduced the two of us when the war first broke out. She was assigned to my squad. Over time we grew closer and fell in love. After the war we decided to settle down and get married, Sirzex said. I remembering that day as if it were yesterday, Ajuko said, closing her eyes as she remembered the day she met her husband. A small blush appeared on her face. It was love at first sight for me. It was my first time in battle and he was a complete gentleman as he was the one who taught me how to fight, she recalled. Sirzex, a gentleman, really? Naruto questioned, recalling everything he knew about Sirzex, much to the Red Devil's despair. Maybe he had been different during the war. Naruto felt Ajuko glaring at him when he questioned her memory of Sirzex. The blonde laughed nervously, hoping he hadn't insulted her too much. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you, Naruto apologized. It's fine, Ajuko sighed, letting the issue drop. I must admit that is a fine kimono. Where did you get it? The green-haired devil asked. It was a gift from Yasaka, the yokai faction leader, Naruto answered. I used to live with her before moving closer to Kuo in order to watch over Rainer. Considering my position with Rias now, I guess I'm going to be staying there a bit longer, Naruto elaborated. Sirzex narrowed his eyes. One's Naruto. Naruto, you seem rather close to Yasaka. Is there more to your relationship with her than simple friends? You've lived with her and you even expose yourself to save her daughter when most fallen angels wouldn't. Sirzex asked the blonde Uzumaki, who looked a bit guilty. He hadn't expected Sirzex to catch on to that, to be honest. I love her, Naruto answered honestly. He wasn't about to hide something that would ruin the relationship he had built with the devils. Sirzex didn't say anything for a bit before sighing. You know, you don't make this easy, do you, Naruto? Sirzex said with a small chuckle. Do you still intend to marry Rias Tan? I'm fine with you having a harem if you treat everyone fairly and they all agree to it, Sirzex said calmly before his face turned murderous. But if you hurt my Rias Tan, no force in universe will save you from me, Sirzex threatened the blonde. I promise you I will never hurt Rias. And I never break my word, Naruto said confidently. He was going to free Rias of that marriage she had with Riser, and if they ended up getting married then he would love her as best as he could. Sometimes it was hard to wrap his head around it. Never in his life did he ever think that he may end up marrying more than one woman. It happened back in the elemental nations, but it was extremely rare. Does Rias know about your relationship with Yasaka yet? Ajuko asked with a raised eyebrow. No, Naruto relented. I have been meaning to talk to her about it but have been rather busy. I want to talk to her before my battle with Riser. Depending on how she takes it, I guess we can move from there. Yasaka already said she was fine with it, Naruto told the two devils, who processed what Naruto had told them. It was good that Yasaka was fine with sharing the blonde, but Sirzex knew his sister. He hated to admit it, but Rias was rather greedy and would fight it. Ajuko sighed. Naruto, I may not have known you for long, but let me tell you this. Talk to Rias and get everything settled, because if she gets hurt because of you. Her eyes became dangerously sharp and her lips twisted into a wicked smile. I'll skin you alive. He, she joking, right? Naruto asked nervously but got no response. Sirzex. Naruto turned towards the redhead looking for support, but he paid him no mind. Like I said, I promise both of you. I will not hurt Rias. And if she can't accept it then we'll work something up. Naruto said. You better. The challenge for Rias's hand in marriage is next week in case you forgot and you better win. I wouldn't stand for my sister-in-law marrying that pig of a chicken. Ajuko reminded him. Looking at her watch she noticed the time. Sirzex, I believe it's time we wrap things up. She suggested. But we haven't had dessert yet. Sirzex whined. Oh, you'll get your dessert. Ajuko said, grinning. Feel free to spend the night, Naruto, if you desire. If not, just ask Graphia to take you home. She said, teleporting away with Sirzex not even giving Naruto a chance to ask where Graphia was. Thinking about it, he hadn't seen Graphia at all since the dinner started. Naruto sighed as he slumped in his chair. He had no idea how to get out of the underworld since this was his first time in the area. I wonder what that was all about. Naruto mused before deciding to see if he could find Graphia and get her to take him home. This place is huge, Naruto said as he wandered the halls of the Seiden's castle. He had no luck in finding Graphia anywhere. Whenever he asked some of the other servants they didn't know either. For all I know she might not even be here anymore. Naruto thought to himself as he walked towards the kitchen to check if the maid was there. Hearing a crash from the opposite side of the hall, Naruto rushed over and barged into the room. Before he realized where he was, he slipped and fell into a large pool of hot water. Surfacing, Naruto came face to face with a very naked Graphia. Looking down, Naruto got a view of her body. A crimson blush threatened to take over Naruto's face before he attempted to get away from the woman before she unleashed her wrath upon him. Before he could, Graphia grabbed him and pulled him towards her. Where do you think you're going? She said, sounding annoyed. Her breath reeked of alcohol and her cheeks were blushed. Next to her was an empty bottle of sake. You think you can come in here and peek on me? Graphia asked him roughly. Well, I guess you're pretty cute. She said, holding him closely. Graphia, I'm sorry. He yelled, only for her to bite the top of his ear softly. Naruto's heart was racing, but he calmed himself. He had no idea what was going on, but he knew that she was too drunk to know what she was doing. Be quiet, Graphia said rudely and a bit slurred. I haven't held a man since that bastard Sirzex chose that cunt Ajuko over me as his wife. She spat angrily. Naruto felt her nipples poking into his back as Graphia held him closely. Her face softened as she continued. I gave up everything to be with him. My family was sworn to serve the Lucifer family. When I sided with Sirzex, I betrayed them. She said, patting his head. I was so happy. He said he loved us both. But when he became Lucifer, he could only choose one as his bride. And he picked her, she growled. Naruto felt bad for the female devil. She thought that she would get her happy ending. That she would live with the man she loved and be loved. Loved so much that she would choose him over her own family only to be betrayed. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Graphia. Naruto said quietly. He didn't know what else to say to her. It was such a tragic love story. If you need someone to talk to, I'll listen to you. Naruto told her. Graphia didn't respond and just held him for a while. The two just sat there in the water enjoying each other's presence regardless of how awkward it was for Naruto. It wasn't long before Naruto heard a soft snoring behind him. Looking back, he saw that she had fallen asleep. Her cheeks were still blushed from the liquor she had drank. Despite that, she looked peaceful in her sleep. Getting out of her grasp, Naruto stood back up. His outfit was drenched from being in the water for so long. Looking over at Graphia, he picked her up and moved her out of the water. Looking around the large bath, he spotted where she had left a towel in her clothing. I can't just leave her like this, Naruto said, and he moved her closer to the towel and began to dry her. The blonde avoided looking at her more private parts as he cleaned the water off her skin. He couldn't help but admire how flawless her skin was. Finishing off, he dried her hair before putting her clothes back on her. Now I just need to find her room, Naruto muttered as he created 10 clones to look through the building. The blonde sat down next to Graphia and waited for one of his clones to send the location of Graphia's room. Within minutes, one of his clones popped out of existence and relayed the message to him. It didn't take long for Naruto to arrive at the door that his clone had told him lead to Graphia's room. Opening the door, Naruto found a room that, like the rest of the house, was finely furnished with Victorian-styled furniture but overall didn't have much in terms of decorations. Everything was cleaned and perfectly organized. Walking in, Naruto moved over to the large queen-sized bed and had a clone pull her blanket back. The blonde gently placed the strongest queen down on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. Seeing that his work was done, Naruto decided to let her sleep in peace. Looking back, she looked different in her sleep than when working. She was much more serene and gentle looking. Naruto smiled sadly before deciding to leave the room. Walking towards the door, he spotted a picture frame on the ground. The fallen angel picked up the fallen picture frame from the floor. The picture was a slightly younger looking Circex, Graphia, and Ajuko together. The three looked very happy together in the picture, but the glass was completely cracked. They used to be so happy together, Naruto said to himself, placing the picture on the desk face down. Circex, Graphia muttered as her eyes slightly opened. Her vision was very hazy and her head was pounding. She saw the blurry image of Naruto. Sorry Graphia, but I'm Naruto. Go to sleep, Naruto said, walking out of the room. Graphia stared at the door before returning to her slumber. Naruto himself was wondering what to do now. Eventually he found another maid who gave him a room to stay in for the night. Day before the battle, Naruto gulped as he prepared for what he was about to do. He could feel Rias on the other side of the door. The rest of the peerage was in their classes, so it would only be the two of them. Knocking on the door, Naruto surprised Rias, who was in the middle of going through some papers. Naruto, I wasn't expecting you, Rias said, moving some of the papers out of the ways. Rias, I need to talk to you, Naruto said as he walked towards her desk. Rias raised a brow, wondering why her possible fiancé was being so serious about. She could tell from his face that he wasn't playing games. Sure, Rias said, sounding a bit unsure. Naruto sat in the chair across from her. So what do you need to talk about, Naruto? Is it about your battle with Riser tomorrow? She asked him. The redhead was nervous. Was he going to back out now? Naruto closed his eyes and took in a deep breath as he prepared himself for the talk he was going to have. I love Yasaka-chan, Naruto said finally. Rias's heart dropped when she heard him say that. Looking at the devil, Naruto saw the look of horror on her face. But I will still fight Riser for your hand, Naruto continued. Rias looked confused for a second before realizing what he was implying. You want to make a harem? Rias questioned with narrowed eyes. She didn't expect him to do this, but in reality she should have seen this coming. Still, she didn't like it and Naruto could see it in her face. Rias, we don't have to get married if you don't want. But I can't just leave Yasaka and Kuno. I want to give us a try, but I will not force you to do anything you don't want, Naruto said sincerely. He wasn't going to hide anything from her. Rias was having an inner conflict. On one hand, she didn't really want to share her husband with anyone. She refused to be second to anyone, especially in her own love life. But on the other hand, Naruto was a nice guy. He was sincere and honest with her. He knew what it was like not being seen as who you are. Most importantly, he saw her as Rias, not the heiress of the Grimoire clan. He was nothing like Riser. He wasn't arrogant or a massive pervert. He didn't make out and grope other women in front of her. Then it struck her. Well, let's say we do fall in love, Rias said, standing up with a prideful smirk and her arms crossed under her breasts, making them seem even bigger than normal. I'll just make you love me more than her, she declared. Naruto's sweat dropped when he heard her declaration. Rias, she agreed to share, Naruto told her. I'll think about it, Rias said, smirking. But I'll make sure that I'm first in your heart. Naruto smiled at that. It wasn't really what he was expecting, but he was happy with the outcome. It was better than having their relationship fall apart. Make sure you watch tomorrow. I'll wipe the floor with that chicken, Naruto told her. Rias smiled as the two shared a hug. Naruto blushed as he felt her two massive orbs pressing against his chest. Rias could feel his muscles through his clothing. Thank you so much for doing this for me, Naruto, she said, basking in his natural warmth. He had saved her having to do something she may regret, like giving her virginity away or putting her peerage in danger. Make sure you kick his ass for me. Oh, we will cow tits, Shukaku responded in Naruto's mind, much to the blonde's annoyance. It's no problem, Rias, Naruto said, pulling away from her. Now I have to go get ready, Naruto told her. He had gotten what he needed to get done over with. Now that he had that off his chest, he was ready to face Riser in their match. You ready, Shukaku? Naruto asked the beast in his mind. Ha, I haven't had a battle in a while, kid. I've been itching to feel some blood. Shukaku responded with a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Naruto sighed as he bid Rias farewell and headed home. The event was going to be huge. A cadre going up against a member of a pillar clan for the head of the heiress of the Grimoire and sister of the Lucifer. The entire underworld would be watching. Rias watched the two walk away. She couldn't help but frown at what they had talked about. She didn't really like the idea of sharing. But she wasn't going to jeopardize her chances of getting out of that accursed contract with Riser. Let's do this, Naruto said, leaving the school grounds. Underworld. Next day, Naruto stood in an empty room as he waited for Sirzex to come and take him to where he would do battle against Riser and his peerage. He wore his red sage coat with black flames at the bottom over a light set of Anbu-like armor. Strapped to his right side was a pouch filled with kunai with another next to it filled with shuriken. You think we have enough, Shukaku? Naruto asked, raising up his arm and looking at a seal on his forearm. Yeah, we won't need any more. If you say so, Naruto muttered as he looked over at the clock. If he remembered correctly, then Sirzex should be arriving soon. Hearing a knock on the door, well, speak of the devil, Naruto said, grinning as he opened the door for the Satan. Sirzex was dressed in his Lucifer robes and armor rather than his casual apparel. You ready? He asked. Unlike normal, one could feel how serious he was from the tone of his voice alone. The blonde nodded in response. Sirzex smiled. Thanks for this. If everything works out, we may even end up being brothers-in-law. The redhead said, much to Naruto's amusement, who laughed but couldn't help but agree that it would be pretty cool. Let's go, Sirzex said, teleporting the two of them into a school gym. Good luck. I don't need it. All eyes are on you, Sirzex said before leaving. The match between Naruto Uzumaki versus Riser for the hand of Rias Grimoire in marriage will start soon. He heard Graphia's voice echoing from the speakers. There are no promotions in this battle as there are no territories. The battle will be over when either Riser or Naruto surrenders or are incompletable of battle. When one is unable to continue, they will be teleported away from the battlefield. The battle starts now, she announced to everyone who was listening or watching from home. Naruto took in a deep breath as he pulled in the energy of nature. The color around his eyes took an orange pigment while his eyes became toad-like. With his senjutsu he could feel Riser's group moving towards him. It was clear that they were going to try and get him from all sides as they quickly started to go around the gym building. 3 pawns from the left and right with 1 knight with each group, Naruto thought as he looked forward. Riser with 2 bishops coming from the front, 2 rooks and 2 pawns from the back. Looking up at the roof, 1 queen from up top. Naruto concluded with his sage mode. This wouldn't take long at all, Shukaku said with a loud laugh. Say, Naruto, do you remember the form Gaara took when you two fought? The tailed beast asked the blonde, who raised an eyebrow at the strange question. Why bring that up now? Then it hit him. A twisted smile stretched from ear to ear on the blonde's face. Holding up a hand sign, Naruto opened the seals on his wrists. Occult Research Club room. Everyone in the peerage watched one as Riser's peerage started to go into position. From the looks of it, they wanted to take out Naruto in one swoop rather than have him pick them off one by one. Meanwhile, they saw Naruto standing in the middle of the gym with sand pouring out of his sleeves. Sand? Issei asked Kiba, who could only shrug. He didn't know much about his fellow blonde and had yet to see this power before. Everyone could see that Rias was a bit nervous, but so far nothing major had happened in the battle. With Sirzex, the Satan watched on with Ajuka and Ajuko at his side. It seems like they are preparing themselves. Riser is going to take the offensive here. But I am curious where all that sand is coming from, Ajuka said, studying the battlefield. The sand just seemed to fall from his sleeves without end and pooled around the blonde's feet. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that one yet, Sirzex said to Ajuka, who nodded. Back with Naruto. The 4 walls exploded as the opposing peerage charged in. The ceiling above him collapsed as an explosion tore through it. Naruto didn't even try to dodge as everything fell on him. The opposing peerage surrounded the debris. Riser smirked. Oh come on, that can just be it, Riser said. You aren't wrong, Naruto voice said from the pile. Riser frowned when he saw an orb of sand standing strong despite all the rubble on top of it. Naruto's voice was coming from inside of the orb, could see sand particles floating in the air of the gym. Shukaku, are you ready? Naruto asked the tailed beast, who smirked and held out his fist. Naruto placed his own against the much larger one. Let's party. Shukaku roared in Naruto's head. Isabella, break through that barrier. Riser ordered his rook. Isabella was a woman with short brown hair with red highlights and gray eyes. She wore white mask which covered the right side of her face. Her outfit consisted of a black jacket with wide shoulders and jeans. Her jacket was open, revealing her large breasts and cleavage, and it was cut off at her midriff. Her jeans had a section missing on the right leg and also had 3 leather straps on her calves and 2 bands on her right pant leg. On her hands she wore black gloves. Right, the rook said, charging at the dome. Rearing her hand back, she punched the wall of sand. Her single visible eye widened when she saw that her attack hadn't even dented the barrier standing between her and the blonde. Nice try, Naruto said from inside before the ball of sand exploded, blasting her back. Riser's peerage was forced to avert their eyes as a thick sandstorm raged around them. Isabella looked up to see a large figure moving towards her. I got to say, this is a new one for me, Naruto said, but his voice was distorted. It sounded like both him and Shukaku were talking at once. The rook could only see his silhouette, but she knew that he was a bit bulkier than before, with 2 spikes on the head that resembled animal ears and a massive tail bigger than Naruto himself swaying behind him. His eyes glowed through the sandstorm. Naruto's eyes were yellow with a 4-pointed star pupil and 4 dots around it. Isabella felt something crawl up her legs and around her midsection. Punching at whatever was covering her, she felt only sand. Her eyes widened when the sand continued until only her face was left uncovered. I guess this is your win, she said respectfully. Her body started to glow before she disappeared. One of Riser's rook has been retired. With Rias. What's going on? I can't see anything, Issei asked the rest of the Grimoire's peerage. The sandstorm had blocked out the audience from seeing what was going on. Quite pervert, Kaneko said in response as she watched the battle. We don't know, Issei, Kiba told the newest member, but his eyes were glued on the screen. Naruto. Damn it, Isabella, Riser yelled as he fired his flames towards where he heard his rook's voice last. Everyone get out of the storm, he ordered as he and those near him retreated back through the hole they had made when they entered the gym. Within seconds the rest of his peerage minus Isabella stood by his side outside of the gym building. They all saw something shoot up from the hole in the ceiling and landed in front of them for everyone to see. Riser took a step back at what he saw. Naruto looked less human but more like a humanoid tanuki. His skin was a sand-colored brown with dark blue markings covering his body. While his right arm looked normal, his left was a massive monstrous claw. Behind him swung a large tail with the same markings as the rest of his body. Naruto's face resembled Shukaku's but with the same bright blonde hair on top. The hell is that thing? Riser yelled when he saw Naruto. It was the same thought that ran through the minds of several entities watching the battle. But for him it was a bit worse. The killing intent that was leaking from the tailed monstrosity was enough to frighten his peerage motionless. You're shivering. Funny. I didn't think phoenixes could get cold, Naruto said, raising his enlarged arm up. Soon a shuriken, Naruto yelled as he swung his arm, sending dozens of thin discs made of sand at the group. Most of them were able to get out of the way of the attack, but the 2 members dressed as maids were struck. Naruto watched on as they were taken away from the battle. 2 of Riser's pawns have retired. That is the weirdest tanuki I've seen in my life. NYA. A girl wearing a skimpy sailor outfit. From her ears he could tell that she was a Nekomata. She was standing next to another Nekomata who had blue hair and red eyes, while she herself had red hair and blue eyes. Who cares what it is? Yubeluna was a buxom woman with long, wavy purple hair falling down her back with the same colored eyes. Her hair covered her right eye and went down to her breasts. Her attire consisted of a blue tunic top that revealed a lot of her cleavage and a light purple skirt with openings on the sides. She wore black shoes and stockings. Her shoulders were covered by pauldrons. Swinging her staff at the blonde, she fired a fireball at the blonde, who smirked as he intercepted the attack with his tail, causing it to explode. To everyone watching, it looked like a bomb had just gone off in front of Naruto, covering him completely. Nice try, Naruto said within the smoke before roaring, clearing out the smoke from the explosion. Li, Ni, Ye, Nel. Distract him. Yubeluna, Mahai, Revel, use any magic you can to hurt him. Schwalen, Mira, Sharia go around and attack from behind. Carlamine, Cyrus flank him when you see an opening. Riser ordered his group. He knew that this wouldn't be easy. Even someone as prideful as he was knew that the blonde fallen angel was extremely powerful. But he thought that his advantage in numbers would be enough to give him the win. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he saw 4 of the girls charging at him. 2 of them were very young-looking girls with light green hair wearing gym outfits. The 2 of them carried a flaming chainsaw each. The other 2 were the cat girls. The 2 chainsaw-wielding girls jumped into the air with their chainsaws ready to strike. The Jinchuriki blocked their attack with his enlarged arm. Their eyes widened as their chainsaws stopped when the blades sunk into the sand. Sand extended out of the arm where the chainsaws had hit and wrapped around the chainsaws and their arms. The 2 Nekomatas attempted to save their fellow pawns only to be captured in a coffin of sand from under them. Gah! The 2 cried out. Their faces blushed red as they felt the sand against every inch of their body. The last 2 pawns and the rook attacked Naruto from behind only for his tail to shift into a massive arm which captured Mira and Sharia in its crushing grip. The 2 screamed in pain as they felt themselves slowly getting crushed. Oi Shukaku, don't kill em! Naruto yelled at the tanuki. Damn it all! Riser yelled as his wings blazed behind him. Ravel looked a bit scared at the monstrous Naruto who held her peerage sisters. Yubeluna, Ravel, help me blast this guy to hell. Riser ordered as he prepared a large fireball. Schwalen, who has managed to escape from Naruto's tail, looked on in shock how badly they were being beaten by the blonde. Ravel didn't look like she wanted to do it, but it was an order from her king and brother. Yubeluna didn't even question her king as she prepared her own attack. Take this, you bastard! Riser yelled as the 3 fired their attacks at Naruto, who was holding 6 members of his peerage in his sand. Shukaku. Yeah. Shukaku responded, moving the sand under them to block the attack with a wall of sand. Ultimate defense. Shukaku's shield. A replica of the tailed beast formed wearing a large hat. The 3 attacks weren't able to so much as budge the statue of Shukaku. Hey brat, can you get this over? This isn't worth my time or effort. Shukaku complained. The blonde sighed but accepted nonetheless. Naruto knocked the turquoise twins by knocking their heads together, and used the sand to squeeze the other 4 until they surrendered. He should have known that using Shukaku's power was going to be overkill. He hadn't even taken any damage since the start of the battle. He could have easily beaten them without the tailed beast, but he wanted to see how it would fare against these devils. 6 pawns have retired. No. One of the 2 remaining knights yelled as she charged at Naruto with her sword blazing brightly. The blonde pointed his arm at the woman. His arm shot out towards her and wrapped around her body. They couldn't even hear her as she tried to struggle against the sand, but to no avail. Naruto's arm was reduced back to a normal size now. The other knight tried to help her fellow knight, but trying to cut through the sand with her own sword. Is this really sand? She questioned as her sand bounced off the shell of sand that held her friend. Riser took the opportunity to attack Naruto with a barrage of fireballs along with Yubeluna. He couldn't help but smirk when Naruto made no attempt to block or dodge the attacks. Got you, bastard, the blonde devil said arrogantly as he watched the smoke rise from the flames from his explosion. The Phoenix walked towards the site of the explosion, confident that he had been able to deal a crippling blow against the blonde while his guard was down. Not as tough as UT, he couldn't finish his taunt as Naruto's hand lashed out and punched his face hard enough to splatter it. Riser was sent flying back as his body healed from what would have been a fatal blow. Is that it? Naruto asked, walking out of the fire. His clothing was slightly burned, but he didn't have a burn on his actual body. Shukaku's killing intent flooded the area. Images of their deaths flashed through their minds as Naruto walked towards the queen and 2 bishops. The last knight and rook ran towards their king, who was quickly healing from Naruto's attack. Time to end this. Naruto rushed at the 2 faster than they could even see. With a swift kick to the abdomen, Yubeluna flew back into the school. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head before she disappeared like the pawns had before. Around the same time, the sand that held the captured knight loosened as fell to the floor. A knight has retired. The queen has retired. Naruto looked down at Riser's bishops. Ravel stared into his shuriken-shaped yellow eyes. Shukaku's malice evident behind them. The sight of the yokai-like monstrosity combined with the feeling of dread radiating from Naruto was enough to break their will battle. I Sue surrender. Ravel stuttered out. The last girl beside her nodded to that out of fear for the fallen angel before them. He had taken down so many of them without even trying, they knew that the fight was lost. 2 bishops have retired. Damn it! Riser yelled as he got back up. His last 2 pieces couching beside him. He had watched his 2 bishops give up to the blonde's intimidation. Why do you even care what happens to Rias? Who she marries means nothing to the fallen angels. Riser yelled as his wings flared to life and charged at the blonde. Why do I care? Naruto asked as he watched the high-class devil flying towards him. I care because she's a nice person. He yelled as he took the offensive. Naruto punched Riser into the ground hard enough that the entire schoolyard shook. She has dreams. Naruto yelled, kicking him through a tree. Riser healed himself and fired a fireball at Naruto, who charged through it. Rias is her own person. Naruto destroyed Riser's left side with a heavy punch which healed in seconds. She's not someone's fuck toy. Naruto said, punching through his face. She's not a ticket to power. Naruto yelled as sand gathered into his right arm, returning it to its massive form. I will not let you use her like that. Naruto roared as he called on Shukaku's curse marks in the form of a Rasengan and slammed it into Riser. The ground under them exploded from the force behind Naruto's attack. Seals spread over Riser's body as soon as the attack made contact with his body. I can't move, Riser said, attempting to get back up only to find it impossible. His body felt like it was made of stone. What did you do? Riser yelled at Naruto, who stood over his downed Phoenix. The sand fell off Naruto's body, returning him to his original form. These are my curse seal. As long as these are on you, you will not be able to move even an inch from that spot. Naruto said as he watched Riser struggle against the seals but could do nothing. Give up, Riser. You lost. Please, I don't want to hurt you anymore, Naruto said to the blonde devil, who ignored him as he continued to try and break the bind. Riser's Rook and Knight watched on as their king tried and failed to break the seal. Riser struggled for over a minute before he acknowledged that it was useless to continue. Fine, Riser said lowly. I give up. The king has retired. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. The 4 remaining fighters glowed before being teleported to a room where they were greeted by the lords of both the Phoenix and Grimori. Zeodicus walked up to Naruto with a smile on his face. You did great, Naruto. I must say that I was surprised when I saw that transformation of yours. Rias's father said to him. He was happy that his daughter's engagement had been broken. A deal is a deal. Rias Grimori will not marry Riser, Lord Phoenix said, accepting the outcome of the battle. He and his wife had been worried that Naruto was going to hurt his son too much. He was happy that the blonde cadre had chosen to use seals instead of beating Riser until he gave up. Naruto acknowledged that and turned to Riser, who he had freed from his seal. The Phoenix looked lost in his thoughts. This is his first loss. It may take a while for him to come to terms with that. Lord Phoenix said, sighing. He was worried for his son, but he was going to take this opportunity to break him of his arrogance. Naruto. The blonde turned around as Rias broke into the room and ran at him. Naruto didn't have time to react as Rias wrapped her arms around his neck and brought him into a searing kiss. His eyes widened as he felt her tongue enter his mouth. Rias pulled back and looked at him with tear eyes. Thank you so much, Rias said to him. Naruto was still a bit shocked by the kiss. Mai smiled and rubbed the top of her head affectionately. Congratulations. Searsex along with the rest of his family yelled as he and Rias stepped into the Grimori clan castle. The two had come after Naruto's crushing victory against the Phoenix. Word had rippled through the underworld about how a powerful fallen angel had turned into a yokai and claimed the hand of the Grimori heiress as her husband. Looking around, he saw Zeodicus and Venelana standing with both of Riser's parents. Rias's entire peerage was there as well, sitting together at a table. Naruto shook his head when he saw how hard Issei was trying to resist looking at some of the women walking around, much to Asia's despair. Searsex of course was with his wife Ajuko, his best friend Ajuka, and his queen and maid Graphia. Also in the gathering were other members of the Grimori clan. Ah, there are the guests of honor, Zeodicus said. Walk up to Naruto and Rias. Lord Zeodicus, Naruto said with a nervous smile on his face. Searsex had told him it was a small gathering, not an entire gala. Everyone was dressed so elegantly, and here he was dressed in his orange and black jumpsuit with his sage coat over it. "Thanks for throwing this," Naruto said, looking over the party. "How can I not?" Rias's father said, putting an arm over Naruto's shoulder. "A powerful young man such as yourself is gonna become my son-in-law one day. My Rias doesn't have to marry someone she doesn't want to. I mean, I haven't seen her this happy since we took her anime shopping as a kid." He laughed before handing the blonde a cup of what he assumed was wine from the smell. "Now have a drink and enjoy yourself," Zeodicus said, pushing Naruto into Rias' face, first into her ample bust. Naruto blushed, pulling himself away from Rias and averted his eyes, much to Rias's amusement. As the two integrated themselves into the party, Naruto managed to overhear some of the conversations going on. "I have to admit, it's a rare sight to see such a dignified fallen angel," one of the red-headed women said, glancing at him. He knew he was being judged by everyone in the room who hadn't met before. They were Rias's family after all, and no doubt wanted to make sure that she was going to be well taken care of. "I heard he disciplines the fallen angels who step out of line and works directly with Azazel," another one said. "So he's Azazel hitman, huh?" One responded, chuckling. "Well, as long as he keeps the bad ones at bay, I don't care what he calls himself. Maybe with him marrying my niece, the fallen angels will back off," the man added. Naruto didn't like being seen as a hitman, but he knew that it could be used to describe what he did. He wished that he didn't have to kill, but some were beyond redemption, or rather he didn't know how he could turn them. But did you see how he battled? What monstrous strength. Can't say I expected less from a seraphim-level fallen angel. I wonder how he fell. A woman said to the man from before. "I heard he was reincarnated as a fallen angel." "Just ignore them, Naruto," Rias said to her now fiancé, distracting him from the talks. Fiancé. She liked the sound of that. While she wasn't sure if she was in love with the blonde, at least he gave her the option of breaking it off if she so chose. It was certainly much better than what Riser has offered her, and she was already starting to like him. "Yeah," Naruto said as the two sat down at the table with the rest of Rias's peerage. "Hey guys," Naruto said with a small wave. Kaneko, who was sitting next to him, acknowledged his existence with a nod and small smile. Akano, on the other hand, sent him a burning glare. Her hatred of fallen angels hadn't waned like Naruto had hoped. "You did great, Naruto," Issei said to the blonde. Sure, he was jealous as all hell that Naruto was now likely to marry someone with such excellent opai as Rias, but he wasn't going to be a dick about it. He was happy for his king, and knew that if Naruto hadn't shown up, then they may not have even won. Also, he was a bit scared after seeing the blonde turn into that monster. "Thanks, Issei," Naruto responded to the pervert. "How is your training going?" Naruto asked the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor. "I'm getting better, but I'm nowhere close to you," Issei answered, scratching the back of his head. After his talk with Naruto, he had started taking his training seriously. Now that he had entered the supernatural world, he needed to be able to protect his family and his loved ones. "Asia-chan has been getting used to living with my parents," Issei told the blonde, who smiled kindly. "I'm happy for the two of you," Naruto said, causing Asia to blush at the implication. "So when are you two gonna have your wedding night?" Issei asked with a perverted smirk, only to be hit on the back of the head by Kiba, who was next to him. "Hey!" Issei yelled at the blonde, who just took a sip of his water, ignoring the pawn. "Well, a wedding night tends to happen after someone has a wedding which hasn't happened yet," Naruto responded with a deadpan look on his face. Issei laughed awkwardly as Rias glared at him for asking such a question when so many high-class devils were around. "I still can't believe you marrying him," Akano said to Rias, who sighed. Akano was against the whole thing due to Naruto and her father being from the same faction and even working together. She would have to ask Naruto to talk with Barakwal about trying to mend the bond that he had lost with his daughter. "Akano," Rias said, getting her friend's attention. Akano looked at her best friend before looking away. The redhead knew she would have to talk to her queen about her attitude against Naruto. She didn't want their friendship to fall apart after so many years. "Lord Naruto, Searsex wishes to talk to you," Graphia said, walking up to the table. Naruto looked back at her and blushed, remembering the last time he had seen her was when he had interrupted her bath while she had been drunk. He still remembered everything she had told him that night. He doubted the devil would have told him as such if she had been sober. He felt bad that he knew something that she may not have even have wanted him to know just because he caught her in a moment of weakness. Lord Naruto, the blonde asked Graphia while following her. You are Rias's betrothed, therefore you will one day be Lord of the Grimoire. Graphia told him. Hey Graphia, Naruto said, earning her attention. Do you remember the time I had dinner with Sirzex and Ajuko? Naruto asked the devil maid, who stopped in her steps and gave him an icy glare. I would advise that you forget whatever you learned. Graphia said lowly. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized. It was just as he thought. She didn't want him to know about her problems. Graphia, if you ever need to talk, do. I said forget that you ever even heard that. Graphia said a bit louder but still quiet enough that no one overheard. Naruto nodded, accepting that the maid didn't want his help at the moment. If he had been younger he may have pushed the subject, but he didn't want to make a scene. A fallen angel wouldn't understand. She muttered to herself, but Naruto managed to catch it. What do you mean? Naruto asked, stopping her once again. Nothing. Just ignore it, Graphia said, trying to end the conversation. The two entered the courtyard outside of the building where Sirzex was supposed to be waiting for them. Naruto looked around but couldn't find a trace of the red-headed devil anywhere. What's going on, Graphia? Naruto turned towards the maid. He was slightly tense as he wasn't sure if this was a trap or not. He didn't feel anything negative towards him coming off of Graphia minus some annoyance. I don't know. Lord Sirzex told me he wanted me to bring you here for a quick talk before they officially announced the engagement to the clan. Graphia said to the blonde as she gathered some magic in her hands in case of some kind of attack. There is nothing here, Naruto said, relaxing as he entered sage mode and used it to scan over the area for anything hiding. I guess Sirzex must have forgotten or something. Naruto sighed, releasing his sage mode. Damn that redhead, how could someone so powerful be so idiotic? Looking out at the garden, Naruto couldn't help but be impressed. It's beautiful, Naruto said, looking at the plant life. Lady Grimoire has been raising and taking care of it since her marriage along with Lady Ajuko. Graphia told him before turning back and heading back towards the doors that they had came in. Her hatred for the woman. You hate Ajuko. Graphia turned back and glared at him. I told you to ignore it. My life is none of your business. I am the maid of Sirzex Lucifer, that's it. Graphia stated icily. So you have no life outside of serving Sirzex? You don't have any dreams outside of being a maid? Naruto asked, pressing the subject. He couldn't let the issue drop. He wouldn't feel right knowing that Graphia was suffering so much just to stay close to the man she loved. That hatred would only tear her apart, and given a devil's lifespan it would either pass eventually or destroy her. I don't owe you an answer. Graphia leaving the blonde by himself. Naruto sighed, leaning against the rail. I know you're there, Sirzex. The blonde said out loud. Sirzex walked out from around a corner. It was clear that he wasn't in the best of moods now. The redhead leaned over the rail next to Naruto. There was a moment of silence between the two supernatural beings. I never thought that it would get this bad, Sirzex muttered. He couldn't help but blame himself for how Graphia was right now. He did love her at one point, but he just loved Ajuko more. As a Satan he was forced to pick one and only one. He had hoped that Graphia would understand, and for a while he thought she had gotten past those feelings. I was wrong. I never thought she would hold those feelings for so long. You're an idiot, Naruto sighed. Now he knew how Sakura felt at times during their younger days. Feelings like love don't just go away. When a bond is broken it leads one to hatred. The blonde told the leader of the devil faction. It reminded him of the Uchiha clan. A clan with so much potential for love, but as soon as that love was gone all that was left was hatred. You speak like I can do anything, Naruto. Sirzex said bitterly. He hated how useless he was now. There wasn't anything he could do to help Graphia get over her broken heart. She had helped him so much during his life, and how did he repay her? He broke her heart. I'm terrible, Sirzex sighed. No you're not, Naruto said, sighing. He didn't know how he could help this time around. The only time Graphia opened up to him was when she was drunk, and he really didn't want to resort to that. You loved Ajuko. You can't help that, Sirzex. You got screwed by the rules of your race. If you never became a Satan then you could have married both of them, but you had a duty to lead the devils. Naruto said to his future brother-in-law, who smiled. It was a sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. But I shouldn't have put this off until now. Searsex said. I could kill her. Naruto suggested, earning a horrified look from the redhead. The fallen angel laughed at the devil's expression. I'm joking, Searsex. We'll think of something. I don't want her to suffer even if she is a bit cold to me, you know. The blonde told Searsex, who nodded in agreement. He didn't want his queen to wallow in hatred and pain either. Sometimes he wished he never took the job in the first place so he could marry her. I'd go to war against you if you even tried. Searsex said, letting out a dry chuckle. I'll think of something. Graphia is almost like family to me. Searsex said before sighing and turning towards Naruto, but enough of that. I need to talk to you about what happens now that you and Rias are engaged. Searsex said, changing the topic, at least for the time being. What now? Naruto asked, already feeling a headache coming. Well, first off, I'm personally happy for the two of you. I can tell Rias genuinely sees you as a friend, or maybe even more already. But not all devils feel the same way as you. While the Gremory clan is fine with it, the Bale clan isn't. Searsex stated. Naruto raised an eyebrow at how serious the Satan had become. The Bale clan is the highest ranking clan in the underworld thanks to their naturally high demonic power and power of destruction. The word of their head has massive swaying power in the underworld, even more than my own. Searsex admitted to Naruto. What are you talking about, Searsex? Naruto asked, alarmed by this. As far as he knew, the Satans were the rulers of the underworld. This was all news to him. And from what he knew of that clan then, it wasn't a good thing. After the deaths of the first Satans, the Bale were made the de facto leader of the underworld. Most of the underworld is still loyal to them. Searsex told the blonde, who was paying rampant attention to what the devil was telling him. They are among the most prideful of my race, and that fact that someone who carries their power is marrying a fallen angel leaves a bad taste in their mouth. The normally idiotic redhead said. So they'll try to turn other devils against me. Naruto concluded. Why does everything in this world have to be so complicated? Naruto yelled, much to Searsex's amusement. Sometimes he wished things would be like in his original world. If you didn't like something, then you either talked it out or fought it out. What did I get myself into? They wouldn't go as far as starting a war, but I'm just saying to be careful. There is only so much we can do without causing an uproar among some of the devil clans. Searsex said to Naruto. But for now we just have to wait until they try something against you. Just know that both me and Seraphol will try to help you as much as we can. Searsex claimed as the two walked back towards the party. Luckily, as an fallen angels and lover of the yokai faction leader, they'll be hesitant to move. I try to know as many people as I can. You never know which one you'll need. Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Let's just enjoy the rest of the party. This is a time for celebration. Searsex said as the two walked in. Searsex picked up a wine glass and held it up in the air, earning everyone's attention. Zeodicus walked up next to the two with a smile on his face. Everyone, I would like to introduce to all of you my dear little sister's fiancé and my future brother-in-law, Naruto Uzumaki. He declared, earning an applause from most of the attendants. Naruto looked over at Rias, who smiled back at him. Come on, boy, have a drink with me. The lord of the Gremory clan said, pulling Naruto along with him. The next day, you called Azazel? Naruto asked as he walked into the faction leader's office. He had been called back to Azazel's headquarters soon after his victory against Riser and becoming the official fiancé of Rias Gremory. He blushed at the memory of the kiss she had given him after they reunited after the battle. He had been bombarded by devils who were asking to interview him, which of course he accepted a few in hopes of easing the tension with some of the devils which still had something against the fallen angels. Azazel wrapped his arm around Naruto with a wide smirk. That I have, he said before leaning in closely. So did your little devil give you a nice reward for your services? Azazel asked the blonde, who easily caught on to what the fallen angel was implying and sighed at how perverted the former angel was. Please tell me you didn't call me back here just to ask me if I got laid. Naruto said, deadpanning at the fallen angel governor. Oh, course not, Naruto, Azazel said before smirking. But congratulations on taming Yasaka. When I first sent you to stay with her, I never really expected your relationship with her to grow to this level. Hopefully you didn't knock her up. Azazel said, much to the blonde's embarrassment. How could one man talk about sex so much? Now on to the real issues. Finally, Naruto muttered, fighting back his blush. One of our spies has sent me quite the piece of information. A few former associates of ours has gone rogue and stole some of the fragments of the original Excalibur. Of course the church has sent 2 lovely ladies armed with sacred swords after them. Azazel handed Naruto a pair of pictures. Looking down at them, Naruto couldn't help but blush at what he saw. The 2 were completely naked and dripping wet. Please tell me you haven't been spying on girls in the bathroom, you damn hentai. Naruto stated with a glare. He couldn't deny, however, that both of them were extremely beautiful, as was the case with the many of the women he had seen in this world. Thank God Jiraiya isn't here, Naruto thought. He couldn't imagine the trouble the old sage would get into if he was still here. The first one had the name Irina Shido on the bottom. She stood at 5 feet and 4 inches and had an athletic figure. She, while not as big as Rias, her breasts were large by normal standards and nice round bottom. Her hair was chestnut-colored and was tied into twintails. Irina's eyes were a bright violet. Even from the picture, Naruto could tell that the girl was nearly angelic in nature. The other one was called Zenobia Quarta. She has a similar body to Irina with large breasts and a firm butt. Unlike Irina, she had shorter blue hair with a single strand of green that reached her shoulders. She had golden eyes and wore a colder expression compared her partner. While Irina looked angelic, she looked like a warrior. These 2 are the ones being sent after the Excalibur fragments. They will most likely make contact with Rias sometime after arriving in the city. Make sure that nothing too bad happens between them. Both are devoted to their faith and will view them as enemies should it come down to it. You, on the other hand, can handle yourself against them easily. Azazel explained the situation to the blonde. The shinobi turned fallen angel took in everything he had been told. Of course, as Rias's fiancé, he would naturally be around to help if they needed it. So what am I dealing with from the traitors? Naruto asked Azazel, who sighed and gave him a file. Kokabeel, huh? Damn, to think so many would turn and join him. Naruto muttered at the list of fallen angels who had joined the former cadre. A lot of fallen angels are less than happy with the stricter rules against some darker acts. Azazel said, sounding depressed. They had tried to change the fallen angels for the better, but not everyone wanted peace with the other factions. Some just wanted to fuck whoever they wanted, take whatever they wanted, or simply just do whatever they wanted without caring for rules or laws. Sometimes I feel like this faction would be better without me. Naruto muttered, falling into one of the chairs. You're too good-natured to be a fallen angel, Naruto. Azazel lamented. If anything, you should have been an angel. Of course you may have fallen since you became physical with Yusaka, but nonetheless your personality is much purer than any of us. Azazel said to Naruto, who smiled his words. But of course you have done a lot of good for us. You weeded out members who betrayed us. You became an example to many that they didn't have to follow the stigma of the evil angel, and for that I thank you. Hey, don't get all sappy on me now, Azazel. Naruto said, standing up. I'm happy to help the guy who saved my life. I know that one day all the factions will be able to live in peace with one another. Naruto stated. Azazel nodded to the blonde's words. Well, I better get going. I promised Kaneko-chan that I would go get some cake with her. So a date? Azazel said calmly. No, we're getting something to eat, ya know. Naruto denied. You know I never expected you to be in lawless. After all, both Yusaka and Rias have those giant tits, and don't even try denying that you haven't done it with Calawarner or Kuroka. I've seen how the sexy kitty clings to you. Azazel teased. I've never so much as touched Calawarner-chan or Kuroka-chan sexually. Naruto yelled, blushing red from embarrassment. Azazel simply smirked and pulled out a picture of him and Kuroka sleeping on the same bed, spooning each other. The worst part was that she was naked and he was only in his boxers. She snuck into my bed. Stop taking things out of context. He yelled back at the snickering fallen angel. And you didn't sense her. Please, what kind of ninja are you then? Azazel taunted. What if she was an assassin? Oh, and let's not forget about Ophis. He added. I'm so getting you back for this. Naruto said coldly. Bring it on, brat. Azazel challenged the blonde, not really knowing what he was getting into. Now get out of here already. Azazel said to the blonde, who waved and left. Now to my novel. The faction leader said, pulling out a familiar orange book. With Naruto. It only took Naruto a few seconds to fly back to the school, where ran into none other than Seraphal's younger sister Sona at the gate. While not having interacted much with her, Rias had given him some information about the young devil. She was much more serious compared to her sister and Rias. "Hello Sona-san," Naruto said, walking up to the Citri heir. "Naruto-san," Sona said, turning towards him. Her eyes narrowed on him. "Naruto-san, how old are you?" Sona inquired him. The blonde raised an eyebrow at the strange question. "I'm turning 18 soon," Naruto answered a bit hesitantly. "Why do you ask, Sona-san?" "Because I have never once seen you at a school or wearing a school uniform, nor have I heard anything about you going to school from Rias," Sona said, walking up to him with her arms crossed under her modest chest. "I will not allow Rias marry some uneducated idiot. I'll arrange for you to be enrolled into the school," she told him. "But I already finished school," Naruto claimed. He had already gone through school once in his world. He would not do it again even if it killed him. "At least in Konoha school taught you how fight. Here you basically sat in a room and listened to some old coot yatter on about stuff that wouldn't help you in life." "What school?" Sona said. It wasn't really a question since she already had her answer. It was just a courtesy to let him defend himself on the off chance that he had in fact finished a school. "Konoha Ninja Academy," the blonde responded, completely serious. For a moment there was complete silence between the two. The two just stared at each other for what seemed like hours. "You couldn't at least given me a real school's name?" Sona deadpanned, not believing him for a second. "Besides, even if you did, I'm sure that holds no credentials anywhere in the world," the petite girl claimed. Naruto looked mortified. He couldn't dispute that part. Finishing the academy only really gave you credibility in your own village, and he was sure that ninja school from a different dimension wouldn't look well if he ever actually decided to get a job. "But I'm a cadre. I help keep my faction in line," Naruto countered. "Last time I checked, you just beat up traitors. How is that going to help you rule the Grimori clan with Rias when her parents stepped down?" Sona countered, glaring at him. "Or do you plan on dumping all the work on Rias while you goof off?" She added. "Either way, I'm contacting Searzex and Zeoticus about this after school," Sona said, ending the conversation and walking back into the school. "Kill her, Naruto. I don't want to sit through any of that shit." Shukaku yelled at the blonde from the inside of his head. "Why can't I just live a normal life?" Naruto sighed, dropping his head as Shukaku rambled on how he was going to make Sona pay if she sent them to school. "Anyways, I guess we should just wait until school gets out," Naruto muttered as he walked away. Finally, back home, Naruto yelled as he walked back into his house for the first time since he left for the battle with Riser. He had finally managed to lose Sona thanks to his speed advantage. There was no way in hell that he would ever go back to school and waste his time. He had more important things to do than that. After that, he went out with Kaneko for a bit before returning home. "Naruto-kian," Kuroka yelled as she jumped on him. Naruto was caught off guard by the fact that she was completely naked and could feel her nipples poking against his shirt. "I saw everything. You were amazing out there," the black cat complimented. Naruto could see the lust clouding her eyes. He could feel her gyrating her hips against his manhood. "I want you so badly right now," Kuroka told him frankly. "I would appreciate it if you got off my fiancé." The two heard. Looking up, they saw a rather annoyed Rias looking down at them standing at the door. Behind her was Akano and Kaneko, each holding a set of luggage. Kuroka sighed in disappointment and transformed into her cat fur and ran off, giving Rias one last glare before leaving the room. "Geez, we haven't even been engaged for 2 days and you're already having an affair," Rias lamented while Naruto got up. The three women walked into the house and sat the luggage down next to the couch. Naruto went into the kitchen and brought out some drinks for the three of them. "Sorry you had to see that," Naruto said to the trio. "So, I'm guessing you're moving in?" Naruto asked the redhead, who smiled and nodded. It made sense now that they were engaged that she would start living with him. He had enough room in his house. Azazel had spared no expense in building the mansion. "Then I'll have Calawarner prepare a room for you then," Naruto told Rias. "No need," Rias stated, moving from her seat over to his. "I'll be staying in yours. After all, we're going to be husband and wife one day, we might as well get used to sleeping with each other," the redhead said, sitting on his lap. "Good job, Rias," she praised herself, blushing as she felt something pressing against her ass. Kaneko pouted, seeing her king sitting on the blonde's lap. It had been a shock when she saw her sister on top of Naruto when they had arrived. She knew that she would start her senjutsu training with him soon. She was hesitant about it. Her fear of losing herself to the power of nature like she thought her sister had. But seeing Kuroka again made her second-guess her belief. She had heard the truth from them and was willing to give her a chance. But Naruto stuttered only to be silenced by Rias, who pressed her finger against his lips. No buts, Rias said firmly, showing that she wouldn't waver. She knew full well who else lived in the house with her fiancé. Both Kuroka and Kalawarner stayed with the blonde, and from the display she had seen today knew that Kuroka was trying to get with Naruto, and she had seen how Kalawarner looked at the Uzumaki. She may have accepted that Naruto would have a harem, but she wasn't going to give up on trying to get the top spot. Searsex said he would be sending an engagement present tomorrow. The redhead said, leaning back against the blonde's chest. Naruto felt a bit uncomfortable as he felt ass rubbing against his junk as she shifted. Why did he feel like he had made his life so much more complicated getting involved? Akeno, can you and Kaneko please take my bags to Naruto's room please while we talk? Rias asked. Her two peerage members want to speak to her fiancé in private. Getting the message, Akeno and Kaneko picked up Rias's bags while Naruto made a clone to lead the two to his room. You know, I can't really express how much what you did means to me, Naruto. Rias said, relaxing against Naruto's chest. Taking Naruto's left hand, she brought it to her breast right over her heart. My entire life I've had been waiting for that day. The day that I got my freedom back from Riser. Every day I was scared that I would choke and lose and that I would be stuck with him for the rest of my life. Rias said, clutching his hand. Naruto didn't say anything as he left her speak. I know that I wasn't prepared for it. I love my peerage. They are like my family, but we were outclassed by Riser. Maybe if Issei had more time to mature he could have tipped the scale in my favor. He hadn't. But you saved me, Rias told him sincerely. I was willing to do anything to get rid of that contract, even giving up something I could never get back. I was willing to disgrace my family, Rias said, wiping away a tear. Naruto gently rubbed the top of her head, trying to comfort her. You saved me. You gave me the chance I've been waiting for my entire life. When I heard Riser surrender, I couldn't believe it. The weight that I had carried for 17 years had finally fallen off my shoulders. Rias said, turning around and facing Naruto. Her breasts pressing against his chest as she wrapped her arms around his neck. The blonde was surprised by the adoration on her face. That look held more love than even Yasaka had on their night together. Despite the tears streaming down her face, her smile was sincere. I could never thank you enough, Naruto. My fiancé, Rias said, closing the gap between the two. My love, Rias said, claiming his lips. Naruto didn't know what surprised him more, the kiss or her proclamation of love. Compared to their first kiss, this one had much more feeling behind it. Rias wasn't holding back now that they were alone. Her tongue danced around inside his mouth with his own. Naruto hesitated for a moment, not expecting the kiss, but responded nonetheless. Their lips molded together as Naruto wrapped his arms around her and brought her closer to him. Deciding he was done letting her dominate his mouth, Naruto fought back. Their tongues were interlocked between the two of them as they vied for control over their kiss. Rias moaned into the kiss when she felt Naruto grip her large yet firm ass. She could feel his hand pressing against her flesh through her clothing. The two tipped over, going from sitting to lying on the couch. Rias's hair veiled their faces, their legs tangled together. They were so close they could almost feel the other's heartbeat. Rias pulled her head up, breaking the kiss. Thin string of saliva continued to link them as they took light gasps of air. Rias laid down on top of Naruto, placing her head against the nape of his neck. I love you, Rias said into his ear. The two had a deep blush from their intimate moment. Rias got off her future husband knowing that her servants would be returning soon. She remembered everything that had happened since she met the blonde. She never expected her life to change so much from deciding to go with her brother to Kyoto. When she failed at getting him into her peerage, she thought that it would be the end of her interaction with the blonde. But when he promised to help her, it had been something that not even her parents had offered her. And the more time she spent with him, the more he helped her, the more he supported, the more he accepted her, and the more she fell in love with him. Akeno and Kaneko walked in shortly to find her there. King, and Naruto talking casually. Akeno took notice of how close Rias and Naruto were now compared to when they left the room. Couple that with their blushing faces and she was easily able to see that something happened between the two. As much as she didn't like Naruto for being in league with her father, she couldn't resist the opportunity. I hope you two didn't stop because you knew we were coming. Akeno said, giggling as she walked back to her Rias's side. I'm sure you two would have had a great time if left alone. The half-fallen angel said. Kaneko slapped the back of Akeno's head with an annoyed expression on her face. She already had to see her sister naked with the blonde, she didn't need to think of her, King, doing the same thing. Though she couldn't help but look down at her chest and then at Rias's in a bit of envy. Pervert, Kaneko muttered. Offhandedly she wondered if Naruto preferred larger breasts given the woman he was involved with. Unknown to Rias, Naruto had spent some time with her since the party. Akeno, Kaneko, I think I'll be fine now so you two can go home for the day. Rias said, dismissing the two. She wanted to get to know her new home a bit better and get acquainted with some of the other guests. If she could even call them that. Calawarner seemed to be stationed here with her blonde love while Kuroka seemed determined to have children with him. She was sure she could handle Calawarner, but Kuroka was beyond even her peerage. Hi, Akeno before moving around to Naruto. Rias glared when she saw her, Queen, wrap her arms around Naruto's neck in a seductive manner. Leaning down, Akeno whispered something that Rias couldn't hear, but Naruto could definitely hear the whisper. If you hurt her, I'll cut your balls off. Akeno threatened the blonde before leaving the house. Time for a house tour, Rias said, pulling Naruto with her, unaware of a set of cat eyes glaring at her. Next day, Naruto yawned as he woke up at the crack of dawn. Looking over, he saw Kuroka sleeping in his bed, not hiding a single inch of skin as usually. She had his left arm wrapped in her arms and pressed in between her two large mounds. The blonde sighed as he tried to sit up but found that his right arm was being held back as well. Looking over, he saw a second naked woman with red hair in his bed. It took him a second to realize what going on. Rias moved in. Naruto remembered as his mind started to fully wake up. The blonde replaced himself with a clone to get out of their locks. Looking back, he couldn't help but think about how cute the two of them were. Get your mind out of the gutter, Naruto. Naruto muttered to himself before walking out of his bedroom. He instantly noticed the smell of eggs and pancakes in the air as he moved towards the kitchen. I didn't know Kala-chan could cook, the blonde said quietly as he opened the door to Calawarner's room to check if she was still asleep. Inside the room she saw the tall brunette on her bed, naked as the day she was born. There were dozens of sex toys sprayed around her room, ranging from leather S&M items to vibrators. He instantly went on high alert when he saw that his fellow fallen angel wasn't the one who was using his kitchen, and he was sure as hell that Ophis wasn't the person. As Naruto snuck his way towards his kitchen, he could hear the light sound of walking along with a stronger aroma of food. Hiding around a corner, he used his control over light. He created a small orange dagger as a contingency plan. Hearing the footsteps coming closer, Naruto waited for the person to come around the corner before springing out. In an instant the person found a glowing orange blade pressing against her neck. Please refrain from attacking me. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard Graphia's voice. Pulling back the dagger from her neck, Naruto glared at the devil maid. What are you doing in my house? Naruto asked, dispersing the blade. The silver-haired maid motioned for him to follow her. Walking into his dining room, he saw 5 plates filled with food. So why are you here, Graphia? The blonde asked the strongest queen. Graphia glared at him. He could see the anger barely retraining itself within her. Lord Sirzex ordered me to stay here until I am called back to the underworld as a maid for you and Rias. Graphia answered him. She almost spat out Sirzex's name when she talked about what she ordered her to do. Graphia bowed towards him. I am completely at your service, the devil stated. Naruto frowned when he felt how much anger she was radiating. She hated the order that Sirzex had given her. She probably feels like she was thrown away. Naruto thought, feeling bad for Graphia. Don't bow to me, Naruto said to the maid. I don't need a maid. If you're going to stay here, then you'll stay as a guest, Naruto said, taking a seat at the table. I apologize, but I cannot do that, Graphia responded. She took her work as a maid very seriously. Her orders were to be a maid for Naruto and Rias. She may have hated it, but she knew she had to follow the order. Sears ordered me to be your maid. I will carry out his final order to the fullest degree. Naruto sighed. Fine. Naruto relented. Cutting off a piece of the food, Naruto ate while the silverette simply stood in the background waiting for any other order from her new master. You're not going to eat? The blonde asked. I will eat after everyone else has eaten. Graphia responded calmly. She was good at keeping her emotions hidden from the world. Despite her internal turmoil, she was trying and succeeding at keeping herself composed in front of the blonde fallen angel. However, no amount of acting could hide how she felt from the former shinobi. Looking down at his plate, the blonde couldn't help but smirk as an idea filled his head. Sit, Naruto said, pointed at the chair next to him. Graphia raised an eyebrow at the strange order but complied anyways. Cutting off a piece of a pancake, Naruto raised it to her mouth. I order you to eat with me, the blonde said with a wide grin. Graphia stared at him coldly for a second before opening her mouth. Naruto smiled as he fed her. Naruto was a bit marveled by how sophisticated Graphia looked even while she was eating. There was no doubt in his mind that this was due to years of serving as a maid in the underworld. Between the two of them, they finished the plate of food within a few minutes. There, Naruto said, taking the plate over to the sink and started to clean it. Graphia simply watched on as he washed his plate. Now you can have the rest of the week off, Naruto said as he walked past her, but was stopped when Graphia grabbed him by his wrist. What now? Why don't you just let me do my job? The maid asked. Naruto smiled at her softly. I can feel how much it hurt you to be sent here by Sears. You feel betrayed, Naruto claimed. Despite how composed she was, he saw her tense up slightly, confirming belief. Walking over, Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders. I don't know what Sears was thinking, but in that it looks like he did this to get rid of you. But he truly does care about you, Graphia. He may not love you like you love him, but he only has good intentions for you, Naruto told her, remembering the conversation he had with Sears. You don't understand anything, Graphia responded. She couldn't deny that he was right in how she felt. How her heart felt as if a blade had ran through it. Flashback. Graphia walked down the halls of Sears' castle towards his throne room. She had been in the middle of preparing dinner for her master and his wife. It bothered her to call Ajuko his wife. It was a title that she wanted for herself, yet it was also one she knew she would never have. That is why she still served him. To at least stay close to him, even if she couldn't have him romantically. It wasn't ideal, but for her it was better than nothing. The strongest queen composed herself as she reached the double doors leading to when Sears and Ajuko were waiting for her. Taking in a breath, she pushed the doors open. Inside, he saw Sears playing with his son Malika's while Ajuko watched on with a heartwarming smile on her face. My lord, Graphia said, walking up to the three. The redhead looked up and sighed. Hey Graphia, the super devil said, standing up. Ajuko, can you take Malika's to his room? I need to talk with Graphia, Sears asked of his wife. The green-haired devil simply nodded and left the room with their son without saying a word, but gave Graphia one last look before leaving. What is it, Lord Sears? Graphia asked her. King. Taking a deep breath, Sears prepared himself for whatever he was about to tell her. Since Naruto and Rias are now engaged, Rias said she would move into his house. Sears told her before continuing. So I decided to assign you as their personal maid. You will move in with Naruto and Rias and serve them as you served me, Sears ordered her. It took a few seconds for the words to resonate in her mind. Graphia's eyes widened as she felt her entire world falling apart around her. He's sending me away. The realization hit her. Sears had to fight back the desire to comfort her when he saw her start to shake a bit. What do you mean? Graphia asked in a last shot at hope that she had simply misheard him. Like I say, Graphia, you will go to Naruto's house and stay there permanently as his and Rias's personal maid, Sears told her once again. He knew that what he was doing was going to hurt her emotionally and that maybe he should have consulted Naruto or Ajuka before going through with his plan, but he knew that this would help Graphia in the end. While he couldn't claim to love her, she was still one of the most important people to him. It's for her own good. Naruto will be able to help her more than I ever could, Sears said, putting his faith in his future brother-in-law. But who? Graphia started but was shut out by Circex, who interrupted her. We have plenty of capable maids, Graphia. Circex respond. I know how you must feel about this, Graphia, but I need you to do this. Circex said with an air of finality. He only hoped that she would one day understand and that Naruto wouldn't take it the wrong way and murder him. Graphia held back her swirling emotions, trying to stay professional. Despite her stoic face, one could see the downcast eyes. As a Grimoire, seeing her like that felt like he was betraying her. I understand. There was no emotion behind her voice. It was as if a robot had responded instead of a devil. Circex gave her one last hug before pulling away. Trust me, Graphia, this if for the best. Naruto is a great guy. Try to have a bit of fun. The redhead said before leaving his former maid to think about her new situation and get ready for her big move. Flashback end. I may not. Naruto relented. But I can try as hard as I can so you can be happy once again. I promise you, Naruto stated. Now that he had made it into a promise, he would definitely do it. After all, he never broke his promises even if he had to go to hell and back. Graphia's anger had subsided a bit. Now take the rest of the day to get used to living here. If you need anything, then don't hesitate to ask. Naruto told her as they walked into the living room. I may have to ask Azazel for a house upgrade. Naruto thought as he saw two large suitcases which he assumed belonged to Graphia. Let's get you settled down in a room. Naruto said, picking up the two and carried them to one of the empty rooms he had in his house. Graphia followed behind him into the room which was to be hers for the unforeseeable future. There weren't any decorations other than a rather large Western-styled bed which seemed to be a bit larger than a king size and with a few cabinets. This is my new room. Graphia thought as Naruto set down her bags. Thank you. Graphia said. Take your time, Graphia. This must all be hard for you. Naruto said, patting her on the shoulder. What are you doing in my bed? The two heard Rias yell. Naruto and Graphia rushed to Naruto's room where they had left Rias. They arrived to see Kuroka sitting on top of a blushing Rias with a victorious smirk on her face. They were still as naked as when Naruto had left them a while ago. Naruto, Rias said when she saw her blonde fiancé. Care to explain why this cat was in our bed? Rias asked with a smile so sweet it was almost sickening. She has a habit of doing that sometimes, hee. Naruto answered, having gotten used to waking up with the Nekosho being in his bed. He backed up a bit with his raised up when he saw the dangerous look Rias was giving him. Foxy is going to father my children one day, so I need to get familiar with his body, nya. Kuroka claimed as she got off the redhead and sauntered over to the master and servant pair. Graphia narrowed her eyes on the Nekomata, freezing her in an instant. Nya. Oh, it's the scary devil maid. Kuroka joked. Graphia. Rias fully took notice of his brother's maid as she started picking out her school outfit from the closet. What are you doing here? She questioned, buttoning up her blouse. It's a long story. Naruto sighed. Later, Naruto and Azazel met up at a brothel owned by the fallen angel governor. Azazel downed a drink with grinning in a way that reminded Naruto way too much of his godfather. So two hot busty devils moved into your house and you're complaining? Azazel laughed at the blonde. I fucked 3 different women just before coming today. The elder fallen angel said out loud. Sorry, I'm not a super pervert. Naruto said, deadpanning at the man. A woman, long black hair and large breasts, wearing nothing but a wet pair of panties, walked in and placed a bottle of sake, giving the two a wing before leaving. Why did we meet here? Naruto asked the man with an annoyed look on his face. The place reeked of sex and smoke. What do you think I'll be doing after you leave? Azazel asked, only for a kunai to land next to his face. Azazel drunkenly looked over at the knife before looking at Naruto. I guess you want me to get to the thick of things, the governor said, wiping off some sake from his mouth. A few days ago, Fried Selzen stole 3 of the Excalibur fragments that the churches possessed. Unfortunately, since he at one point worked for the Grigori, many in the church have accused us of stealing them. Azazel told the blonde, who poured himself a drink. Any clues on who he's working with? Naruto asked his faction leader before downing his drink. After everything he had to do recently, it was nice to get out a bit, even if the setting was a bit shady. Kokabeel seems to be behind this plan, Azazel admitted with a heavy sigh. Once again it was members of his faction causing problems between the factions. Worst was that this time it was one of the leaders of the Grigori Nod, some underling that had gone rouge. My spies have confirmed that he was the one who ordered Freed to steal the fragments in order. I fear that is planning to start another great war between the factions in order to sat his own bloodlust and hatred for the devils. Azazel told the blonde. Any idea of where he's going to strike? Naruto asked. Here, Azazel said definitively. This town has the sisters of 2 of the 4 Satan, and one of those 2 is married to the sister of another. If he wants to cause a war, he will likely try to attack and kill Rias and Sona. The governor said to Naruto, whose jaw clenched at the information. His faction would be doomed if that happened. From what he knew from Searsex, the Baal would call for war at Rias's death, which the underworld would follow even if the Satans spoke against it. Heaven would declare war for the stolen weapons. Has Heaven responded yet? Naruto asked. Stealing the pieces of Excalibur was no small thing. He was surprised that hadn't been declared already by the church. The churches have sent 2 holy sword users to Kuo in order to retrieve or destroy the stolen ones. Heaven itself has asked to meet with me today. Azazel responded with a smirk on his face. However, I'm quite busy after this, so I'm sending you to meet them. After all, I always say that you would fit in perfectly with them, so you're sure to get along better with my old siblings than me. The semi-blonde claimed to Naruto's annoyance. Why do I have to do your work for you? Naruto yelled at Azazel, who shrugged. Sometime he really did question his allegiance whenever his leader. You even admitted you were just going to stay here after we talked. The former shinobi growled, only to be waved off by Azazel, who took the bottle of sake and drank the remaining 3/4 of it. Azazel let out a hiccup. But I'm too drunk to meet with Michael. It would suck if I were to say something while drunk. Azazel claimed before calling over for another bottle for them to drink. Now get going. You're meeting them in 10 minutes at the abandoned church in Kuo, and don't make things any worse. Azazel said, pulling the topless waitress towards him. Naruto facepalmed when she giggled when his leader groped her. Perverted old man. Naruto muttered as he stood up and made for the door at the last second. He pulled the fire alarm before walking out. He could hear Azazel cursing and the woman screaming as the fire sprinklers sprayed them with water. Serves him right, Naruto said, smirking as he walked out the back into an alleyway before flying off. Abandoned church. Naruto arrived just as Gabriel and Michael were walking into the church. The pair of seraphim turned around when they heard him land. The Uzumaki walked up to the 2 with a friendly smile, showing that he meant them no harm. Sorry, Azazel is busy, Naruto said, averting his eyes. The male seraph facepalmed, knowing exactly what Naruto was talking about. I'll be handling the situation in his place. This was unexpected for me too, Yano. Don't worry about it, Naruto, Gabriel said to her fellow blonde. She couldn't help but bask in the pureness of his soul. It was something that Michael took notice of too, if the surprised look on his face was anything to go by. Oh, this is the first time the 2 of you met, the bubbly seraph said, looking between the 2. Come on, Michael, don't be rude. You're right, sister, Michael said, walking up to Naruto with his hand extended. So, you probably assumed I am Michael. It's a pleasure to meet the fallen angel who has caused such a stir between the factions. The archangel greeted. He too had heard of the blonde's exploits and his quest for peace. He even got to watch the live broadcast of his battle with Riser Phoenix for the hand of Rias Grimori. Same. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto responded, shaking the angel's hand. The 2 felt the other tighten their grip a bit as they tested each other's strength. The 3 retracted their wings as they proceeded inside of the church. Naruto could see that they were a bit upset by the ruined state of everything. How sad, Gabriel said, looking around at the shattered murals and religious symbols that Rainer and her group had destroyed when they took residence in the place. It's never easy seeing such wonderful place reduced to this, the second strongest angel in heaven said to Naruto. This was a common trend among fallen angels when they took over a church. Naruto didn't have those tendencies as he wasn't a natural angel, but he understood why she felt that way. It saddens me too, sister. Michael to Gabriel. The 3 walked to a room in the back of the church which had a table for them to sit. Naruto, first of all, I must thank you for all the work you've done in preserving the peace between our factions. It must be a huge burden. Hopefully we can work together so that one day we all can live in peace with one another, the seraphim told the other male blonde. I hope so too, Me and Azazel have been working to calm down some of our more rebellious members. Naruto was surprised when he felt no form of negativity from the Archangel. It was the same as when he first met with Gabriel. Despite the war their factions had fought, they didn't seem to carry any sort of hatred for them. I wish more were like you too. To meet with an enemy and not hold any malice. It's a nice feeling, Naruto mentioned. Oh, so you can feel negative emotions. Michael concluded. It was a trait that many angels had, but he wasn't sure if the blonde possessed it since he wasn't born as one. The seraphim-level fallen angel was a mystery to him. He had powers similar to those of a Hokage, but he had the pure heart of an angel. So you were reborn into your faction from what my sister told me. A shame. I would have loved to have a seraph like you in heaven. Father would have happily to allowed you in. Michael stated. See, I told you, Gabriel said to her elder brother. Her brother had been skeptical of her when she told him about the blonde. While her brother held no hatred for the faction, he acknowledged the fact that all of them had sinned at one point. Unfortunately, I probably would have fallen by now, Naruto admitted. The love he shared with Yasaka and the way things were going with Rias, he was sure that he would have fallen due to have had sex with the Kyuubi. I don't regret the bond I have with Yasaka-chan, Naruto said to the two who nodded. Love is such a wonderful thing, Gabriel said, feeling the love radiating off Naruto when he spoke of the yokai leader. It was a great feeling whenever she felt it in someone. How much care and adoration one being could have for another. It warmed her heart, to be honest. I'm happy for you. Thank you, Gabriel, but I think we should get to the issue at hand, Yano. Naruto said, looking at Michael, who nodded in agreement. While it was nice talking to his fellow blonde, he knew that this wasn't a friendly gathering. This was a meeting between faction leaders. Well, I can assure you that Hokage wasn't acting on our orders and we consider him a rogue. Azazel suspects that he is planning on starting a war between the factions. Naruto told the two. Gabriel gasped while Michael narrowed his eyes. To think he would have fallen this far. Gabriel stated, remembering Hokage before he had fallen from heaven. I don't want another war, she stated, which the other two agreed to. Heaven had yet to find a way to recover its numbers like the devils had, and the fallen angels were still far weaker than either of the factions. We have sent 2 holy sword users to Kuo. We would like to keep this incident isolated to the church, but we have instructed them to warn the devils in charge of the area of what they will be doing. The less who know about this, the better it will be for all of us. Michael told Naruto, who accepted that. It would be a huge embarrassment to heaven if it became public that their treasures were robbed right from under their noses. He doubted that everyone would just let it slide. However, if things get out of hand, I expect you to end the situation. No problem, Naruto said, giving Michael a thumbs up. But I doubt Rias will just sit around and let your guys walk around without some kind of intervention. She'll likely try and get involved somehow. Naruto warned the Seraphim about his fiancée. Considering how she acted when he arrived to take care of Rayr, it was likely she would give Heaven the same treatment. Hokage know things that we cannot allow to become public knowledge, Michael said. Naruto knew what he was talking about when he saw the saddened look from Gabriel. God was dead and they had no way of making new angels, meaning their population could only go down at the moment. If he tells the world what he knows, I don't know if our faction will be able to survive the fallout, the Archangel muttered. If word got out to humans that their god was dead, who knew how many would fall or leave the church? Their faction would lose far too much power. Don't worry, if it comes down to it, I'll deal Hokage, Naruto said, clenching his metallic hand. It sucks that people like him exist, Naruto said. It means a lot to us that you're willing to help us, Naruto, Gabriel said to the shinobi. Michael gave Naruto a nod before returning to Heaven in a flash. I should be leaving now. It was nice seeing you again, Gabriel said as she went to give Naruto a quick hug but tripped on a loose floorboard, causing her to fall flat on the floor. Are you okay? Naruto asked, helping her up. The sound of fabric ripping filled the abandoned church. Naruto's face went bright red when he saw her breasts. Azazel had always say they were called the finest breast, but seeing them himself was something else. They easily beat out Rias or Yasaka. If he was a lesser man, he would have died of a nosebleed. Thanks for helping me up, Gabriel said, ignoring that fact that her upper body was exposed. She didn't even notice that her dress had ripped until Naruto wrapped his coat around her to prevent her from being further exposed. Sorry about that, Gabriel apologized for accidentally flashing the blonde. Naruto waved it off but couldn't help but peek a few times at the bit of cleavage that she had kept exposed through the middle of his coat. "Thank you," she said, closing the coat around her, noticing it carried the same warmth that Naruto radiated. "No problem," Naruto said, smiling awkwardly. How she managed to stay so serene during the situation was beyond him, but she didn't seem to hold him against him for seeing her exposed. "I better get going. I need to prepare for Kokabile, ya know," Naruto stated. Gabriel nodded and returned back to heaven. "She wasn't even wearing a bra," Naruto whispered. "So, those are the two," Naruto said as he watched two women in their teens getting off a plane. Once again, he was impressed by this world's women. The elemental nations had nothing compared to the ones he'd seen so far. Thanks to the information from both Azazel and Heaven, he already knew quite a bit about them. The first one was Irina Shido, who was sent from England. Irina was a beautiful young woman around the same age as Rias, with long, light brown hair and purple eyes. Her hair was tied into twin tails. She wore what looked to be a skin-tight short-sleeved unitard with matching finger-less gloves that extend to her biceps, and boots that reached her thighs. She also wears a crucifix around her neck. Her breasts were smaller than Rias, but she certainly made up for it in the form of her rear. The other one was Zenobia Quarta. She had blue hair that reached down to her shoulders with some green fringe on the right side of the hair and yellow eyes. She had a slender figure compared to some of the other women he had seen, but still had an above-average bust. "Well, better greet them," Naruto said, flying down and landing away from human sight. He made his presence more than obvious so as to get them to move away from the populated area. The blonde followed the two until they led him to a secluded part of the park. "Who will make the first move?" Naruto thought to himself as he walked out of his cover. The two exorcists turned towards him with their weapons drawn. "So, you finally decided to show yourself, fallen angel," Zenobia said to the blonde who walked towards them. They were slightly unnerved by how calmly he was approaching them. They had been warned of him by some of the church members before they came. A 12-winged fallen angel who wasn't Azazel. It was knowledge that was held back from the majority of the members. "So you're the fallen angel that Michael Sama spoke of," the Irina stated. It was clear that the two were weary of him due to the likely massive difference in power between the two parties. The two seemed to study him for any signs of him being hostile. "My name is Irina Shido from the Protestant Church," Irina introduced herself. Despite being from enemy factions, he was their ally for now. "Zenobia Quarta," the blue-haired teen said quietly. She looked to be ready to attack at any moment as his eyes were kept narrowed on the blonde man. "We don't need your help. We can handle this without the help of the fallen," Zenobia claimed. Naruto could tell that she didn't like the fact that he wasn't from her faction. Azazel had told him how she had been raised her entire life in the church and likely viewed devils and fallen angels alike very negatively. Naruto shook his head at how the woman acted. "You're not going to be able to do this yourself, ya know," Naruto said, flexing his power and unveiling his wings. "The way the two of you are, Kokabile will slaughter the two of you without breaking a sweat. The only thing you'll get done is handing over 2 more holy swords to him," Naruto claimed. He could sense that they weren't ready. His fellow cadre would just kill them and get one step closer to his goal. "You don't need to worry about us. We can handle anything he throws at us," Irina said, grinning. She had faith in both hers and her partner's abilities. Naruto kinda saw a bit of himself in her. She was confident and upbeat even when heading into a dangerous situation. "Besides, like Zenobia said, we don't need help from you guys," she added on. She didn't want to have to accept help from a fallen angel. They were already planning on talking to the devils, so they would stay out of their way. "How about a wager?" Naruto said, summoning Joyce and stabbing it into the ground. Their eyes widened at the sight of the once missing holy sword. The church had been looking for that for ages after the Holy Roman Emperor passed away. France had a sword they claimed to be the real one, but the church knew that it was a fake. "If you guys can beat me in a spar, I'll hand over my sword to the two of you. If I win, you two have to listen to me," Naruto offered. Irina's eyes widened at the offer. If they brought in the Joyous along with the other Excaliburs, they would become legends among the Christian community. It would no doubt get them praise even from heaven. "Let's do it, Zenobia. If we can beat this guy, then not only can we beat Kokabile, but we'll get the Joys back to heaven." Irina said to the blue-haired woman enthusiastically. Zenobia thought about it for a moment, her eyes darted from her partner to the sword in the ground. Bring home the sword would be a huge victory for heaven. Let's do it. The blue-haired woman confirmed, rushing at the blonde. Naruto's eyes widened, not expecting her to start already. Metal clanged against metal as Naruto caught the Excalibur destruction with his left hand. The ground under him shattered from the power of the blade, but his arm stayed strong. Huh? Zenobia questioned, not expecting the blonde to withstand her attack so easily. Is that all? Naruto asked as he pushed her sword back, sending her stumbling back. Zenobia was unable to defend herself from a kick aimed at her stomach. Irina transformed her sword into a massive pillow to catch Zenobia before she hit a tree. Her partner rubbed where she had been kicked, wincing. Irina shifted her Excalibur back into a katana and charged at the blonde to give Zenobia time to recover from Naruto's attack. Take this, Irina yelled, swinging for the blondes from the right. Naruto smiled and blocked it with his right pointer finger. His hand was covered in a light blue glow. What the? Irina yelled in shock that her attack had been stopped so easily. I'm not going to go easy on you even if you're cute. The Uzumaki told her, sweeping her leg out from under her and knocking her blade away. Zenobia interrupted with another wild swing of her blade, which Naruto avoided by jumping back. Irina recovered and ran to her sword. Zenobia saw the joys stabbed into the ground next to her and went to take it. Really? Naruto thought. As soon as the blue net removed the sword from the ground, sand exploded out from underground and trapped Zenobia in a vice. Ah! The exorcist cried, feeling herself be bonded by her enemy's trap. It surprised her that it hadn't killed her yet. She had aimed to kill the blonde fallen angel with her attacks, yet so far, the blonde held back his first kick and the sand was just keeping her in place, not squeezing her to death. He's showing us mercy, she realized as her partner attacked their opponent once again. Irina turned her sword from a katana into a great sword. Let go of her, Irina yelled as she swung her now giant blade at the blonde, who jumped back. Naruto weaved around her attacks easily. Zenobia was able to use her Excalibur to cut his way out of the sand coffin. The Catholic exorcists joined her partner in her attack against the blonde. Naruto was impressed by the two as he danced around their attacks, having to block a few attacks. But as impressed as he was, he knew they were no match for his fellow cadre. Naruto grabbed Irina's arm and flipped her over his shoulder, slamming her into the ground. Zenobia jumped into the air and brought her down at his back. The last thing she expected was a second blonde to appear in a cloud of smoke and block her attack with a small knife. The kunai broke on impact but held long enough to knock back her sword. The two Narutos rushed Zenobia, who was overwhelmed by the two much faster enemies. Irina recovered and saw her friend being pushed back without a chance to fight back. Zenobia's outfit was torn from Naruto's kunai. The blonde wasn't cut deep enough to cause any major damage or scar the blue-haired teen, but enough to show he was on control of the situation. Turning Excalibur mimic into a spear, Irina threw it at the clone, who turned around in time to catch the spear. God help me, Irina said, paling when Naruto threw her sword into a tree on the other side of the field. If she wanted to get it, she would have to get through both blondes. I messed up big time, hee. Irina though, as she tried to find a way to get back to her sword. Eep, Irina yelled when the clone went at her. You got this, Irina, she said to herself. Still think you can handle Kokabile? The clone said to her as she dived out of the way of one of his kicks. I can see that you're skilled, but you're way too far over your head, Yano. Maybe if you had more time to train, the two of you could win. Let me help you too, Naruto told her, trying to get her to see how foolish she was being. Why would I accept the help of a fallen angel? Irina responded. Naruto sighed at how she responded to his request. Why? I haven't done anything to you. You dislike me because of my faction, even when it was one of your leaders asked me to help you. I wouldn't let the two of you run straight to your deaths. Naruto said, sounding annoyed by her attitude. All I want is for our factions to live in peace, Naruto said, blitzing her with his overwhelming speed. Despite pulling his punches, she was unable to even mount a counter-attack. How can I trust you? Irina asked the blonde. Growing up with the church, she had learned not to trust fallen angels and devils because they were beings of sin. Yet the blonde hadn't acted like she expected him to. Sure, he was a bit arrogant, but so were they. Thinking back, it was foolish to think they could take his sword. He had the same number of wings as Gabriel and Michael. Kokabeel only had one pair less than them. Fighting Naruto made her realize how bad of a situation it may have been if they just charged into the Rouge Fallen Angels base. From the start he seemed to just want to help them, yet here they were fighting him over a sword. Oh God, what will Michael say when he learns that we did this? She thought, knowing how her boss held no contempt for the other factions. Sighing in defeat, Irina decided that it would be best to surrender, since even she could tell that he was holding back for their sake. I give up. The Naruto clone smiled at that. Cheer up, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Keep training and I'm sure one day you'll reach your goals. You're a good person. I'm sure you'll make heaven proud, the clone stated. Finishing his little pep talk, he vanished into smoke. Irina thought about what the blonde had said to her with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Xenovia was panting from trying and for the most part failing to dodge and counterattack against the fallen angel. Do you surrender? Naruto asked the exorcist. Her right hand was loosely holding onto her sword while she covered her breasts with her left. Her outfit was in tatters from Naruto's kunai. Yes, Xenovia said lowly. She hated to admit it, but she couldn't continue fighting against the blonde without risking some serious damage to her body. Naruto smiled and walked over towards her. The blue-haired woman tensed, thinking that he was going to attack her, only for him to place his palm on her forehead. The Catholic felt a warm feeling spread over her as his wounds started to rapidly heal themselves. She had to hold back a moan of satisfaction. It didn't feel evil or tainted like she expected the power of a fallen angel to feel. When Naruto pulled his hand away, he heard an audible sound of displeasure. Well, I guess everything worked out, Naruto said as Irina walked over to her sword and returned it into a string which she tied around her wrist. Naruto stood triumphantly in front of the two. Now do the two of you understand why I wanted to help you? Naruto asked them, which they nodded to. Yes, Xenovia said lowly. As a proud member of the Vatican, she wasn't the happiest to accept the help of someone who didn't serve heaven, but now see how much they needed a strong ally for them to complete their mission. She was about to tell Irina that it was getting late when their stomach growled. They hadn't eaten since they left and Irina had spent all their funds already. I guess the two of you need something to eat, Naruto asked, knowing that Irina had always wasted their money earlier in the day. The two nodded, looking embarrassed if their blushed faces meant anything. Well, I guess I can help you out one more time, Naruto said, laughing as he motioned for them to follow as he picked up his joys. The blonde took them to a small restaurant that served several Japanese dishes. Order what you want. This place is ran by a fallen angel who left to live peacefully with humans, so everything will be charged to Azazel. Their eyes widened as they started to order things off the menu. Naruto chuckled as he ordered a large miso ramen and a small bottle of sake for himself. The three ate in silence. It was awkward for the two women in the group who were raised not to trust the fallen. Irina looked over at Xenovia before turning towards the blonde who was ripping through his ramen. Thank you for the meal, Irina said, breaking the silence between the two parties. Naruto looked up with a few noodles hanging from his mouth and slurped them in. It's nothing really. I can just let two cute girls starve, now can I? Naruto said, joking around. Looking at the time, Naruto noticed that it was getting late. Having followed them all day in their battle, Naruto hadn't noticed what time it was. Well, I need to get going. Meet me here tomorrow and we'll go talk to the devils, Naruto told them, leaving enough money for them to pay for the meal and for any expenses they may have until the next day. Naruto's home. Walking into his home, Naruto noticed that no one was there. It was likely that Rias was with her peerage training or going a job. Calawarner usually didn't get home until late. Graphia. Naruto called out to the maid but got no answer. Kuroka. Naruto. Shukaku yelled inside of his head in alarm. Damn it, something's wrong, Shukaku said before his voice faded. Naruto's eyes widened when he couldn't hear the tanuki inside of him. His body felt heavy and his chakra seemed to be out of reach. No matter how many times he tried to draw on, something got in the way. Two slender arms wrapped around his torso as two soft orbs pressed against his back. A rough cat-like tongue licked his whiskered cheeks. Naruto looked back to see a pair of yellow cat-like eyes looking back at him, filled with lust. A soft tail brushed against his legs before he was pushed against the couch. Kuroka, Naruto said as he got a good look at the assailant's face. The stray devil's face was blushed as she pressed her body against his. She was completely naked from head to toe. It was a sight he had gotten used to at this point, but she had never done something like this. Lemon warning. I've been preparing for this day for a while now. I even go Office to help me with a special poison that she slipped into your ramen. The Nekosho said into his ear. With a swipe of her claw she tore through his shirt before looking down at his pants. A gleeful smile spread over her face when she noticed the growing bulge. The poison I had her make for me was special. It blocked access to chakra and relaxed the muscles. With her power enhancing it, I knew it would work on you, the black cat said, rubbing his member. Why did you do this? Naruto asked, growling at Kuroka, who just smiled and leaned in to claim his lips. Naruto had no chance as she dominated his mouth. She traced his chest with a finger as she sat back on his bulge. Naruto could feel a faint moistness seeping through his pants. Kuroka pulled back and cupped his face. Simple my Naru-kian, Kuroka said, grinding against him, causing Naruto to hold back a pleasure-filled groan. Kuroka did nothing to hold back her moan as she rubbed her lower lips against his growing erection. I want to have kittens with you. Is that so bad? With Rias moving in, I knew I had to act fast. I saw how the two of you kissed. I've known you longer and yet you've never done anything like that with me. She said, clenching her claws a bit, causing him to wince. When I went into heat, I knew I had to act. She said, moving a bit down so she wasn't covering his zipper. The fabric around the area of his crotch was darker from the fluids that came from Kuroka. You don't have to do this, Kuroka. Can't we just talk about this? Naruto asked, not sure of what to do. He cared for the Nekomata and would place his life on the line for her, but he didn't want to have sex just to have kids. Don't you want to have kids with someone you love? Naruto asked. Of course I do, Kuroka said, unzipping his pants. You're the closest thing I've ever had to a love in my life, and to be honest, I wouldn't mind being with you. Now be a good fallen angel, let's have some fun. Kuroka cooed, pulling off his pants. Naruto managed to get enough strength to shove forward with one arm but lacked the strength to move her. Kuroka moaned as Naruto's palm pressed against her breast. You'll regret this, Kuroka, Naruto said as she gripped the rim of his underwear. Kuroka ignored him as she ripped them off him. Looking at the cat girl, he saw him crawling over him. For the first time in a long time he felt like he was the prey. Kuroka pressed her body against him, cuddling him. You're so mean, Naruto, Kuroka said, looking into his eyes. How many months have you and I lived together? How many times have we shared the same bed? And nothing. Yet Rias comes in and I see you making out, Kuroka stated, looking a bit angry with him. Naruto struggled to contain his fallen angel nature. I want you to treat me like that, Naruto. No, I want more than that, Kuroka said, claiming his lips once again. She couldn't help but moan when he subconsciously responded to her. Kuroka pulled back a bit. You've done so much for me. You even gave me a home even when I'm a stray, she said, moving so her face was over his manhood. And you know what they say about feeding strays, Kuroka said, lightly licking the tip of his manhood. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the sight of her face when she took him into her mouth. The Nekosho started to bob her head back and forth, taking more of his manhood each time she went down. Looking up at his blushing face, Kuroka couldn't help but giggle, sending vibrations down the blonde's member. Despite his resistance, she could see that she was making him feel good. Deciding to take it up a level, she took him deeper into her throat. It was something she had seen online but couldn't help but gag a bit. Naruto could feel her around him. It was inexperienced and sloppy, but he couldn't deny that it felt good. Kuroka released him with an audible pop. Kuroka moved over him again and turned so she was still facing his dick while her womanhood was pressed against his mouth. Kuroka moaned when Naruto tried to talk but could only get muffled mumbles due to his mouth being blocked. Looking down at Naruto's hardened manhood, she couldn't help but smirk. I feel like drinking some milk. Mind feeding this stray some more? She asked, wrapping his shaft with her boobs. The blonde was large enough that even when she covered him with her breasts, the tip still poked past. Kuroka gave the tip a lustful look before taking it back into her mouth while rubbing her breasts against shaft. As she did that, her lower half grinded against Naruto's mouth. She was getting excited as increased the speed she her paisery. Kuroka could feel him twitching within her cleavage. Here it comes, Kuroka thought to herself in glee. Kuroka released the tip from her mouth as the blonde came spraying his seed over her face and breasts. Kuroka moved off Naruto, who watched as she cleaned herself of his milk. It was an erotic sight to behold as Kuroka licked her breasts clean of his seed. The two were already getting sweaty and Naruto knew she had only gotten started. "Thank you for the meal. But it's time for the main course," she said, stroking his shaft. It wasn't long before Naruto's manhood was at full mast once again. Kuroka moved over his member, aligning it with her entrance. Lowering herself, she couldn't hold back a loud moan as the head of Naruto's member began to penetrate her. Her heart was pounding as she felt the tip reach a barrier. "Kuroka, think about what you do." Naruto couldn't finish as the Nekomata slammed her pelvis down against his. Kuroka grit her teeth as her hymen was ripped, yet she couldn't help but smile at what she had done. She could feel him inside of her. Naruto was shocked by what she had done. He felt his manhood being squeezed by her walls. Kuroka placed her hands on his chest as she raised her hips up until only the tip was still inside of her. This was what she wanted. What she had risked everything for. "I'm so happy," Kuroka told Naruto, looking straight into his shock-filled eyes. "Nya," she cried as she lowered herself back down, taking his entirety into her. Her breasts swayed back and forth as she repeated the action, letting out a small gasp every time. Naruto bit his lips, not wanting to let out the sounds trying to escape his mouth. His mind was becoming cloudy from the pleasure he was feeling. Kuroka was much tighter than Yasaka from never having had sex before. He could feel a part of him telling to let go, to make love with Kuroka and enjoy the moment. Looking at his assailant's face, he saw her blushed, smiling face with panting and letting out. As he couldn't but take a bit of pride in that face. Her eyes, while filled with lust, had something else. Adoration. "Let go," he heard inside of him. Naruto's eyes widened at the voice. "Nya," Kuroka cried, pulling Naruto face towards her with her right hand. Kuroka dominated his mouth vigorously. Her left hand messaged her breast. The rough kiss broke Naruto hold over his own moans. Her walls were slowly tightening around his manhood. He moaned "Nya." Kuroka cheered as she felt herself coming towards an edge. The pain of losing her virginity was gone and replaced only by the pleasure from plowing her blonde friend. She was giving it everything she had, increasing the pace as she approached her climax. "Nya, Nya, Nya, Nya," she meowed, getting louder with each passing descent. With one final thrust down, she couldn't hold it back any longer. Her walls clenched around Naruto's member like a vice. Her body shook as the wave of pleasure consumed her being. She felt she could forget about everything. About the bastard that made her a devil. About the underworld. About Ophis. All she could think of was her blonde friend, no, her blonde lover. "Nya," she screamed, throwing her head back. Naruto, to his credit, managed to hold back from coming himself. He could feel her walls convulsing around his manhood. Kuroka fell forward against his chest as her legs felt weak under her. "Damn it, I'll make you come yet, Nar." Before she could finish, Naruto pushed her back, much to her surprise. Looking up at his face, she finally noticed that his eyes had changed. His left eye was green while his right was yellow. "Let go. You know you want to. You made a big mistake, Kuroka." Naruto growled as blue flames flickered from his breath. She could smell the scent of a cat on him. He didn't know where this surge of power came from, but he knew not to look a gift horse in the mouth. "You want it so bad. Fine," Naruto said, pushing back into her, which knocked air out for her lungs. Naruto drove into her while she tried to match his pace. Kuroka wrapped her legs around his waist to pull him closer to her. "You're going so deep, Nya," she moaned as she felt the tip press against her womb. She was happy that he had responded and taken charge. The position had changed, so she had her back against the rim of the couch. "Faster, Naruto-kian," she yelled. Steadily, Naruto sped up until she couldn't keep up anymore and just left it to him. Naruto's eyes were glued onto her large bust, which was bouncing wildly. Kuroka moaned loudly as Naruto groped her chest. Her nails dug into Naruto's back as she hissed in pleasure. She loved being dominated by him. It showed that she made the right choice in who she would procreate with. She felt his penis twitch inside of her as he fucked her raw. "Here he comes," Kuroka thought in joy. She knew that the odds of her getting pregnant were small even during mating season due to the low fertility of devils. But at least now she knew that he would be open a more intimate relationship. Naruto's eyes widened as his eyes returned to their normal blue. He had lost himself in the moment and began to pull out. Give it to me, Naruto. I don't care what happens. If I get pregnant we can start a family, if not then maybe next time. Come in me, the black cat said to him. Naruto felt his resolve waver. That was the opportunity Kuroka needed to pull him back inside her. Her nails claws at his back as her womb was filled by his seed. She felt the same surge of pleasure as before. It feels so warm, she thought as her hand traveled down to where his womb was. I'm coming, Naru, she cried. Kuroka, Naruto said, panting slightly. Naruto, she said, holding him closely. You're the only person I will allow to sire my children, she told him. He was the only person she would accept to help her repopulate her race. Even if it wasn't today or the next week. She had centuries to have children. Please take care of me, hehe. Kuroka said, giggling. Naruto felt mad at her but knew that it was only a matter of time until they did this. Granted, he didn't appreciate how she got him to do it. Don't ever do that again, Naruto stated. Kuroka laughed lightly as he laid next to her on the couch. The two got comfortable in each other's embrace. That's what you get for ignoring me. A cat needs to be pampered. And I'm your stray kitty, Kuroka said playfully. And you're my foxy-kun, she added before Naruto got off from the couch. Ah, Kuroka said, sounding saddened by the disappearance of Naruto's warmth. Looking at the middle of the sofa she saw a large stain from when she came. Looks like we're going to need a new couch, Naru, she said, getting off as well. There was a heavily smell of sex in the room. Naruto looked down at his ruined clothing next to the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Did you have to tear my outfit? Naruto asked, only to be hugged from behind. Kuroka's large breasts pressed against his back. The Nekomata simply kissed his cheek. Let's keep going in the bedroom, Kuroka said, bringing Naruto to his room. Morning, lemon end. Naruto yawned as he sat up. Looking to his side he noticed Kuroka sleeping beside him with content smile on her face. He had to get ready to meet Xenovia and Irina, so he got out of bed. Kuroka woke up from his movement. I could get used to waking up like this, Kuroka said, stretching a bit. How about another round, Naru Nya? Kuroka offered, crawling towards him seductively. Sorry, but I have to meet with some exorcists, Naruto said, declining before walking into the bathroom. Kuroka pouted at being rejected. Hearing the sound of rushing water she knew that Naruto had started his shower. Thinking about what to do she made her mind and snuck into the bathroom after the blonde. I know you're there, Kuroka, Naruto said, washing his hair. You're no fun, the Nekosho said, opening the shower door and getting in with him. After a rather interesting shower with Kuroka, the two got dressed for their day. Where is Graphia? Naruto wondered as they walked into the kitchen. He hadn't seen her yesterday after he left his home that day. She didn't seem to be the type of person to wander off without at least telling someone. Oh, she had to get a few more things from Searzex's castle. I was so into last night I may have forgotten to tell you, Nya, Kuroka told him. The maid had told her to inform Naruto of her situation, but due to her plan working out flawlessly, the blonde facepalmed at that and poured himself a cup of tea. Speaking of last night, if you ever get Ophis to poison me again, Naruto started, holding his hand out. Sand swirled around it while his eyes took the form of Shukaku's. I'll make you regret it, Naruto said darkly, causing the Nekosho to flinch. I'm joking, but from now on just ask, okay? Naruto said. Fine, Kuroka said as Naruto handed her a cup of tea. About last night, Kuroka said, getting his attention. I know that how I went about tea may not have been the best, but I hope you that I'm serious. And if you ever want seconds just ask Nya, Kuroka said, giggling only for a copy of the blonde to slap her on the back of the head. Meanie, the devil said, rubbing the back of her head. Wow, you two went at it last night, they heard as Calawarner walked in. Naruto blushed now, knowing that she had overheard the two of them having sex the night before. Finally acting like a fallen angel, Naruto, she asked, hooking an arm around her superior. Maybe I can take a ride on the Naru Express next time, she said, laughing as she took a seat next to the blonde. Maybe, Naruto said, smirking much to her surprise. The three shared a laugh with one another before continuing to enjoy a breakfast. As Naruto was getting ready to leave to meet with Xenovia and Irina, he heard a knock on his door. Using his senjutsu, he was able to sense that it was Grafia who had returned from the underworld. Naruto opened the door for the stoic maid who was carrying a large bag in one hand and a note in the other. Grafia bowed to Naruto before handing him the note before walking past him without a word up to her room. Naruto looked back with saddened by Grafia's somber feel. Going back to get those things had only depressed her further. Looking down at the letter in his hands, he read the name of the sender. Bale. Naruto thought to himself, remembering what Sirzex had told him about his mother's clan. They were the ones who really controlled the underworld. He hadn't expected them to send him a letter. From what Sirzex told him, they may want him dead since he would be marrying someone with their bloodline. He was expecting assassins. Addressed to Naruto Uzumaki. Greetings, Mr. Uzumaki. My name is Zekram Bale, first head of the Bale clan. Sirzex came to me about an issue pertaining to the SS class stray devil Kuroka. At first I was skeptical about him wanting to remove her status. But after seeing your performance against the Phoenix clan and hearing tale of your prowess in battle along with your cooperation with the devils, I see that having you as an ally is much better than as a foe. I admit I was a bit shocked and angered when I heard that Ryusuke, who carries my blood, would marry a fallen angel. But considering your strength, I'd imagine the results from your union would be considerably better. Either way, I see that points Sirzex brought up have merit to them. However, doing so would break underworld tradition. I have decided to make you an offer. In exchange for removing her status, I simply want to meet with you. I will be at the Bale clan's castle in 2 days. If you refuse, her status will return to her being a stray and will become a prioritized target. I hope to see you soon. Zekram Bale. Naruto read the letter. His eye narrowed at the power play from the clan. It was obvious that this was a way for them to try and gain more power for their clan. However, he already knew what he had to do. I'm going, Naruto muttered before leaving for his meeting. Where are they? Naruto asked himself. He had been waiting for the 2 holy sword users and they were more than an hour late. It was then that he noticed the slight smell of blood and the feeling of dread. Shit, Naruto thought as he rushed over as fast as he could. The blonde became a blur to everyone as he ran through the city. Arriving at the source of the smell, he was met with the sight of Irina horribly beaten, bleeding on the ground, and Xenovia bleeding against the wall with a gash across her chest. Irina, Xenovia, Naruto shouted as he rushed over to them and began healing the two. Come on, stay with me, Naruto muttered. The two were close to death from blood loss. A clone of the blonde healed Xenovia, who far less injured than Irina and to a degree was still conscious. The blue-haired woman slowly opened her eyes as pain started to fade. Her vision was slightly blurred as she looked up at the blonde. Lord Michael, she asked, seeing only blurry blonde hair and blue eyes. The blonde laughed a bit, making her realize who was currently healing her. Naruto, she muttered. That's me, but rest. You lost a lot of blood and there is only so much I can do. The clone said softly to the Catholic. Xenovia nodded and passed out, letting Naruto finish up his work on her body. Finding that its job was done, it dispelled itself. The real Naruto was worried. Irina had lost a lot of blood from her injuries. Her what was left of outfit was soaked in blood while deep gashes covered her body. Some of her organs had been hit and one of her lungs had collapsed. While healing the physical damage was easy for him thanks to his yang chakra, the blood was a different issue. As soon as he finished healing the physical injuries, he reached into his pocket and put out a vial of red pills. Naruto chewed 3 of the pills into a paste in his mouth. Blood pills taste gross, Naruto thought before tilting Irina's head up and delivering the red paste into her mouth. Using Shukaku's ability, he manipulated the iron to move down her throat into her stomach instead of her lungs. Those should help her refill her body's supply of blood, Naruto muttered as he picked the 2 up and decided to head to Rias's clubhouse. He arrived to find no one in the building, well, no one who wasn't sealed. Everyone was in class at the moment, so it made sense for the place to be empty. Naruto placed the 2 down carefully on the sofas. I guess Kokobile took their swords. Naruto sighed as he prepared some tea for himself. He wanted to be here when they woke up to get the whole story from them. Shit, it's like someone out there wants to make my life more complicated, Naruto thought to himself. The first one to wake up was Xenovia, who had originally been in better condition than her teammate. The blue-haired teen reached down to where she had been cut only to find that she was perfectly fine. Not even a scar was left behind on her perfect skin. Looking over at her sleeping partner, she noticed that she was covered by a blanket, but there was no blood or cuts on her face anymore. Finally she turned her attention to the sole man in the room. "You saved us," she said softly. "I guess. I just healed you. I should have known that Hokage would have targeted the two of you to steal your swords," Naruto said, feeling a bit bad for not foreseeing this happening. Granted, I really didn't have much of a choice about last night. He thought he was going to get her back big time for that stunt. Oh, she would regret messing with him. "We would have died if you hadn't arrived," Xenovia said, tracing where she had been hit. "I owe you my life," she told the blonde, feeling extremely grateful that he had healed her and her friend. "He ambushed me, then trapped Irina in a nightmare and attacked her while she couldn't react," she growled out. It was an embarrassment to her and an insult to her faith in God. To have her weapon stolen from her and now used against them. If by chance they have the other pieces, they'll be able to recreate the original sword, Naruto concluded as he summoned his own holy sword and handed it to her, much to Xenovia's surprise. "You need a weapon if you want to fight, but return it after we defeat Hokage," Naruto told her. Xenovia looked at the glowing blade in her hands. She could feel its power pulsing from it in her hand. It wasn't as heavy as her old weapon, but she could tell that it held much more power than it. "Joys, the sword made to contain Longinus," Xenovia muttered, having read up on the lost blade. "Thank you, but I have another sword that I can use," she said, putting the sword into its sheath. Just then Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba walked in, having felt Naruto's presence in the school along with two others. Rias looked at the two semi-naked girls and glared at her fiancé. "So, what's going on here?" the redhead asked as she walked into the club room. She had been busy the previous day with some personal matter. Noticing the crosses around their necks, she instantly knew who they worked for. She also noticed that the blue-haired woman was holding Naruto's sword in her hands. Kaneko wasn't paying attention to the girls, but rather the smell that was coming from the blonde himself. It was very familiar to someone she knew quite well. Walking over to Naruto, she lightly took in his scent. It was different from his normal smell as it leaned closer to a Nekomata. No, not just any Nekomata, but her sister and the musk of sex. Kaneko-chan, Naruto asked, not used to such a behavior from her. The white-haired teen looked him dead in the eye. "You had sex with Kuroka-nisan," she said flatly. Naruto paled at the feeling of evil radiating off his fiancé. He turned his head towards Rias, who had a blank look on her face. Her eyes were shadowed by her hair, which was waving around slightly from the dark power covering her body. "Too," she said, walking towards the blonde, who backed up a bit from her. Xenovia just watched on, confused by what was going on between the two of them. Angry blue-green met a nervous blue as the two made eye contact. "So just as we get engaged, you go and have sex with another woman?" she asked, placing a hand against his shirt. "I didn't really have a choice in the matter," Naruto responded, trying to lighten the situation a bit. "Oh, you didn't have a choice. So, I guess we could consider that an accident, huh?" Rias asked, getting closer to him. "Let's try not to have any more accidents then, Naruto," she said, or rather threatened him. While she couldn't do anything, her brother was more than capable of at least giving the blonde a fight for the ages. "I fully expect you to hold out next time until we, as my pawn put it, confirm our wedding, right honey?" "Yes dear," Naruto answered, smiling nervously. "But for now, I think we should deal with the elephant in the room," Naruto said, nudging his head over to Xenovia, who was watching the events unfold with a slight bit of interest but was overall calm. "Xenovia and Irina were sent by heaven to retrieve something that a rough member of my faction stole. I already spoke to the Seraphs and will be helping them," the blonde told her. Rias glared at the obvious attempt to change the subject away from his time with Kuroka the previous night to the issue that threatened them at the moment. "Fine," she said sharply, still angry at Naruto for having sex with someone else before her after their engagement. She noticed that Xenovia had Naruto's sword in her hands. "So why does she have your sword?" she asked the blonde fallen angel. Naruto was going let me borrow his holy sword until my mission is complete, since mine was stolen by Hokage, but I wouldn't need it. Our mission was to retrieve the 3 stolen Excaliburs, but now it has gone up to 5 since we were ambushed earlier today. Xenovia explained the basics of her mission to the devil. Naruto turned to Kiba, who was letting out an increasing amount of hatred. Rias herself noticed through his darkening face as Xenovia spoke. However, I have to go to a meeting tomorrow in the underworld. For now, the 2 of you can rest from your battle. I have done what I can, but you still need to recover your energy. Rias, gather your peerage and make sure they're careful. Kokabeel is a cadre, and while he may not at my level, he is still on par with an ultimate class devil, if not higher. We have a feeling that he will target you and Sona to try and start another war. Naruto told them. Xenovia nodded, understanding that for this kind of situation it would be best for her and Irina to let the blonde lead given his experience and rank. Rias was a bit conflicted between her pride and the fact that she was still steaming from learning that Naruto had sex with Kuroka, or knowing that her love was right and she would need to be careful. I understand, Rias said before turning towards Kiba and Kaneko. Tell the others that we will be meeting at Issei's house after school. So who exactly are you meeting, Naruto? Not another woman, right? She asked. No, Naruto said seriously, handing her the note that Graphia had given him. Rias read over the note carefully. The redhead's eyes widened as she had to read the letter several times to make sure that she wasn't reading it incorrectly. I have to meet with Zekrom or risk making him an enemy. It would not only put Kuroka in danger, but you as well, Rias. Naruto said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Stay safe until I get back. I will, Rias said, giving him a light kiss on the lips. She knew just how dangerous her mother's clan could be, both in battle and politically in the underworld. But don't think that I'm just going to forget about what you did with Kuroka. I forbid you from having sex until I'm ready, she stated firmly. She was already fallen behind against the 2 yokai, despite being the only one who was currently legally engaged with him according to devil law. I'll think about it, Naruto said with a wide smirk on his face, only for Rias to grab him by the ear. Ow. Okay, I will. Looking back at Irina, he saw that she was beginning to stir. The pills were something that he had created with Azazel's help and his memory of his former teammate Sakura. Well, welcome back to the world of the living, Naruto said as the exorcist sat up. I feel like I ran into Truck-kun, Irina said, groaning. She remembered everything that happened before her vision went dark. She had failed her mission and had her sword stolen. We failed, didn't we, Xenovia? She asked the blue-haired teen who looked away. Taking in a deep breath, she reinvigorated herself. All right, I know we can recover from this, the Christian teen stated. That's right, Naruto said, taking a seat next to Irina. This is a setback, but I know that we can recover from this. Kokabeel is strong, but he's far from being the strongest in the Grigori. I'll have someone on standby just in case the worst case happens and he attacks while I'm dealing with the Bale. For now, you guys need to get ready and train, Naruto said before sighing. I have to go talking with Azazel about this. I'll try to be back as soon I possibly can, Naruto said, giving Rias a peck on the lips before walking towards the door. Wait, Irina yelled, standing up, but winced. Naruto stopped at the door and looked back at the Protestant, who looked a bit embarrassed despite her pained expression. You could loan us some more money. She stopped when Xenovia have her a glare. I spent it all on a picture of a saint, she admitted. A fake painting, Xenovia added, in much to her partner's dismay. Naruto looked at Irina in disbelief for having spent all their money not just once but twice. We would appreciate it if you could loan us some more money, Xenovia said, bowing to him, hoping that the fallen angel would take mercy on them and help them once again. How about you two just stay at my house, Naruto said, not wanting to risk Irina spending all the money once again. This was they would have a safe place to sleep thanks to Kuroka and Graphia being around most of the time. Kokabeel may be a traitor, but he wasn't suicidal. He would think twice before attacking them again as long as they were around 2 high-ranking devils. The two looked at one another as they considered their options. They didn't like the thought of living with devils, but given the situation and the fact that Michael had accepted Naruto's help made their decision a bit easier. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for being a burden, Irina said, bowing to the fallen angel as she accepted his offer. While she knew that she was bowing to someone who could be considered an enemy of heaven, she felt grateful for everything he had done for them. He broke the image she had built of what a fallen angel was. It's no big deal, Naruto said, patting her shoulder. Irina blushed at the charming smile Naruto flashed at her. Well, I better call Azazel. If anything happens, just call me and I'll be back in a flash. The blonde said, walking out of the room, missing the glare Rias was giving the two of them. Sometime later, Naruto sighed as he arrived at the Bale clan's castle with Graphia. When compared to that of the Grimoire, it was much larger. When neared the gate, he handed the guards the letter that Zekram had sent him inviting him to talk. As he neared the entrance to the castle, he could see someone waiting for him. It was a well-dressed man with black hair and purple eyes. He looked a bit older than most devils that he had met, but still seemed to be in his middle ages. I'll call you when I need you to take me back. Thanks a lot, Graphia, he said, grinning at her. It was my pleasure, master, she said before returning home. I see you've arrived, Naruto, the man said as he waited for the blonde to walk up to him. Naruto could tell that with every step he was taking towards the man that he was studying everything he did. My name is Zekram Bale. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the Bale progenitor said, offering his hand to the blonde. Not wanting to offend the man before they even talked, Naruto took his hand. He couldn't help but smirk as he matched the man's strength. Naruto Uzumaki. He introduced himself, pulling his hand back. Well, let us get inside as we have much to discuss, Zekram said, leading the blonde fallen angel into his clan's home. The inside was as impressive as the outside. It was finely decorated, far beyond what he had seen so far in this world. Naruto was eventually led to a large office. To say he was impressed by what he saw was an understatement. It was easy to see the difference in standing between the Bale and the other houses. So what did you want to talk about? Sorry, but there are a lot of things going on back home and I can't afford to spend much time, Naruto said, not wasting much time. He didn't know what Kokobile would do while he was away. He knew that Graphia and Kuroka were there, but he still wanted to be sure everyone was safe. I see, Zekram said, walking around his desk and sitting down on the chair. He motioned over to Naruto to take a seat across from him. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you on your engagement to Rias, he said calmly. Like I told you in the letter, neither I nor my clan in general were exactly happy with the outcome of that day. My house values the purity in a devil's blood. I of course can see the positive in this as well as the negative. How so? Naruto asked, leaning back a bit. Zekram laughed dryly. Well, I can see that this marriage is good in the way that it would promote peace between our factions. Also, given your strength, it would be easy to assume that your Rias would have powerful progeny. Your fallen angelic powers and chakra mixed with Rias's power of destruction and high magical capabilities would make for a force worthy of being a Satan. You may even have a super devil as a child. The former Bale head told Naruto of the positives that could come out of the union between him and Rias. And the bad? Naruto asked. Well, that one is obvious, Zekram said, narrowing his eyes on Naruto. Any children born between you and Rias would be half devils. Since you are in no way a devil, it is impossible for you to sire a purely devil child, Zekram stated firmly as the two had a short stare down. Is that all you wanted to tell me? I knew that already, and honestly, I don't care about what you guys think about blood purity and that crap. I came here because you offered to remove Kuroka's status as a criminal. So, what do you want? Naruto said, not wanting to waste any more time than he had to. Zekram folded his hands together in front of him with a less than happy expression on his face. Yes, I suppose we should get down to why we're here, Zekram said to the blonde Uzumaki. As I said before, any child born between you and Rias will only be a half-devil, so this is my offer to you, he said, pulling out a piece of paper. I will remove Kuroka's stray devil status, and in return you join peerage of the current head of the Bale clan and become a half-devil, he told Naruto, offering him his deal. I refuse, Naruto responded. He wasn't about to be forced into serving a devil clan when he could find some alternative way to remove her status, especially with what he had heard about how the Bale treated their peerage. That offer is completely unreasonable. I refuse to become the Bale's servant and betray the trust that Azazel has placed on me. I don't even know if I can become a devil, as I was a human who was reincarnated into a fallen angel, Naruto stated, much to Zekram's displeasure. That's unfortunate. However, I implore you to reconsider given what could happen should you reject my offer, Zekram said, putting pressure on Naruto to change his mind and join his clan. The blonde knew full well what would happen should the Bale give the order. The clan could give the order for the entire devil race to go to war against his faction or send wave after wave of assassins to kill Kuroka. Naruto deciding that it would be best to make a statement. Naruto changed into his tailed beast form. Zekram's breath became heavy as he had to adjust to the pressure coming from Naruto. My choice will not change. I will not join your clan head's peerage. Nor will I betray my faction. Naruto said with absolute conviction. This presence is far more than I expected. Zekram thought with a grimace. He had heard that the blonde was power from Searsex, but this was more than what he expected. He fully expected that should war break out between factions that either Searsex or Ajuka would be able to hold him back or possibly beat him. But given who Naruto was engaged to, Zekram didn't know if he could rely on Searsex to fight Naruto. Once Ria steps down, her heir would become the Lord of the Grimoire. It would reflect well to allow someone who isn't a pure devil lead one of the pillars, especially when the father of said heir is a leader for an opposing faction. So, I will give you these two alternative offers: break your engagement with Rias Grimoire and reinstate her arrangement with Riser Phoenix, or have her give up her status as the heiress to the Grimoire to Searsex, Lucifer's son. Rias trusted me enough to let not only become engaged to me but to handle the situation. I will not break the bond I have with her, Naruto said, slamming his hand on the desk making it crack. Also, I'm not going to force her to lose her title just because your stupid beliefs. Naruto argued. Watch your tongue, fallen angel. Zekram said, letting loose some of his own energy. You should be grateful that I'm even giving you a second and third option. You clearly don't understand how severe her crime was to the devil populace. Even a Satan is incapable of removing such a mark from a devil's record. Zekram told Naruto, who grunted in annoyance. Then it seems we're at an impasse, Zekram. I will not betray those I hold precious, and you will not help for nothing. Naruto concluded. He wished things would have gone smoother, but it was becoming increasingly clear that their views were unaligned with one another. Zekram wanted to maintain the purity of the devil race while he wanted to help his friend. So we are, Zekram said, closing his eyes. He had expected things to go smoother, but he guessed it couldn't be helped. How about we change the terms? Zekram said, not wanting to have this meeting go to waste. I will stop any attempts to hunt her down as long as she stays out of the underworld. In return, you'll train the current heir to my clan, Saraorg, as your apprentice. He was born without the ability to use my power of destruction, however I can see his potential. Zekram said, though Naruto could hear some weariness when he called him the clan's heir. It also clearly wasn't exactly what he wanted to get out of this meeting, but he... Just training him? Naruto asked, wanting to make sure that there weren't any strings attached, to which Zekram nodded too. Well then, I accept. I'll train your clan's heir in exchange for you stopping devils from going after Kuroka. Naruto said, holding out his hand. Zekram extended his arm, accepting the blonde's handshake. Pressing a button, he paged for a maid to bring Naruto's future apprentice to the room. In just a few minutes the door opened and a teen who looked similar to Zekram but much younger walked in. Naruto could tell from his build that the young Bale had more muscle mass than most devils he had met. You called Lord Zekram? Saraorg asked as he walked towards them. His eyes moved over to the blonde in the room. Like most of the underworld, he had heard of the fallen angel who had battled for and won the hand of his cousin in marriage. So, you're my new student, huh? Naruto said, surprising the devil. What? Saraorg asked, looking at the progenitor of his clan. Zekram chuckled as he moved to explain to the Bale's heir what had just occurred. Naruto here will be your trainer from now on. We will work out a training schedule for you later. As you probably know, Naruto is a 12-winged fallen angel. I'm sure he'll make a fine teacher for you. The former Bale had said. Naruto noticed the excited look in the young. He could see that Saraorg was someone akin to Rock Lee back in his home world. He was born weaker than those around him because he didn't have the power of destruction that made his clan so famous, yet he clearly trained religiously if his body was anything to show for it. Nice to meet you. I guess we'll be seeing each other more often, ya know. Naruto greeted. Same. I look forward to training with you. Saraorg giving the blonde a bow. Ever since he watched Naruto's the battle against Riser, he had wanted to fight him. Someone who could crush an entire peerage without so much as a scratch. He wanted to reach that level as well. If I may ask, can I have a spar with you? He asked the blonde. A laugh escaped from Naruto's mouth. Well duh. How can I train you if I don't know where you stand? Naruto said, standing up. Outside, Zekrom had led them outside to a training area where they could spar without risking the destruction of the castle. 2 others had joined them outside on their way. One was a massive golden lion with a jewel on its head, while the other one was a beautiful blonde teen around the same age as Saraorg. Saraorg, Naruto said as he walked to the other side of the area. Fight with everything you have against me so I can fully see what I need to work with. The blonde ordered. If he was going to have to use his time training him, he wasn't going to half-ass it. Taking in a deep breath, Naruto drew in enough nature energy to enter his Toad Sage mode. Saraorg looked over at the large lion with an unsure look on his face. On one hand, he wanted to fight against Naruto by himself without help from Regulus, but his future teacher had told him not to hold back. Naruto took a stance as he waited for the young Bale to make his choice. Help me this time, Regulus, Saraorg said to the large lion, who nodded. Naruto watched as the lion covered Saraorg as a gold set of armors with a lion's head covering his chest. Saraorg's hair also grew out into a long mane. You better not hold back either, he yelled before charging at Naruto. The blonde was surprised by how fast Saraorg was. He barely avoided the attack due to his shock. It was clear that he was far ahead of Rias in her peerage. This may end up being fun, Naruto, Shukaku yelled, laughing as Naruto smirked at his opponent. The Bale took a swing at Naruto's head, which the blonde pushed to the side and countered with his own punch aimed at Saraorg's stomach. The armored teen reacted by moving out of the way but still felt the punch against his armor, earning Naruto a grunt from his opponent. I was sure I dodged, Saraorg thought in shock. Pay attention, Naruto yelled as he spun and kicked Saraorg's head, sending him flying back. The Bale landed on his feet with a smirk. Naruto felt his releasing some kind of energy which felt like senjutsu yet at the same time wasn't. The two dashed at one another with their fists reared back. The 2 other devils watched as their fists collided with one another, creating a crater under them from the force. The 2 jumped away from one another, but Saraorg slammed his fist into the ground when he landed, causing the entire area to shake. Charging at the blonde, he went to sweep his legs out from underneath the Uzumaki. Before he could get close enough, sand erupted out from under him and began to wrap around him. Saraorg laughed as he felt the sand tighten around him. He was enjoying the spar more and more every second. Pushing his energy through his body, he broke the bind but wasn't prepared for Naruto to slam a sphere of spiraling blue energy into his chest. Thanks to his enhanced defenses, he only slid back with minimal damage. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto yelled as 2 copies of him appeared on either side of him. The real On ran straight towards the Bale Air while the other 2 circled around. Saraorg blocked the 2 clones' attacks and grabbed onto the one on his right and threw him into the left one. The real Naruto slammed his fist into Saraorg's stomach. The clan heir took a step back from the hit and was about to retaliate when a pair of hands came out of the ground and grabbed onto his ankles. Damn it, he yelled as he felt himself being pulled down into the ground. Saraorg punched the earth under him and stopped the attack. Taking the opportunity, Naruto grabbed onto his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Rolling upon impact, Saraorg got back on his feet and punched the air in front of him with all his might. Naruto's eyes widened when he was sent back by a shockwave created by the sheer physical force behind his student's punches. His defense is pretty good, Naruto thought to himself. While he hadn't pulled out his stronger attacks, he still wasn't pulling his punches. Come on, Saraorg, I'm not even going all out yet, Naruto taunted, earning a glare from the Bale. I thought I asked you not to hold back. Don't underestimate me, Saraorg yelled as he channeled more and more of his power. This is the full strength of my Tuki, he yelled as he stopped limiting the power of his life force which he was using. Running at Naruto once again, he was much faster than before. Naruto blocked the initial attack by crossing his arms in front of him. He could feel his bones shaking a bit from the force behind the attack. Not bad, Naruto yelled back as the 2 began to trade blows against one another. Zekrom looked impressed by how his descendant was doing. While it was clear that Naruto was winning their clash, he was still taking and dealing blows far better than he had expected. The 2 separated from one another. Naruto was a little sore from all the punches he had taken, but Saraorg was far worse. His once pristine armor was covered in dents and his face was caked in sweat. I can see why you're Kadri, Saraorg said between pants. I know I've lost, but please, show me your full strength. Just this once, he asked. A smirk made its way onto Naruto's face at the request. You got it, Naruto said as he drew out his 12 wings along with the tailed beast and 6 paths chakra within him. You're the first person to see me use this. Remember it well, he said as his form erupted in light. It was over in a flash. Neither Zekrom nor the blonde girl managed to see what Naruto looked like before he powered down. All they saw was a flash of blinding light. But Saraorg barely managed to catch a glimpse of his teacher's transformation. He saw Naruto's entire form was covered in a pure white flame-like light as the blonde's fist connected with his armored stomach. For a second he looked like an angel who had yet to fall before the energy faded away. Regulus had been forced to separate from his master and knocked out. Saraorg's eyes rolled back as he fell forward into Naruto's arms but still had a content smile on his face. Looking over at Zekrom, I have to admit I didn't expect him to be this good. I'll be happy to train him as long as you keep your side of the deal. Naruto said to the Baal progenitor. Of course, I will. A devil values his contracts after all. Now I won't hold you. Be back next Saturday and we can plan everything then. Zekrom said, taking his descendant from the blonde. Well, I guess I'll be back, Naruto said. Naruto arrived at his home in a flash of light from the underworld to find it a mess. He had tried to contact Graphia earlier but she never responded to his call to bring him back. Luckily for him, Zekrom was willing to help him. Looking around at his house, it looked like a massive battle had taken place with some blood splatters leading out of the house where the wall had been blown out. Kuroka, Graphia, Naruto yelled out for the two as he walked out through the massive hole in his house. His eyes widened. He saw a bleeding Graphia leaning against a tree. Graphia, Naruto shouted when he saw how injured she was. He wasted no time as he ran towards her. Lord Naruto, she said weakly as she looked up at the approaching blonde who was calling her name. Her maid outfit was in ruins and could be called clothing at this point. She didn't even bother covering her bare breasts from him. While she would normally cover them, she was in too much pain to move at the moment. What happened here? Naruto demanded as he used his chakra to heal Graphia. Her body was covered in bruises and deep cuts that resembled scratch marks. Where is Kuroka and the others? The blonde Uzumaki asked his devil maid, who was still getting her barley and keeping it together. Looking out towards where the school should be, he saw a massive energy dome covering it. A barrier, Naruto thought to himself as he pulled in some energy from his surrounding to try and get a feel for what was going on. He could feel both Sona's and Rias's peerages by the school, but in opposite sides if the barrier. Along with Rias was Kokobile, Freed, the two swordswomen from the church, and a third one he didn't recognize. He could also feel Valley coming towards the school. Kuroka betrayed us, Graphia said weakly as she basked in the soothing feeling of Naruto's chakra. Rias called about Kokobile appearing at the school, but before I act to head over, Kuroka attacked me with help from Ophis. That accursed dragon gave that stray the power to defeat me. I'm sorry I failed you, master, Graphia said to the blonde she was placed under. While she wasn't used to working for the blonde yet, she still had a duty as a maid to perform her job. He had left her to watch over Kuo and Rias in his place, and she failed him. It was a blow to her as a maid. Naruto's face became blank when he heard what Kuroka had done. For a second he didn't know how he should have reacted. On one hand, she had his friend for a few months now, and while she had strained their relationship recently, he was willing to deal with it. But now she had the gall to betray him. After everything he had done for her. Given her a home, fed her, trained with her, cared for her. He had even gone as far to make a devil with one of the underworld's leaders just for her sake. Only for her to betray him and hurt one of his friends at the worst possible moment. Graphia was shocked when she saw a dark aura cover Naruto. It was unlike anything she had ever seen from him, but even being unable to sense emotions like him, she could tell something. He was angry. No, he was furious. His hair shadowed his eyes as a cold breeze swirled around them, making even her shiver from the ominous feeling. Then she saw it. It wasn't much, but the roots of Naruto's hair slowly became a midnight black and his hair grew slightly longer. His whiskers grew thicker and sharper along with his canines. Naruto finished healing her body and stood up looking at the dome. For a second she couldn't help but miss the feeling of his energy enveloping her body. Graphia, he said to her without even turning towards her. Just stay here and rest for now. Wait for me to return so we can talk about what happened, he said, tilting his head towards her slightly. Graphia's eyes locked with Naruto's own and saw a stark difference. Gone were the cheerful ocean blue eyes she had always seen, now they were a blood red with a black scalia. With his black wings unfolding behind him, he for the first time reminded her of what she had seen during the war. A fallen angel. I'm coming with you, Graphia insisted, grabbing his arm. Naruto's now red eyes seemingly stared into her soul before nodding. In an instant they was gone. Kuroka, you damn bitch, what have you unleashed onto this world? Graphia said as she vanished with her master. Flashback. Graphia was in the middle of dusting the wooden furniture of the massive house that she had found herself living in. It was hard being away from Serzek. For years upon years she had served him and the cunt that he called his wife just to be near him. To be near the man she loved even if she could never have him. She cursed that blasted law that prevented Satans from having harems. She would have accepted to share him in an instant if given the choice. But she was here now, living with the sister of the man she loved, a stray devil, and 2 fallen angels. How far had she fallen since her days in the war? From the maid of the Lucifer to the servant of another faction. But she wouldn't say that being Naruto's maid was unpleasant. It wasn't ideal but not unpleasant. Naruto treated her more as a friend rather than a servant, and it was a weird experience for her, as even under Serzek she eventually became just a maid at the end of the day. It was then that she heard the house phone ring. Moving over to it, she picked up the phone to find Rias on the other side. Naruto isn't home at the moment, Rias, she said to the redhead. Graphia, it's an emergency. Kokabile is here at the school. I need help, Rias said from the other side. I'm on my way, Graphia responded with narrowed eyes as she hung up the phone and made her way to the door, passing bot Kuroka and Ophis, who had been watching something on the TV. Rias and her peerage is in trouble. Come one stray, she said to the black cat. Ash, the gray-haired maid, opened the door only for pain to erupt from her side. Sorry, but we're having a change of plans for now, Kuroka said from behind her. Her claws were covered in Graphia's blood. The maid turned around and summoned a massive row of ice spikes from the ground, which were dodged by the Nekosho. Sorry, but Ophis-sama gave the boost I needed to take you on. I can't let you leave this house, Graphia, she said in an even and emotionless tone that didn't fit her usual personality, as she drew in more of the energy of nature to use her own brand of senjutsu. 10 copies of Kuroka appeared and charged at Graphia. Traitor, Graphia roared as she created her magic circle and shot hundreds of shards of ice at the stray devil. To her surprise, all her attacks went right through the copies as if they weren't there. Illusions, Graphia thought before creating an ice wall to block a magic attack. She was forced to jump out of the house as a poison mist began to fill the living room. I will miss him, but I must do as Ophis-sama pleases, she said as she dodged the devil's attacks. To think he would have done so much for scum like you. Graphia spat as she took a stance against the half-devil. She knew full well of what Kuroka had done to her master, and she almost had killed her if not for Naruto calming her down, telling her that it was fine and that she would never do that again. Then when he went to the underworld to make a deal for her safety, and she repays him by attacking her. Rias is his legal fiancé and you stand to let her get hurt? Graphia questioned. Kuroka dodged attack after attack from Graphia thanks to the power that Ophis had granted her. It useless, Ophis said, appearing behind her and wrapping Graphia in snakes. I will miss living here. Naruto was the first person who didn't look at me differently. He is interesting, Ophis said with little emotion as usual. While the dragon god had been the one who had spent the least amount of time with Naruto on average, she couldn't deny that he amused her. Amused is the wrong word, she thought to herself. To think he was so kind to you too. As much as it pains me to say it, he deserves better than you, she said as she felt the snakes around her constrict. Using her ice magic, she stabbed the snakes with ice spikes from her body. Even if I lose, I will not go down like a coward. Flashback end. The rest of the battle had been rather one-sided. She had tried her hardest to hold them at bay, but the combined power of both the dragon god and a powered-up Kuroka were too much for just herself. She had been crushed by the two. The truth was that even on her best day she would have been destroyed by the Ouroboros dragon if she had gone all out. With Naruto, the semi-blonde arrived to see the barrier shattered by Valley, who had already entered the battle against Kokabile. and was honestly embarrassing the fallen angel. Valley. Naruto yelled as he and Graphia flew to where Rias and her peerage was. The peerage looked beaten and had sustained a massive amount of damage. His arrival gained the attention of all in attendance. Irina had been knocked out and was being taken care of by Asia. Naruto. Valley said, smirking as he landed and approached the blonde. Azazel asked me to help out here in exchange for a proper battle with Yo. Before he could finish, Naruto's fist found itself in his stomach, much to the white-haired teen's surprise. Valley's eyes rolled to the back of his head as he fell to the ground unconscious. Rias and her peerage looked at the blonde in shock from his action. I don't have time to deal with you, the blonde said coldly as he looked at the unconscious sacred gear user. He knew that if things continued, Valley would have tried to fight him and ignore Kokobile. Looking up at Kokobile, he noticed the sword that was in his hand. It was the fused Excalibur. Kokobile, I'm giving you one chance to give up and turn yourself in. I'm not in the mood to mess around with you, Naruto said coldly as he floated up to Kokobile level. The anger he felt from Kuroka betraying his trust was still surging within him. Oh, I like your new look, Naruto, the fallen angel said in a teasing tone as he looked over the blonde. The darkened eyes and half-black hair really made the newest cadre a sight to behold. To think a fallen angel as powerful as you would willing get engaged to a filthy devil. It's because of the leadership of Azazel that we are losing members by the day, Kokobile roared as he charged at Naruto with the holy blade. TCH, Naruto grunted as he summoned his blade and knocked Kokobile back with a swing of his own holy sword. I'm going to enjoy destroying you, Naruto roared uncharacteristically. The traitorous fallen angel was hard-pressed to keep up his guard as Naruto unleashed a fury of swings. Naruto knocked Kokobile back as his blade glowed a bright white, joyous rain. Naruto roared as he unleashed a blizzard of needles of light. Kokobile called upon the power of Excalibur destruction within the fused Excalibur to destroy Naruto's attack. Don't think I'll go down so easily, brat, Kokobile yelled with a wide smirk as he vanished into thin air. Naruto floated in the air calmly. A smirk made its way onto Naruto's face as turned around suddenly with his sword swinging with him. Blood exploded out of nowhere before Kokobile appeared with a deep cut across his chest. I got you, Naruto roared as his sword once again began to glow. Seeing the incoming attack, Kokobile attempted to cancel the attack out with his own. The two swords clashed against one another, causing a massive shockwave. The power struggle continued for a few seconds before cracks began to form on the fused Excalibur. Kokobile felt his sword being pushed back before it shattered in his hands from the might behind Naruto's attack. He broke it, Xenovia yelled out as she saw the blade that had been used against her shatter so easily against the blonde fallen angel. Kokobile flew away from Naruto, who created a spear of light in his left hand. A cruel smirk made its way onto Naruto's face as he threw it faster than any of the others could see. The orange spear pierced straight through Kokobile's lower left abdomen. Traitors everywhere, Naruto growled as a blue aura surrounded him. Then let me help you deal them justice, Naruto-sama. A loud voice boomed in his head. It was one that he recognized from the war and who had helped him against Madara and Kagaya. It was the voice of the two-tailed cat Matabi. Naruto smirked as his body was ignited in a blue blaze that shocked the onlookers. Where have you been, Matabi? I was just taking a cat nap, Naruto-sama. Kokobile, for your crimes against the Grigori and the devils I will take you down, Naruto said as the fire condensed onto his body. Unlike his transformation with Shukaku, he looked the same overall, but his once blonde hair was now an inferno of blue flames. His hands and forearms were covered in the same fire as his hair, but his nails had extended into claws. The same could be said for his legs as the fires covered up to his knees. From his tailbone, two cat-like tails swung behind him. His left eye had turned an emerald green while the right a bright yellow. "Nya," he said. Naruto flew down and sliced off one of the cadre's wings with his extended claws. Kokobile screamed in pain as his wing was severed. "You fucker," Kokobile yelled as he formed a spear of light and tried to impale Naruto. The blonde caught the attack easily. "Is that all you have, Nya?" Naruto asked, slicing off his arm with a flick of his wrist. "Weak," Naruto said, grabbing the 6 wings on Kokobile's left side and ripping them off in a display of brute force. "You don't deserve to have the same wings as me and Azazel," Naruto muttered, stomping his foot onto the traitor's chest. Everyone could hear the sound of rips snapping from the attack. Stop. I surrender. Kokabeel cried out as he felt the fires from Naruto's foot burning into his body. How many people asked you the same thing? Naruto asked coldly as he placed more pressure on the fallen angel's chest. Everyone else looked on in horror minus Graphia, who has seen similar acts in her extensive past. Naruto, stop. Rias yelled out to her fiancé. This wasn't like him. The change in appearance and the way he was fighting his enemy wasn't like the Naruto that had helped her. Rias flew at the blazing blonde and hugged him from behind. Naruto looked back at her with an indifferent look. Don't become like him, Naruto. I don't know what happened to piss you off so much, but it isn't worth giving up who you are. We are here for you. Rias told him. He deserves it. Naruto insisted as he looked down at the squirming fallen angel. He wasn't particularly angry with Kokabeel. No, the source of the wrath that was burning in his heart was Kuroka. The pain of betrayal infuriated him to no end. It hurt. He had given her everything he could, and after she got what she wanted, she left him just like that. It made him want to burn the world to ash. And that's worth losing who you are. Akeno yelled out, surprising the others. If so, then you're just like all the other fallen angel scum. The half-devil yelled out at Naruto, which honestly surprised everyone, as it was well known she wasn't fond of Naruto. This isn't you, Naruto. If something did happen, then we are all here for you. But you aren't some cruel asshole like Rainer or Kokabeel. You're my friend. Issei yelled out to Naruto, who looked back at the sacred gear user. Don't do this, Naruto. Don't lose yourself to anger. Rias begged him. Forget her. Naruto heard in his head. The voice wasn't one of a tailed beast, but rather his own, or rather a version of his own. It's the same as in Konoha, Naruto. People will just hurt you in the end, like that bitch Kuroka. She violated you and yet you forgave her. You went to the underworld and made a deal just so she could live a peaceful life with you. And how does she repay you, Naruto? By running off with that midget dragon. Your kindness was wasted on that cunt. Just like Azazel's was on the weakling under your foot. Make him feel our pain. The voice said, tempting him as Naruto forced Rias away from him. Rias cringed as she was burned on her left arm by Naruto's fire. Tears threatened to spill over from the stinging she felt from the burn. Naruto, please come back to us. This isn't you, Rias said, standing up to him. Rias, he said lowly. His rage cleared when he saw the large burn on her arm caused by his own flames. Her fair skin was covered in a second-degree burn from the second of exposure. Rias, he repeated before the world around him went black. Looking inwards, he saw a copy of himself that was all too familiar. It was the same one that he faced when he tried to master Kurama's power. The darkness that was in his heart. So we meet again, huh? Yami said to Naruto, who scowled at the darker version of himself. Now what's with that sour look? I thought I got rid of you. Naruto stated plainly. Yami simply laughed at his outer self. No matter who you are, there will always be some darkness in your soul. I decided to let go of my hatred of Konoha and let you handle life, but look where that got us. Yami yelled at Naruto. You and I are the same, Naruto. Before I was the embodiment of your hatred towards those who saw you as Kurama. Now I am your wrath towards the one who hurt you. We don't know her side of the story. We can't. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Yami. It doesn't matter. We gave her a home. We trained with her. We fed her. We were her friend. Fought for her. We loved her. And she just walked away. Yami, Naruto told outer Naruto in a hurt tone. She didn't even leave us a message. She brought Graphia-chan to the point of near death and left. I know, Naruto said with heavy sigh. He already knew from before that there was no point in arguing with his shadow. All he could do was embrace it and not let it consume him. But I will not let myself become a monster. I will not take out my anger from one person out on another. We hurt Rias because of this. And let yourself be used by everyone. During the war you became a hero, but this new life has made you soft, Naruto. You let some red-haired bitch boss you around just because you're engaged now. An engagement that you only accepted because you wanted to help her. You would have been perfectly happy with Yasaka, but you had to go and complicate things because you had a bleeding heart. She should be bowing at your feet, not making demands from you. Yami said to Naruto. Look, I know Rias isn't exactly a model in terms of selflessness. But look at how she treats her peerage. She could treat them like slaves if she wanted to and make them her puppets. She could make their lives hell if she wanted and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it like Kuroka's old king. She is a good person and you know it. You can tell that she genuinely cares for us even if you deny it. Naruto insisted. Yami Naruto sighed as he rubbed his head with an amused smile on his face. You never learn, do you, Naruto? Well, at least she has an amazing body. But the fact that I'm here means that you still haven't forgiven Kuroka, so I guess you're not hopeless, he said, walking back deeper into Naruto's subconscious. Do as you please, but if we get hurt like this again someone is gonna pay. The darker version of Naruto muttered. Back in the real world, Naruto's ran off from Kokabile and to Rias's side to heal her from the burn he had given her. Rias, I'm so sorry, Naruto said, worried for his fiancé. His chakra quickly fixed her burnt skin. Please just stay out of this though, he said to her. This is my territory. I can't just rely on you to fix all my problems now, can I, Naru? She said weakly. She and her entire peerage had dealt with a lot from fighting against Kokabile and his minions. She knew that it was an impossible fight for them to win, but her pride wouldn't let her just sit back and wait for Naruto to come back or Grafia to save them from danger. You're an idiot, you know, Naruto said with a smirk, earning a twitch from Rias. I don't want to hear that from you, Rias yelled back as him, much to Naruto's amusement. But I'm glad you're back to normal now. When I saw you before it was looking at someone else. It was definitely someone I wouldn't want to marry. Oh, so you want to marry me? Naruto asked her. Well, I wouldn't mind marrying you compared to Riser. After all, you are a pretty good kisser and you didn't seem to have any complaints when we had our little meeting after you beat Riser. Rias said, teasing him, remembering their make-out session at his house. Maybe next time we can go a bit further, he said, cupping the side of her face before his hand traveled down to her ample breasts and gave them a light squeeze, earning a blush from the redhead. Don't ignore me, Kokabile growled as he painfully got back up on his feet. How humiliating. To think that he see me as such a minor threat that he would turn his back to make talk to his bitch. Kokabile thought to himself as Naruto turned around and stood up with Rias by his side. He hated the uncaring look in Naruto's once again blue eyes as the two fallen angels faced off against one another. I will not be mocked by the likes of you, Kokabile said, summoning every ounce of power he had left and unleashing a barrage of spears onto Naruto and Rias. Barrier, Naruto said, stabbing the joyous into the ground in front of him. A golden field wrapped around him and Rias blocking the incoming attack completely. Naruto was about to finish Kokabile off with one final attack, but Kokabile fell backwards. Well, looks like he ran out of juice, Naruto mused as he walked up to the bleeding fallen angel. It was really a gruesome sight. Half his wings had been torn off and there was a hole burnt into his chest from his fire, leaving him barely alive. Well, I better get this guy back to Azazel, Naruto said, sealing Kokabile into a scroll. Looking over at Valley, he knew that he couldn't just leave the unconscious teen on the ground or else he would get an earful from his boss, so he created a clone to carry him. You're leaving? Rias asked the blonde, who nodded. He's acting differently now, Kaneko noticed. A few days later. So you found out what happened to God, huh? Naruto asked Xenovia, who nodded as she watched group of Naruto's clones fix up his house. It had been a few days since Kokabile's attack, and while he was still alive he was in a place where he would never see the light of day ever again. Since then Rias and her peerage had taken some time to recover from their battle, while Xenovia had returned with him to his house since she had been excommunicated by the Catholic Church, leaving her without a place to call home. I still can't believe it, Xenovia said, thinking back to her entire life as a member of the church. The church and God had been her entire life. Every day she would work towards the betterment of the Catholic Church that had taken her in and given her a purpose. It was what drove her to succeed. Just because God is dead doesn't mean you can't remember what he meant to you, Xenovia-chan. He may be gone, but his message and the teachings you learned aren't worth any less because of it, Naruto said to the blue-haired girl, who nodded with a small smile on her face. You can stay here as long as you need. I know how hard it is having everything you love torn away from you. But you're a strong woman, right? Naruto said confidently. Xenovia nodded in response. Then I know you will go far. Thank you, Naruto, Xenovia said, feeling determined thanks to the fallen angel. I will accomplish my dream even if I'm not part of the church anymore, Xenovia said with a small smile on her face, remembering her goal. And I will help you any way I can, Naruto told her. Right. she said as she began to strip off her clothing. What are you doing? Naruto yelled as the blue-haired beauty got down to her bra and panties. Xenovia straddled his lap as she reached back and unhooked her bra, setting free her 2 mounds for Naruto's eyes to devour. You said you would help me with my goal. I want to have strong babies, she said plainly before she collapsed forward. Behind Xenovia was Graphia with a rather annoyed look on her face. Naruto was conflicted as he could feel a part of himself telling him to let loose and ravage the former clergy member, but another part telling him that it wasn't the right time or place. Naruto sighed in relief as he was able to move the former exercise off him without hurting her. Thanks Graphia-chan, Naruto said to the silver-haired maid as he stood up. He hadn't expected her to strip and get on him like that. While it was a surprise, he couldn't say that it was an unpleasant experience at all. Xenovia in his eyes was a beautiful woman with a good heart, even if she was a bit oblivious about normal human life. So ya need something? Naruto asked as he and the devil left Xenovia asleep in the room while they walked towards the front of the house. Naruto watched as his clones worked to fix the damage done by Kuroka and Office. It still stung his heart thinking of the Nekomata betrayal, but he wasn't going to let it consume him like it did earlier. Searsex is coming to check in on the area in 2 hours. Graphia told him. I see. I guess it makes sense that he would want to check in Rias-chan. Naruto said before looking at the maid. Do you want to take the rest of the day off, Graphia-chan? Naruto asked, not wanting to make the devil feel uncomfortable in the presence of her love. No, Graphia said firmly. I have already failed to protect this household once. To be unable to serve because of my own personal feelings would only further shame me. The silver-haired maid told the blonde, who smiled slightly. Just don't push yourself, okay? You're a friend before you're a maid in my eyes. If you feel like you need to leave, you don't need my permission, got it? Naruto told her. He didn't want to push her after what she had to go through a few days ago. While he had healed her, Naruto wanted to make sure that she was at full health. He also knew how she felt about Searsex. She loved him, but at the same time she felt betrayed by him. He could relate to that feeling on some level now thanks to Kuroka. Hey, why don't you teach me how to cook properly? Naruto asked Graphia. The end. Thanks for watching.